Yo, and we are live, man. Yo, this is Seth with Saying Comedian. I'm back with another one for you guys, man. This is going to be a good one. We got a good lineup for y'all. So make sure you like the video on the way in, man. We appreciate the support. Let's go to this breaking news with, I believe, Israel is attacking Yemen. Let's see.
Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. We're hearing of some breaking news coming out of the Middle East.
U.S. conducts airstrike against the Houthis in Yemen.
CENTCOM saying on X that they've conducted airstrikes against Iran-backed Houthis. This is a missile storage and command control facility that they targeted in Yemen, belonging to the Houthis. CENTCOM saying that forces conducted precision airstrikes against a missile storage facility and a command and control facility operated by Iran-backed Houthis and Houthi-controlled territory in Yemen's capital. Now, CENTCOM forces say that they conducted the deliberate strikes to disrupt and degrade Houthi operations, such as attacks against U.S. Navy warships and merchant vessels in the southern Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. During the operation, CENTCOM says forces also shot down multiple Houthi one-way attack uncrewed aerial vehicles and an anti-ship cruise missile over the Red Sea. CENTCOM saying the operation involved U.S. Air Force and U.S. Navy assets, including FA-18s. CENTCOM saying the strike reflects their ongoing commitment to protect U.S. and coalition personnel, regional partners, and international shipping. Of course, this comes after some more breaking news just overnight.
So here we go. America once again agitating another Middle Eastern country, either through proxy or directly. Here we go again.
When a rocket was fired from Yemen and it hit an area of Tel Aviv overnight, leaving 16 people injured by shattered glass, the Israeli military said on Saturday. That was days after Israeli airstrikes hit Houthi rebels who have been launched.
And they say the Israel Defense Force, a children's playground and house were hit tonight by a missile attack launched by Yemen by the Houthis terrorists. An elementary school was hit by a missile launched from Yemen by the Houthi terrorists just days ago. The Houthis only care about one thing: killing and destroying the most likely Israeli state. Most likely is what they're going to say.
Launching missiles in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. That attack came after Israeli airstrikes on Yemen's Houthi-held capital and port city of Hodeidah killed at least 9 people on Thursday. Those strikes came hours after a missile from Yemen hit a school building in central Israel. The Houthis also claimed a drone strike targeting an unspecified military target in central Israel that day. So there's been back and forth between Israel and the Houthis and the West in recent days, but the most recent breaking news, just hearing this within the past hour, that U.S. CENTCOM have conducted precision airstrikes against a missile storage facility and a command and control facility operated by Iran-backed Houthis within.
I mean, the strategy is really just hitting them to where they can't even strike back. Like going after military bases where they keep their missile factories. I mean, yeah, it's all smart it's all smart when you think about it military-wise, but aren't you just agitating another country in the Middle East? Or am I just over speculating?
I mean, it seems like they're making enemies of just about anybody surrounding them right now. I mean, begs the question, how far will this go? How far will we sanction it? And how far will Bibi Netanyahu and the rest of the Israeli brass take this?
And all right, man, now let's get into this spending bill because I believe I covered it last night. Well, let's get in a little deeper into it because shout out to Liberal Hive Mind because he definitely made a great video on it. Let's go.
Like the year where it all comes to a crashing end because Democrats just can't get a freaking break. Well, I don't know if that's exactly fair. I think a better way to describe the scenario is that the world has moved on. The world has woken up. Their eyes have been opened. They understand the tactics, and Democrats haven't caught on yet. And so they're basically engaging in the same dishonest BS that they usually do, except this time, mostly thanks to Elon Musk purchasing Twitter, now of course called X. Well, it's all backfiring spectacularly in the public eye. We got another embarrassing affair for the Democrats as they try to use the age-old tactic of attacking Republicans for being such callous sociopaths.
And if you see the meme of the day, the joke is actually hilarious. So the average CR bill, because like I said, bro, the bill was this thick. It was crazy
Mm-hmm.
how much pork was in that bill. And all of a sudden they neglect that. I mean, not neglect it, but they deny it, send it away, and say, no, we're not doing that. And then they come back with something like, boom, like 80% difference.
Who are voting
An 80% reduction.
against the interest of the most vulnerable who live among us. Yep, Republicans are voting against cancer research for kids. Oh, they're such bad people. But of course, as usual, there's much more to the story. And let's just say Democrats are deleting a lot of tweets today. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on. We got some stuff to get into. So let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's break down this circus in all its glorious detail, because apparently the Democrats are determined to put a show starring their favorite act. Republicans hate insert innocent group here. This time we're talking about the continuing resolution, the CR spending bill, that initially when presented was the size of, I don't know, roughly 5 or 6 encyclopedias. Then, of course, thanks to Elon Musk and many others, the bill was slashed from a 1,500 plus page monstrosity to a neat little 100-page
1,500 to 118 page bill. Can you imagine what type of BS they put in there? I'm just wondering. I'm like, hold on. So what was the 1,400 pages for then? Like, what was y'all trying to include in there to the point where, like, we had to tell you no on 114 pages worth of BS?
Some of that couldn't even have been relevant. It had to be some needless stuff that was inserted in there. You telling me 1,400 pages? It couldn't have just been all stadiums and raises and healthcare. There had to be some stuff that was literally pointless, like wasn't helping anybody. They just had it in there just because they felt like it was the right time to put it in the bill.
Man. And make sure y'all like the video, man. Go ahead and double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner to like the video. We appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
simple spending bill, as you can see right over here. Look at how much they cut, which in my opinion is objectively a good thing. But according to the Democrats, the Republicans have done something really awful here. At least according to Democrats on Twitter. Kyle Kulinski at Secular Talk initially tweeted, the deal Elon Musk killed had $190 million in funding for a child cancer research program, and now it's out. But very quickly, that post got community noted, as we're now learning that Republicans actually introduced a bill to fund this research program in a standalone bill that passed the House, and well, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats rejected it. It went nowhere in the Senate thanks to Democrats. And so you see exactly what's going on here, right? They're freaking liars. They're lying. It's right back to their favorite tactic.
So like I said, and this is what's so funny about this video is the fact that they came out with the bills. They came out and they said, oh, well, because they denied it, that's $190 million of funding that's not going to these children cancer program. And here's the funny thing is, Republicans been approved of this cancer research for children, been approved of it. And guess what? And guess who are the people who try to vote it down? Prominent Democrats like Schumer.
You know the drill. Just slap some emotionally charged priority into a giant spending bill, something like baby kittens healthcare or puppy orphanage rescue, or in this case, pediatric cancer research. And then when Republicans refuse to support this massive Goliath bill with all kinds of pork spending, Democrats run to the cameras, they run to social media and claim that Republicans hate sick kids. It's political theater 101, and it seems like the Democrats think that they've perfected this art of using heart-tugging issues as essentially a shield for all their pork spending nonsense. If Republicans push back on the price tag, the Democrats start shrieking. They're heartless, they're racist, they want children to die. Just like they did with Black Lives Matter, right? If you oppose all the shenanigans that happen there, all the corruption, well then the Democrat response is that you're racist and you must think that Black lives don't matter. It's so crazy, and it's always the same thing. I mean, we've been covering this tactic for years at this point. This is what the Democrats do.
And it's so crazy. Like, this was introduced as a standalone bill that has passed the House and is currently awaiting on the Senate. So yeah, it was a standalone bill about that they were trying to fund, children cancer research. It wasn't in the bill that they previously proposed. So yeah, the lies.
They put all kinds of slush fund pork spending in these massive bills and then use a government shutdown as a way to essentially blackmail Republicans into passing all of their spending dreams. But this time they made a big, big mistake. Going on this whole pediatric cancer research thing has exposed them like never before. And most importantly, I think it's exposed a very important concept that a lot of people are really starting to understand, the concept of standalone bills. You don't need to shove everything into a continuing resolution. especially when it's not continued spending. A continuing resolution theoretically should just be a continuation of funding whatever government is currently doing. But Democrats, what they want to do is add all kinds of nonsense. We're talking $1 trillion here, not just little pennies. And the voters, or really the MAGA base, has been saying forever, it's got to stop. If Democrats want something, if they want funding for a particular program, they can pass a standalone bill to fund that program. Yet every single time, it's Democrats who don't get on board and vote against these standalone bills.
And shout out Fox Chase 93. Rumor is Laura Trump just stepped down from consideration for Florida senator and has an announcement in January. I put money on it. She runs for speaker after what Johnson did.
All right.
Excuse me.
All right. So pretty much the rumor Lord Trump stepped down from consideration of Florida senator.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Were there any rumors coming now about her? Because I if there's any like rumors coming out, I'm pretty sure we'd have picked it up. So I don't know. We'll definitely double check that one because who knows?
I haven't heard anything circulate as of yet, but I mean, it sounds like it's a developing situation, so we can maybe expect to see something. But
yeah, it's not like she was in a running and she stepped down, so it might have been. It's a little hard to catch those.
Yeah, that is kind of likely though. I mean, the opening is there for her to run for speaker. You do make a good point with that, Fox Chase.
And don't worry, big dog. We'll definitely look more into it.
Bills. And why do you think that is? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? They know the American people wouldn't support half the stuff they're spending money on. And so this is what they do to distract the American public. It's political theater at its finest. Cram all your shady dreams and desires into a bill, then call Republicans monsters if they don't fall in line. Well, now people have seen the truth. And Democrats are taking a huge L here. Their usual trick, their guilt-tripping tactics, just got exposed. This whole saga now shows that they're less interested in actual solutions and more interested in having a handy political club to whack Republicans over the head with. It's all about narrative control, about painting the GOP as villains.
And that's what they're like. Here's the thing, though. I keep going back to the border bill because it's crazy that they try to do the same thing to Republicans. They come up with a BS ass bill, then they try to send it through. And then when everybody rightfully denies it, they be like, oh, they never wanted to fix the problem. Just like with this spending bill. Oh, yeah, let's put in something that helps us but helps nobody else. And then when it gets rightfully denied, we're going to turn around and say, well, they didn't want to help children. You see how heartless these Republicans are. They don't even want to help children for cancer. It's like, what are you talking about? It was a standalone bill that we've been sent through. And there are Democrats who the one who didn't want it to go through. So what did I say about y'all?
Yeah, shout out Fox Chase. It looks like he's corrected his super chat. He said it opposite. He said she in fact did step down, but she has an announcement in January. And the rumor is that she's gonna announce her run for House Speaker.
That'd be cold. I mean, it would be cold. Now let's get into this next one where this man, Henry Sissies, whatever his name is. All I know his name is Henry. He pretty much gets cooked, but by Tim Cook. I'm sorry, by Tim Pool.
That is funny.
By Tim Pool. He gets cooked by Tim Pool. And the crazy thing is, Tim Pool outright calls him like, bro, you have fascist ideology. And it was wild when he said it. I was like, yo, but he had a point.
So let's do it.
Get right to it.
Enjoy it. Take a look.
The month that they should get. I do respect the fact that they were prosecuted in a court of law, and I don't think Trump to send a message to his base that what happened on January 6th was good, which is why he would do such a pardon, should be pardoning folks who were violent. Or
I think 3 years is long enough.
Yeah, and that's a wrong stance, but okay.
How's it wrong?
I just explained it to you.
No. You didn't. You said the court process should play out the way it is. My opinion on the amount of time should be served for a crime is not just wrong because you like courts.
No, I get
You
that.
need to explain
I'm saying
why the time frame I'm asserting should be longer than 3 years.
No, I'm saying the default, you have to have overwhelming, compelling evidence that someone has been wronged to justify a president stepping in and saying, I'm subverting the justice system outcome. Do you agree with that premise?
No.
That's immoral.
So you're making a fascist argument.
A fascist argument?
You are making the fascist argument that the hierarchical structure of government is just and should be upheld regardless.
Why?
That's what I'm saying. It's like we believe a government over everything. So we believe that the government cannot be wrong, even though we have evidence of the government continuously being wrong.
They never make any excuses. They're all knowing, all powerful, omnipotent.
And you're just saying that just because it comes from the government, it's automatically like solidified and all truth. When obviously our government went against citizens, our own citizens, just for exposing truth.
Okay, I'm not going to ask that. This is
Right. And so the system we have is
I'm just not loving, and this is a way of celebrating violence that Trump is celebrating those as far as a pardon and in his rhetoric and in his national anthem thingy, people who attacked the Capitol. Why did they attack it? Because they believe lies about the election.
there's a variety of reasons why people were violent on January 6th, largely that they believe
You
the
could
election
just
was
be like,
stolen.
hey, that's bad. You don't have to keep going.
Well, I've called for their arrest and prosecution. Like this is not a shock to my audience.
My reporting
Really
is
disagree.
responsible for the arrest of a couple of January.
My point
6th
is that
rioters.
if you've got somebody on a misdemeanor charge who's been held without trial, a pardon makes perfect sense, unless you're a fascist and the system is just. So it's like Benjamin Franklin, who said it is better that 100 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer. You've taken the Otto von Bismarck approach of it is better that 10 innocent people suffer than one guilty person escape.
No.
Yeah. Well, okay, you have.
No,
Right.
I
So
haven't.
you, so
The people
no,
that
no,
you
stop.
talk about
You don't know
are-
anything about these January 6 cases. You don't know why these people are in jail. You don't know that a man is in Brooklyn right now for 3 years without charge or trial. And when Donald Trump says these people have been held for too long, you say, no, Trump is wrong. Keep them locked up. That's fascist. Dude. You've been sitting here with no knowledge of the specifics of some of these cases. There is a man in Brooklyn right now. I'm going to say it again. No charges whatsoever brought. And he's been in jail for 3 years. For you to sit there and say it is good that he remains locked up is fascism. That is saying the hierarchical system of the courts and the government is just, and the process is all that matters. And I am saying perhaps 3 years is enough, because I actually have moral logic and an understanding of these cases. Hence, my position on January 6th has always been the people who have attacked police must go to prison. But 3 years is a time for assault on an officer. We have seen people on the far left, notably when they were firebombing shit all across Minnesota, 33 people murdered. And how many criminal charges did we get for this? When they firebombed a police station and forced the police to evacuate. How many of them who never showed up on that day are in prison for 20 years? Enrique Tarrio wasn't even in D.C. on January 6th. And you are saying that man who his only crime was, quote, don't leave. That's his only crime. You think he should be in prison for 20 years because you're a
And you know, it's crazy. We always bring up the comparisons of the BLM riot to the January 6th riot. Every time we bring up the comparisons, it's like there's just really no way you can compare it and sit there and say that, oh, well, the January 6th was an insurrection, not call the BLM an insurrection.
Well, you can compare it, but you should be able to notice the glaring differences as far as damage done, lives lost, and just the rhetoric, just how it was treated by the media and by the public conception.
And the numbers are always doubled on the BLM side. When we talk about damages, live loss, officers attacked, it's all doubled on that side.
Yep.
So if we can watch there or see the numbers doubled on a riot, then what the hell are we calling January 6th an insurrection for?
But you see the difference in how the media and the public perception is on BLM versus January 6th. One is praised, highlighted, and the other is admonished. And we're, these are criminals.
Bro, man, look, we got people sitting in jail for 3 years who didn't really do anything.
Doing some lengthy federal prison sentencing.
Man, but
for just being on the premise.
And then we got people who was out there doing crimes who got let out by,
celebrities, politicians.
What was it?
Entertainers were bailing them out.
I think it was Chrissy Teigen, Kamala Harris. People like them were, bailing out these criminals.
a fascist. You don't care what the facts are. You don't care if this is unjust. You only care that the machine state has decreed you are not to be locked up. And this is the problem I have with the left. They don't know the facts. They don't care about the facts. They view morality as a blanket government stroke of the pen, and every person, regardless of their crime, should be in prison for decades. I reject it outright. The people who fought cops should go to prison. They did. It's been 3 years. But when you've got people who are on misdemeanor charges for having walked into a building at 4 p.m. after the riot, and I know some of these people, they walked into a building for 2 minutes and walked out, and they got 18 months for that. I don't see you defending the innocent people who walked onto a public grass at a public building after a riot had been completed. You don't know.
Because the left paints them all with a very broad brush, and they paint them all as, oh, they're insurrectionists, they're traitors. I'm like, whoa. You tell me, dude who just walked into something crazy, walked in, seen where he's like, oh crap, let me walk back out. 18 months. You think he's a traitor just for walking onto the premises? He's a traitor? You guys are tripping. You're painting everybody with a broad brush, no matter how small the crime, as long as there was a part of January 6th in the smallest way, you feel like they deserve to be in jail.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Who don't care. You've taken a tribal position and people are suffering because of it.
Now you see exactly why I'm hyped up for this video. And it's not just the energy, which of course I appreciate. No, what's really got me hyped up is the fact that Tim Pool, honestly, in this moment, he spoke for me. I mean, I've been talking about this a lot lately. Just the lazy rhetoric and lazy talking points of the left and their constant appeals to authority. On so many of these issues, they have no freaking clue what they're talking about, but they all sit there in their little bubbles and just regurgitate the talking point. Oh, well, the state said this. Oh, the experts said this. Oh, the court said this. Therefore, we must not question any of it. It's all legitimate and simply move along. No, no, that's not the way this works. If you're going to sit there and advocate for people to rot in a prison cell, if you're going to celebrate and claim that it's the right thing to do, well, you better be able to at least back it up with some of the evidence. No, of course not. That's not the way that it works in left-wing politics. It's just make the statement and then say, well, the court said so. Well, the expert organization said so. Therefore, that's not a freaking argument. That's called being a mindless drone, a mindless NPC who simply goes along with whatever the establishment is saying. And this, of course, is all the left seems to do these days. You know, they talk a whole lot about fighting for the little guy, taking on dark money in the shadow billionaire class, but each and every single time, all these leftists do is parrot the talking points and uplift the narratives that the establishment and the shadowy cabal wants them to uplift. They're a party of simplistic black and white narratives and emotional appeals, and you see it in their talking points all the time. These people can't critically think, they just say things. Everything's a narrative. Oh, insurrection. Okay, well, can you define insurrection? Can you explain to me what these people did to deserve 17 years in prison? Are many of these individuals in solitary?
Better yet, can you tell me the difference between a riot and an insurrection?
And that point is actually very true. These are narratives that they've been running with for the better part of 3-4 years. And every time they're disproven, they just repeat the same things. Like how? What is an insurrection? What is the definition of one?
Like, man, and it's just so crazy just because I will never forget the Andrew Wilson and Destiny debate where Andrew Wilson just said, okay, cool. Tell me what's the difference between a riot and an insurrection by your definition. And all Destiny could say, oh, that the actions that happened on January 6th. And he's like, that's not what I was asking.
Right.
And that's not the definition of insurrection. Like you're literally trying to put the definition of insurrection on an event. And that's not a definition. So, and then he asked him, all right, well, you believe that BLM was the BLM riots was a riot, right?
He said no.
Nah, he did say yeah. He said, yeah, BLM riots were definitely a riot. I'm like, oh, okay. So what's the difference between that and January 6th? Because, you know, the state property was damaged on there too. But nobody was brought up on insurrection charges. So yeah, it was a very interesting debate. I might have to bring it up one day. Or, you know, I might bring it up on here if y'all like the video, and go ahead and double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. But now let's get to the next video because our man Tom Homan is on, well, pretty much he's on the interview with Benny Johnson. So shout out, man. Let's get to it.
Thank you so much for being on the program, Tom. We really appreciate it, and just had to have a little breaking news there. It must be exciting for you to watch Trump do those kind of deals and work like that behind the scenes. Sometimes you don't get to see it in public. That was kind of remarkable.
I see a lot. I'm with President Trump an awful lot, and look, President Trump's a badass president. I mean, there's no one can compare to him, and I've said many times, not afraid to say it. He's the greatest president in my lifetime. He's proven it. When it comes to border security, unprecedented success. The economy, unprecedented success. So look, this is typical Trump. I've been with him many times. He'll broker a deal within 30 seconds and usually come out on top.
Have you watched him do this with Northern Triangle state leaders? He's been pushing pretty hard on tariffs for Mexico.
He make it sound like bro just walk in there and be like, look, man, you're gonna concede to what I want. I'm just here for the photo ops, mate, to make y'all not look so bad, okay? So here, shake my hand, but you're gonna agree to what I want, and I'm gonna walk out of here. All right. He just does make everything seem so badass, especially when Tom Homan says, "What you mean?" He runs these negotiations like 30 minutes, and he's out.
Mexico, and it was amazing. Just like overnight, you hear the Mexican president say, "Wait a second, no more migrant caravans." It seems to work.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I remember when we did a Operation Matador in New York City. We arrested just short of 500 gang members.
He's looking at the
Most
results
of them
of now.
MS-13. On the way back to Air Force One, President Trump said, "All right, we got all these gang members. How quick can you get them out?" And I said, "It's going to take a while because El Salvador pushes back on taking people back, especially criminals. This has been going on for at least 2 decades." President Trump said, "Well, let me address that." In 48 hours, I got a phone call. How many planes can you fill full of MS-13 members? Fill them and get them south because they're going to take them. So he had a conversation with El Salvador. Said, "You're going to take these people. I'll take every dollar of international aid away from you."
El Salvador is wild because guess what, man? Let's see. The president of El Salvador came on Tucker Carlson and explained, how he reduced his country's, crime, but he forgot to explain how, yes, he arrested every MS-13 member in his country. But then guess what? He dumped them in America. Yeah, he forgot to explain that part, but he did like to brag to the world how he reduced his crime dramatically by locking up all these gang members.
Kicking them out.
Yep, because I guess his jail infrastructure just couldn't hold all them people.
Well, it sounds good on the numbers, too.
Yeah, don't it? Too bad, we got to go down because of it. But not anymore.
Crime is down. The streets are safer. Like, what'd you do with all the people? What'd you do with all the criminals?
You better build a bigger jail because we sending them back. You better build a bigger jail. Hopefully you got time, El Salvador. You do have time. You got until January.
He got the 3 Central American countries, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, to agree to safe third country. He got Mexico to agree to remain in Mexico and put 10,000 military troops on the northern and southern border. All these countries said no when he first asked them, but he quickly got them to yes within days. So look, he's putting America first. He's not taking no for an answer.
And I know that you are so unbelievably close with the president, and obviously you're one of the first appointments that he made, and to your great honor and credit to your work here as borders are in the first administration, and then moving through quickly, hopefully into 2025. What policy would you like to see enforced with Mexico and with our southern border? What would he?
Before we get into Mexico, can y'all go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video for us? We appreciate the support. Or hit those 3 dots up there in the corner of the screen to like the video. Let's keep it going, guys.
Dream southern border look like for Tom Homan?
Remain in Mexico was a game changer. Remain in Mexico, that moved illegal immigration to a 45-year low. It moved immigration down 90%. And that was tremendous. And we need to get that back in place. I'm sure President Trump's already having discussions with the president of Mexico. If not, I won't be deeply involved with those discussions with officials in Mexico. We've done it before. We'll do it again. Also, end catch and release. We got to end catch and release because people know they're going to cross the border, which is a crime, get released in the United States, many not to show up in immigration court ever. They're going to keep coming. And the statute clearly says, the federal law says, when you enter the country illegally without proper documentation, you shall be detained. That's what the word is, shall. Not maybe, not think about it, shall. So we're going to end catch release day one. We'll get the remaining method.
And I love how he just makes it seem like, well, actually, it is what it is when he says, yo, we're just following the law here. For a long time, the law has not been upheld, and they've been trying to go around this law. But here Tom Homan is going like, bro, it's not a if or a through court. When you cross over here illegally, you shall be apprehended and you shall be sent back. There should be nothing in between that. So let's go.
Throw a program back in. We're going to continue building the wall because the wall works. And we'll put the third safe country agreements back into place. We're going to brush off the plan we did back in the first Trump administration, add a few more things. And we'll secure the border at a record level, even better than we did in the first administration. We're going to finish the job this time.
I don't think that world leaders will be your problem. I really don't. I think that world leaders will fall into place like dominoes. I think that actually your main problem, Mr. Homan, will be American political leaders. J.B. Pritzker of Illinois made some news here with a headline. He says, if you come for my people, you're going to have to get through me. I'm wondering if you could, this is a direct message to you, Mr. Homan. Could you respond to this?
Game on. Game on. First of all, President Trump's been pretty clear, and I've been pretty clear, that we're going to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats right out of the gate. I can't believe you got any governor, any mayor saying they don't want public safety threats and national security threats out of their community. That's their number one responsibility, protection of the community. But they obviously hate Trump more than they love their community. But look, Don't help me. That's fine with that. Get out of the way.
And I think Shank said it best. Shank Uldrich, he said it best when he said, bro, the problem with our party is that Trump is giving us some wins and the Democrats are against it.
They don't even want to recognize
it. They don't even want to recognize it. So it's kind of like even Shank's going like, yo, a win's a win. If he does something against the establishment, we should give Donald Trump his props. But the fact is, we can't even give Donald Trump his props, even when he does something that both sides agree on. They're just like, oh, no, all of a sudden that's a bad idea now. I'm like, it's like tariffs. Tariffs was only a bad idea until Trump said he was using them.
It's their hate for Trump that really overrides and supersedes everything else. I mean, it makes them very narrow-minded when it comes to politics because, like you said, if Trump can do something positive and they're just like, nah, he's a bad guy and we can never see any good in him, it's actually kind of toxic.
Man, shout out, man. Appreciate y'all, bro. So go ahead and double tap that screen. Let's get more people in on the conversation. And go ahead and double tap and go ahead and hit those 3 dots up there and send any question, comments, or jokes you want to send in. Dial up super chat. We'll go ahead and read it out loud and post it to the top of the chat.
This man can fix America overnight, and they'd be like, he's still a felon.
Get the hell out of the way, because we're going to do it. If that means I got to send twice as many resources to your city, that's what I'll do. Because here's what I need to understand. If they let me into the jail, right? The sanctuary city means they won't let us into the jail. Law enforcement can't work with us. Let me into the jail where you already arrested the bad guy and locked him up in a jail cell. That's the guy I want to talk to. But because you won't let me in that jail, because you won't let law enforcement give me that person, what's going to happen? We're going to go to the community and find him after you release him, and we will find him. And when we find him, we're going to find him with others. Others are probably on a priority arrest, but guess what? They are now because you're standing in front of us. So your actions are going to result in more arrests than you can imagine. More arrests of non-priority aliens because you forced me in that position. I'm good with that. I'm not sure they're going to be good with it. Well, understand your actions are refusing to let law enforcement work for law enforcement is going to result in more arrests. I'm good with that.
There was a pretty famous line that you said about the Denver mayor who also made a similar claim, saying, I'm willing to go to jail. And you said, well, I'm happy to put you there for interfering with law enforcement. Seems like there might be some blue on blue potential conflicts here. He says, I'm going to use the Denver police to stop Tom Homan. How are you going to deal with that, Tom?
I don't think the Denver police will do it. I think the Denver police are going to step aside and let us do our job. Because look, I've been clear. I'm not fooling around.
I'm pretty sure the Denver police also see the danger that it puts their people in, or puts the people they're supposed to, serve and protect in. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be like, yeah, I ain't going to lie. Mayor, look, man, like I get it. We're supposed to listen to you, but man, for the people, we got to let my man do his job. And it does. Let's be real. I could see where some of these mayors would end up going to jail because not only is it kind of treasonous because you are betraying your people for, let's see, a group of people who's not supposed to be here, but you're also hiding and concealing these people that needs to be taken back. I'm like, yeah, the demonstration families.
No, it is treacherous. You're actually betraying not only the oath to the people, but the citizens of the city that you rule over. Like, you're only representing the people that back that type of decision. What about everybody else who have been disenfranchised or have been harmed by the migrants that you're doing everything to protect?
And if they want to be fair, then why don't they get everybody who back it to go ahead and taking these immigrants in their house under their tax dollars?
That's what I say, man. Open up that spare bedroom, man.
Go ahead, man. But hey, never mind. Wonder why? That boy Tom Homan and ICE kicking that bitch down and coming from.
There are federal statutes that clearly say,
excuse my language,
if you knowingly harbor and conceal an illegal alien from ICE officials, from immigration officers, that's a felony. Impeding federal law enforcement officers' performance of those duties is a felony. So try me. I mean, Mayor of Chicago said that Governor Pritzker said the other day, I don't think Homan has the authority. He's a border czar. What is that? Well, I'm a senior advisor to the President of the United States. So I certainly think I have the authority to do what I need to do. And look, I'm not going to be prosecuting the case. The U.S. Attorney will prosecute the case. And who's going to be Attorney General? Well, let's think a minute. Pam Bondi. You don't think she'll prosecute these cases? She absolutely will. Who's going to run the FBI? Kash Patel. You don't think he's going to be involved in the investigation? So look, this is not a threat. Or maybe it is. Bottom line is there are statutes on the books that we will enforce. There is no reason you should not want public safety threats removed from your communities. So, we're going to go do it. And I hope they don't cross that line. I don't want blue on blue. I don't want blue on red. But let us do our job, because we're going. And I'd like to remind them, ICE isn't making this up. ICE is enforcing the laws enacted and created by Congress, signed by the president. We're not making this up. So Governor Pritzker, you don't like what we're doing? Go to Congress and change the law. Until then, we're going to enforce the law without apology. President Trump has a mandate for the American people. We're going to have the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. And I'm not going to apologize for it. I'm not running a popularity contest. I'm going to do the job, and you can't stop me.
You got to love that no-nonsense approach. Like the man that is standing on standard. I mean, y'all know Tom Homan is twice retired, right? He's done this job 2 other times. He's worked with Obama. He's worked with Trump in the past. This man has the know-how, has the experience, has the resume to come in and do the job necessary. That's why I say, man, Tom Homan, out of all the staff picks, he's probably the most qualified. He was the first one.
I love it.
He was the first one. Trump said, bro, as soon as Trump got an election or won the election and he knew he was going to have to come up with his cabinet, Tom was the first call he made.
You know what's so funny? It's like the Democrats don't think that they'll bring this man back, but it's like, bro, I don't care. We gotta bring this man out of retirement a third time,
2, 3 times.
I don't care, bro. Y'all gonna get this border right eventually. And that's the best thing about Tom Homan. He's not taking no BS. He's like, you can't stop me.
Trump literally got on the phone and said, I know a guy. He called Tom.
He said, y'all can't stop me this time. Actually, what you mean? Y'all had the most BS border czar in history, Kamala Harris. Now we got Tom Homan. Oh yeah, y'all not stopping anything no more. It's a wrap.
You're speaking here, Mr. Homan. Everything I want, virtually every single quote I want to put on a T-shirt.
Make sure to like the video, guys. Go and double tap that screen front to the 3 dots up there in the corner. We appreciate the support.
Right, like I'm gonna do the job and you can't stop me. It's freaking great. It's like a slogan from like an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie from the 80s. Is there criminal liability for these mayors and governors? It does seem like they would be interfering with federal authorities. It does seem like that's the true insurrection. I mean, am I not wrong that definitionally insurrecting would be using law enforcement to fight the federal government from lawfully enforcing the rules of this country? Wouldn't that be considered an insurrection?
I don't know, but it's a felony. A felony we will prosecute. And look, there's a lot of hate out there right now. I mean, I got death threats against me and my family, and because I'm going to do the job that Congress has required us to do. They enacted the laws for us to enforce. They budget us to do this job. We're going to do it. But people need to understand, I'm not going to be bullied. I'm not going to be manipulated. I'm not going away. I'm not going to be silenced. We're going to do this job. And again, don't cross the line. I would ask the mayor of Chicago, Governor Pritzker, simply read the statute. Read 18 U.S.C. 111. Read 1324 III. Read them. I mean, I'm not an attorney, but I know how to read. I think they know how to read too. Just read the statute and you decide if you're going to cross that line or instruct anybody else to cross that line, because we're going to get this job done. We're in the biggest national security threat this nation's ever had. The southern border with 2.2 million gotaways, but even some of the ones they arrested and released that weren't properly vetted, that came back hot after they released them, that they were on the list, the terrorist watch list. Biggest national security vulnerability in my lifetime. Even the FBI director, who I have zero respect in, even he agrees with me. Biggest national security vulnerability in the history of this nation. More red flags never seen before. And you, as an elected governor, elected mayor, want to stop me from removing public safety threats and national security threats from your communities? It's insulting at every level. Look, the New York City Mayor Eric Adams brought me to the table, and he sees his job as a mayor. Plus, that when I sat down with him, I quickly saw a career cop come out on him, because he's a career cop. He understands public safety threats should not be walking our neighborhoods. So he's stepping up. I'm hoping other mayors and governors step up.
Yeah, and I love it too, because I think he's talking about there's a lot of mayors that are stepping up, like Eric Adams.
You see, he's kind of
he's like
his tone.
Yeah, he's like, I can't wait.
Stands right here.
He like, that boy Homan, man. Look, bro, I can't wait. I'm gonna be the first one on that man's line, going like, yeah, help me get them out of here.
I'm quoting Eric Adams. He said, "We can be a team. I look forward to being a team with Tom Homan." I was like, bro, what?
Team?
I was like, wow.
Y'all got a problem down there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He said, bro, you might need to dedicate a whole task force to this, to getting all of them up out of here.
This man's position has changed so sharply in the past month or two. This is almost a new Eric Adams we're seeing.
And we can also talk about the counterpart position of the Chicago mayor, who said, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to protect these immigrants who are hurting our community, who was hurting his community or his city.
Yep.
The mayor, bro. It was so funny because I love it. Shout out to Chicago. These people actually came out and started grilling his ass.
Citizens came to the city hall.
Yeah, and
really
was like,
grilling.
bro, these people are literally destroying our community. You're telling them, oh, I'm going to protect you? Like, what are you talking about? But all right, let's keep it going.
Hoping it creates a domino effect that people start reading the statute, start talking to your constituents, for God's sake. The mayor of Chicago should talk to his constituents. He has the lowest rating in the history of any mayor in the history of the United States ever. I think he's got like a 21% approval rating now. So look, read the statute, be advised, we're coming. You're not going to stop us.
We have actually a photo here of you with the mayor of New York, Eric Adams. He said he's going to shut down migrant hotels. He says he's going to work with your office. He says that they're going to increase law enforcement. I mean, what a massive win. You're not even in office yet, sir. And what an incredible win for the American people. It's not red or blue. It's about the red, white, and blue. Like these are wins for public safety. New York has fallen into many parts of New York. I was shocked when I was there recently. Sunken into third world conditions.
Oh, look, it's incredible that a retired career law enforcement officer and mayor of the biggest city in the nation wants my law enforcement officers to go into Rikers Island, where the bad guys at. Wow. So when they release them, we get them. It's amazing that, you know, he wants law enforcement working law enforcement. It's just incredible. I mean, every mayor should be doing this. You're exactly right.
I have one more question that has to do with the general New York region and a lot of mysterious sightings of drones in the sky. It's obviously a national security threat. You are the most concerned about national security of any public official I've ever met. I would want to get your take on this. Many people are saying that these are government drones, that they're looking potentially for some type of either radioactive material or dangerous or hazardous material, and that this may be something that could really cause some real damage or threat to the American public. Do you have any take on these drones or lights that we're seeing above New Jersey, and any information for our viewers?
You know what's so wild about it? I don't think Tom Holmes is going to have too much on that. But it is a bit funny that he is asking him that question because
somebody.
Yeah, like him or Tulsi Gabbard is probably the two best people. It's like, bro, we're having drones the size of minivans like flying over the state of New Jersey.
Nobody knows anything. What's your take on this?
Like, bro, it's so crazy. I mean, bro. There's a certain fashion designer company that actually decided to take advantage of this and came out with a whole New Jersey fashion line for the event.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I know.
Marketing on 10.
Night marketing they never miss, huh? Cannot miss a beat when it comes to marketing. But all right, though, let's get into this other video because let's see here. Senator has a warning for the rhinos, which is Republican in name only, looking to sabotage Trump's pick. You're walking on eggshells. Let's get into this video, man, and shout out our man Benny for giving it to us. All right, let's go ahead and get this one full screen for y'all, and let's go.
Senator Jen Chucky Psaki says that you all in the Senate are going to backstab Donald Trump and going to sabotage all of Trump's picks. And she has sources saying that it's all fake and that there's no real support for Donald Trump or his picks. Is that true?
Benny, I thought we were friends. You made me watch her. My God, what an idiot. And now, I will say this. We are struggling, we being the Republicans up here, to come to a decision that our country is in trouble. This is going to be our last chance, Benny. There's not going to be another chance. But you got several of these senators up here that are trying to be relevant. Oh, I'm going to do my due diligence. Wait a minute. The people of Alabama gave a referendum to me, said, you vote for whatever Donald Trump wants. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So these people from the senator from Alaska, Donald Trump wins Alaska. But she's going to play judge and jury over Donald Trump's picks. I don't understand this. I really don't. Yeah. But at the end of the day, whatever that lady was, the red-haired lady, I can't even pronounce Chucky. Her name. Yeah, Chucky. She might have something there. I mean, she obviously is deep state, and she's probably hearing things that we don't hear, that the people that are on Donald Trump's side, that are on the American people's side, that are on America's side. and I've heard a few rumors that there's some.
No, and I do agree that I do not like how they're coming after Trump's picks, especially Tulsi Gabbard. Like I said, completely disrespectful, fought for our country, but they are on try to call her a traitor.
Yeah, some of these people that they're coming for, they have no right. And these are well-respected people within the industry, within the line of work that they're in. So to come for them with all these media attacks, it really just, honestly, like I said, any affiliation with Trump, they're gonna come for you.
I would say this: Biden pardoned a woman who actually, betrayed the American people. Y'all don't talk about that though. But y'all want to hop on somebody who's actually, served the American people.
Like I said, well-respected people. There's no other reason or excuse for them to be trying to dig up all their skeletons or just paint these narratives against them, other than their affiliation with Trump. Like there's not there. I mean, a few months ago, Tulsi was good. What's changed?
Yeah, good point. And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video for us. We appreciate the support. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Also, 3 dots up there is another way to like the video and send in any question, comments, or jokes. $1 and up. We'll post it up to the top of the chat and read it out loud. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
There's going to be some things come out from the mainstream media late, right before the hearings.
Yeah.
So we got to be very, very wary of that, because people up here kind of walk on eggshells, because you said we need term limits, but we don't have those. People want to stay up here forever. And we got to man up. We got to bow up to this deep state, Benny. It is showing its teeth as we speak. And if we don't get changes in the military, the DOJ, education, it's over. If we were to have a woke general going around right now saying, hey, we're going to keep on doing the same things in the military and we're the best ever, these same people that you just showed they're Republicans that are saying, hey, we're interviewing these, they'd already be on board. They'd be on board with that.
Yeah.
And folks, we cannot afford to do that again.
46 of your colleagues voted for Lloyd Austin, who we call DEI Darth Vader, to turn the military into a woke, lesbian, liberal arts faculty lounge. And it's really something. I can't live in a world. I don't understand a world where a senator from Iowa or from Alaska or from legitimate red states like Kentucky would ever dare slight not just Donald Trump, but let's just go back from a just pure Republic standpoint, their own voters, right? Like Kentucky votes for 20 points for Donald Trump. So in what universe do you say, do you spite your voters and say I'm wiser and better and smarter than them? It seems very disrespectful.
Benny, you hit it earlier. This is not about Pete Hegseth or Kash Patel or any of these people. This is about Donald Trump. This is about Donald Trump, that very few people on the Republican side up until 6 months ago were not really on his side until he won the nomination because they didn't think he could win. I was the first senator to come out, and I'm not bragging on that. But when he came out and said, I'm running, I said to myself, I even told my wife this, he's the only one that can save us, because I see all the shenanigans going on up here. He's a leader. He's not a politician. He's going to go straight for the throat. He's going to try to save the American people.
Yeah, I would say that for sure. Like the rest of the politicians were a little too shaky. Nikki Haley, she was a little bit too pro-war, and Vivek was a little bit too new to trust at the time. But even though in my eyes he was a great candidate, but Trump just was honestly the best pick. And yeah, as he said, a lot of people felt like, this is our only hope. This is the last one. If we lose this, we might not gain it back again. As Elon said, we might not be able to vote for the next 10, 20 years. I'm like, damn.
He was rolling off the momentum from 2020. All his fans or his supporters that felt like he was wronged or came up short in 2020, he was able to roll that into a surging amount of new support with young voters, TikTok, swinging voters who were in the middle, moderates. That's ultimately what got him to win this time around.
I don't know whether he can do it. I don't know whether he can do it, but he's our only chance. He's the only one that I know on this universe right now that could try to straighten this mess out, that he could get enough people on his side to make this all work. But as we speak, 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, they're up there trying to destroy everything going on, spend every dime that they could spend, get everything out the door, probably burning all the files they have, because when January 20th comes, they know they're in trouble. And, they could care nothing about this country. They hadn't cared anything for 4 years. Why should they start now?
Here's a photo of you and Kash Patel from, I think this was yesterday or at least earlier this week. It's fantastic photo. It has it's a video here. It's got your Miami football team, champion football team in the background there. It's great. So I mean, I guess that, I mean, you say you're burning the files. You are located in Washington, D.C. Are there little smoke plumes all over the city from government agencies? Because it seems like Kash Patel is going to get it. Is that your takeaway from this meeting?
I think he will. Again, you never know what the deep state's going to do. This place up here now is very, very deep with people that have been here forever that want to continue to remain in power, Benny. And again, I tell you, the next month and a half is going to be very, very interesting because Donald Trump, he just wore them out at the polls. And just unfortunate for us. We should have won 2 or 3 more Senate seats, but I think that was handled very well. At the end of the day, we lost them in the dark of the night 3 or 4 days later after your election. But again, that's deep state. That's what happened here in Washington, D.C. But it's time to fight. We're not going to have another chance. If we don't get it done this time with President Trump, it'll have to burn all the way to the ground, and our kids and grandkids will have to build it back the way that me and you have had the opportunity to live in this country.
Yeah, I know we're up against a hard out, but I just wanted to dig down on something that you said off the top here, that you're hearing rumors. So there are rumors that are going around the Senate that we're going to get another Kavanaugh round of, I can't believe anonymous sources say this horrible thing, whatever. You know, every pick is Genghis Khan, right? Is that happening? Is that happening in Tulsi, RFK, Kash, Hegseth?
I think we'll see that probably with Pete, and probably with Kash, and probably with Tulsi. I don't think the other ones, but you've got a huge movement, Benny, that are totally against these people because, as you just said, they're going to expose everybody. They have no skin in the game. They want to expose it all. And the deep state can't allow that to happen. That's on both sides of the aisle. So I think you're going to see a huge fight come January. It's going to be very interesting. I'm right in the middle of it, and I'm going to fight like hell for President Trump and all of his nominees.
And in closing here, Mitch McConnell, we heard he had another fall yesterday. Do you have any status report?
Really?
No, he did.
Man had another fall.
He slipped and fell.
I mean, he just slipped and fell.
Bro, how many times is that man gonna fall or like freeze
or have? I mean, bro, look like
he's worse than Joe Biden at this point.
Yeah, I mean, bro, is like skin is all is experiencing discoloration. It's like, bro, what type of elder abuse y'all practice in this government, bro?
I don't know if y'all see it either, but every time he's on the podium, he's surrounded by at least 10 or more handlers. Like, he's clearly not doing anything on his own strength or
maybe the Democratic Party realized that all their new bloods are a bunch of puppets and they can't trust them to come up with no new ideas for the Democratic Party. So they just hinge on the old ones. Because, like, where's the new blood here? Because we got some new blood in our Republican Party. People are excited about.
Different. It's just old money. They're bought out, but they sold their souls years ago.
Yeah, but I would say this: at least we got new blood on the conservative side. The liberal side, who they got, AOC, and the old heads on the Democratic side don't even trust her.
That is true. There's a lot of infighting going on over there right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It, bro. I think somebody said it best when they said they need to have their own little civil war within their party.
Purge all the bad guys, the bad apples.
Yep, the ones that lost them this election.
Right outside of our door where we have a caucus lunch on Tuesday. I think he's doing fine, but he's going out. He's not the leader anymore, and John Thune's pretty much taken over as we speak. So, wish him well, but hope he's not hurt too bad. As you said, it's another day coming.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Term limits and voter ID, the two most popular policies in the country. There's Gallup polling on this. Tens of thousands of Americans say term limits and voter ID are the two most single popular issues in the country. We really hope that we can get some of those passed this next Congress. And we know that you, Senator, you had an actual successful career outside of the Senate, which is very rare. And so congratulations. Who's going to win college football championship? And closing question: who's going to win this year?
Oregon. That's who I'm picking.
Oregon's it. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, go follow Tommy Tuberville. You can't go wrong. 110,000 people, Senator, on his way to 1 million, rocking and rolling. One of the true good one of the true good guys in the Senate. Godspeed, Senator. Please come back
Thank
and
you,
give us
Billy.
updates regularly.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
All right. All right, man. Let's get to the next video. The next video I wanted to bring up was actually an interesting one. Well, and I'm going to say interesting only because, well, we have a senator here that, well, a lot of people don't know too much about, but he was one of the main people who actually spoke out against the spending bill and who speaks out about, a lot of corruption in the government, and who also lives off the grid successfully, fluently.
Shout out.
I mean, everything from his heating, electric, and everything disconnected from society.
Man, officially did it. He is him.
Yep. True American patriot, Thomas Massey.
Let's do it, guys.
Yep.
Like the video if you haven't already. Double tap that screen for us, or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. Set in key media. Show some support. We're going to keep this one going for you guys, man. Go ahead and drop a like on us, though.
And let's figure out why he, voted 15 times against funding Israel. Let's find
out. Look, we haven't named 30 post offices. Last month, we voted like 15 or 16 times on issues related to Israel. And, I've been hit because I voted no on all of those.
Why because you hate Israel, or is there another reason?
No, because I'm against sending our money overseas. I'm against starting another proxy war. I'm against sanctions because it's going to weaken the dollar. I'm for free speech. Like, all of these resolutions run afoul of those things, and that's why I can't vote for them.
Tell us what the free speech part of it.
So recently they brought a bill to Congress, and this was actually a binding bill, not a non-binding resolution. This was going to have the effect of law, and people would get, prosecuted if they engaged in anti-Semitism on campuses. And the problem with this bill is they use some international definition of anti-Semitism on a website somewhere. My first question is, why don't you just put the definition in the bill? Why are you pointing to somebody's URL in a piece of legislation?
You are the Congress, right?
Right. We are the
write
Congress.
the laws.
We should be. Instead, we're referencing a website, that's not even, hosted in the United States. And so I went to this website, and it's got a, fairly short definition, but it's also got examples of things that would be considered anti-Semitism. And some of these are actually passages in the New Testament, if you will, would be banned by this international definition of anti-Semitism. For instance, saying that Jews killed Jesus, which is, in the Bible, he was not welcome among his own people. Okay. And so that would be anti-Semitism. And if you engaged in that on campus, or just offered that as a thought, let's say in a classroom, you would be anti-Semitic, and you would run afoul of the Department of Education and some federal laws. And, there were other examples in there that were hard to believe. For instance, comparing the policies of Israel to the Nazi regime would be anti-Semitic. But the question is, what if their policies ever became the same? Is this a static definition?
Or what if we just have different opinions?
Is like, yo, that's a pretty good point. It's like, okay, so to say that they're running like Nazis, it sounds wrong. It's anti-Semitic, but what if they're actually doing that? What if it's the truth? Is it still anti-Semitic, or are we just riding on the truth?
That's the problem with the label of anti-Semitism, is it kind of it dissuades people from ever asking certain questions, because you face being labeled such a nasty term. Like I said, it's used to censor people, and even when you're labeled that, you're actually, as the person that is being labeled that, you're kind of scared, because like, if you go any further down the path, you could also face more repercussion. You could be canceled, so to speak. There's just so many consequences you could face by that label in and of itself.
And your opinion is now a crime.
Right. I mean even if it's abhorrent,
even if it's wrong and stupid,
it's still legal. It should be.
You may have come to the obvious conclusion that the real debate is not between Republican and Democrat, or socialist and capitalist, right, left.
Congress.
So what's AIPAC?
AIPAC is the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. And they didn't start out as a PAC in the sense of a political action committee, but now they have a political action committee. Ostensibly, it's a group of Americans who lobby on behalf of Israel. They're for anything Israel. And they're a very effective lobbying group. They get in there. They try to get me to write a white paper as a candidate, for instance, for Congress. They almost get
on what?
On Israel. And I wouldn't do it. And they said, why? And I'm like, I don't do homework for lobbyists, right? I'm like, I didn't like writing term papers at college. I'm not writing one for you.
What did they say?
They said, oh, well, here, just copy Rand Paul's term paper and put your name on it. We'll accept that. And I'm like, no, I'm still not cribbing somebody else's homework to do homework. I'm not turning in my homework for you. And what you're laughing, but you know what? I bet I may be the only Republican in Congress who hasn't done homework for AIPAC. And it's just what it is. It's conditioning. They want you to do something very simple and benign, and for them, they don't really grade your term paper. They just want to know that you'll do something for them. And if you'll do something for them as a candidate, you're more likely to do something for them as a congressman when you get in there. So my rift started out in 2012 when I refused to turn in an Israel term paper.
How did they respond to that?
Well, they kind of got in my race a little too late there in the beginning, and because it was hard to tell that I was actually going to win. And when they saw I was going to win, that's when they tried to get me to do the term paper. They didn't have a political action committee at the time. They couldn't spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars against me at that time. It was just sort of like a whisper campaign to try to, hey, don't vote for him, blah, blah, blah.
That's why.
Because at that point, they sensed I wouldn't do what they wanted when I got
But what did they whisper against you? What were they saying about you?
Well, they would do it through, for instance, churches, evangelical churches. They've got an organization called Christians United for Israel, where they've sort of co-opted evangelicals. People think it's a grassroots movement in Kentucky. It's actually a top-down movement from AIPAC, so that people who aren't even Jewish will feel like they've got to support Israel, no matter what. And even if it's a secular state that funds abortions, they, just sort of forget that part, and we've got to fund Israel. So they have networks. So it's more than just about the money.
They fund abortion.
So you get elected,
makes sense,
despite their efforts. And then what happens? Do you talk to them after that?
And by the way, let me just put a little footnote here. I'm not against Israel. I've never voted to sanction Israel. I've never said anything particularly, critical of Israel, other than, for instance.
It's just the fact that we actually have a sensible politician who understands the line of where we should draw the support for Israel.
Yeah, it's like, hold on. It's like, why are we doing so much for them? And they're just supposed to be an ally. Like, we have a lot of allies. We don't do as much as we do for Israel's. I'm sorry, we don't do as much as we do for our other allies than we do for Israel.
I'll say it as succinctly as this: we completely capitulate to Israel, all their wills, whatever agenda that they have. We not only fund it, we not only oversee it, but we sanction it too.
Oh yeah, whatever conflict they wanted to get into,
we all up in it right with them.
Yeah,
like a big brother,
bro. Their enemies are enemy.
And since right now they're bombing,
take all the inherent risk with that.
Sadly enough, or all the back costs.
Killed 1% of the civilian population in Gaza. That's concerning to me. But so what do they do now?
You get elected 2012. Do you hear from them again?
I vote my conscience, which they won't tolerate. So they ran with their 501c4 before they had a super PAC. They were running educational advocacy ads against me, saying that I'm bad on Israel. They didn't say don't vote for him. They just said he's a bad guy. And so I said, all right, well, you're not welcome in my office anymore, because for years I invited them into my office. Let's talk this through. Let me explain to you. I'm a libertarian leaning Republican. I don't vote for foreign aid for anybody. So don't be offended when I don't vote for your foreign aid. I don't vote for wars anywhere. So don't be offended if I do that. I'm for free speech, even if it's abhorrent. And we used to talk, but now they're banned from my office. The situation went from bad to worse. This election cycle, they spent $400,000 against me, $90,000 last fall, running TV ads in my district and Facebook ads and whatnot, trying to equate me with the squad. And then this most recently, and in fact, as I'm speaking to you today, even though my election is over, they're still running hundreds of thousands of dollars of negative ads.
It's a little weird, though, because as you said, you're probably the only Republican in the House who hasn't done homework for them, who isn't on their side. And that's okay. I mean, you can have, you're a libertarian-oriented Republican from Northern Kentucky. You're probably not going to single-handedly determine our foreign policy. So I think you should, but you don't.
Thank you.
And you're not going to. So why do they care? Why not just let Thomas Massie be Thomas Massie in Northern Kentucky? Like, why the need to crush you?
I don't know. I think they don't want one horse out of the barn. If one person starts speaking the truth, they're afraid it could be contagious, perhaps. Or it's like a new car. They go to Mike Johnson and they say, we want a Cadillac, Escalade with pearl white paint. And here's the rims we want. And Mike Johnson puts that bill on the floor. It passes with a unanimous vote, except for one guy votes no. And I think they feel like it's a scratch on their car. They wanted a brand new car and it got scratched by this guy named Massie. They were going to drive it over to the Senate and ask for unanimous consent. But now the senators are saying, wait, why this wasn't unanimous in the House? Why should we do it unanimously in the Senate? And it starts raising questions. And I think that's why they get mad.
What I find interesting is that it's not just that they disagree with your views, which they do, and I think they have an absolute right to disagree with anybody's views. We all do. But they've called you a bigot, and they call you an anti-Semite, and say you're a hater and try to destroy your character. That seems like a...
And so crazy. He says nothing against Jewish people. He just says, I just don't believe we should be giving the Jewish state money.
He said, I've never said anything against Jewish people, the Jewish state, or whatever Israel does.
Yeah, this bill that, we should be supporting Israel comes across the desk. I'm just like,
and you know what it is? No. I think it is just such a rarity that you see a politician understand, again, the fine line of supporting Israel, but saying, hey, I know when to call it that. I know when it goes past support and it takes away from what we have going on domestically.
Yeah.
It's such a rarity that him having that stance makes it seem like he hates.
Or
Israel.
when backing them, just I ain't gonna lie, just puts us in the bad graces of other countries.
That too. Like I said, we take on the inherent risk and enemies of Israel when we have such a strong pro-Israel stance.
Very different level of response to me.
Right. There's no need to do that. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't have an anti-Semitic hair in my head. Okay. I don't like AIPAC anymore. Like I used to be neutral toward AIPAC, right? But I have no antagonistic feelings toward Jewish people. I am the last thing. I think I'm probably the least xenophobic person in Congress. I mean, these are the guys that my colleagues want to sanction everybody, declare them terrorist states, come up with these strongly worded resolutions. I don't vote for any of that crap, right? Unless somebody does harm to me, I'm not going to call them anything. So I get called names just for staying out of all of this political posturing.
That's disgusting, though, isn't it?
I guess
that's your character. They can disagree with your views, right. but to call you like the worst thing you can be in America, like that's disgusting.
I have a thick skin.
Apparently.
And here's the good news, Tucker. My constituents aren't falling for it. 2 weeks ago, I just had a primary and got 76% of the vote, with AIPAC running hundreds of $1,000s of ads. So it's not working against me. I think it's short-sighted on their side to do this. They're just burning money, but they're trying to make an example of me.
But they're also exposing their weakness.
I think they are. I think they've exposed a real weakness here. And, it used to be just me voting against some of these resolutions, but recently where they tried to ban passages in the New Testament, I think we got like almost 24 Republicans who said, wait, hold on there.
Like Crisis King?
In the chat.
Yeah, in the chat. Hey, yo, Christ King in the chat. But anyway, though, it is a bit strange how they do. Well, certain passages in the Bible have become anti-Semitic, and that's not cool. I don't think that's cool at all. It's like, hold on. Relating passages in the Bible for the hatred of Semitic people is crazy. It's crazy. It's like, whoa. Can we separate the Bible for a second here and let's leave this out, the whole anti-Semitic argument? Just like how, the Jews want to take the Talmud and the Torah, or take the Talmud and they want to leave it out of the, Palestinian, the Palestinian conflict or the Hamas conflict. I mean,
it does
hey,
seem a little bit selective.
Yeah, it's like, come on now. If you want to go ahead and include the Bible in your anti-Semitic rhetoric, I mean, as you guys are saying, then why not we include, the reason for why you're bombing, Arabs?
Let's just throw it all in there.
Yeah, we just say that's part of your Talmudic, practices. Like,
oh no, but say if you go down that road, then it's anti-Semitic.
Oh, then they're being a bit anti-Christian. Hey man,
Guys, king in the chat.
Fair. Can I ask a question though? Just a fundamental question. So the Biden administration has put a bunch of people in jail for violating something called FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, 1936-ish. It's been on the books for 90 years. And it's never been enforced ever until recently, until really the Trump era and Biden era. So, but the law requires people who lobby on behalf of foreign governments to register. It's that simple. And this is the largest lobby in the most effective lobby in the United States on behalf of a foreign government. Are they registered with FARA?
They are not, but they should be.
Well, how can that be? How can they put Paul Manafort in jail, which they did, on a FARA violation, and a bunch of other people in jail on FARA violations, but the largest and most effective and most feared foreign lobby working for a foreign government doesn't have to register under the law? That's insane.
Oh man, don't make me take their side, but I'll explain as best as I can what they're arguing.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we should take their side. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to agree with you in a second, but let me at least offer what I think is their argument. They would say we are Americans. The members of AIPAC are Americans, and that they have the right to free speech.
Paul Manafort's an American.
Right. Yeah, so there's the good rebuttal is FARA applies not to foreigners, to foreign agents, right? Of foreign principles, agents of foreign principles.
It's Americans lobbying on behalf of foreign governments.
Correct. So AIPAC is exactly what FARA is meant for. Now they would say, and we have a First Amendment right. Okay, well, I agree with you there, but we also have election laws. And it's disclosure, right? FARA doesn't say you can't say Thomas Massey's, an ignorant hillbilly. You're allowed to say that if you want to, but
hey, yo, shout out our man Zoloff, man. 1 month in the insider package, man. We appreciate the support, big dog. Like and subscribe or join with the membership. Show your support, man. And shout out my man Zoloff.
A real one, man. Y'all heard the man. Go ahead and like the video, double tap that screen. And go ahead and hit us with the subscription, guys. We're live every day. You guys don't want to miss out. Endless amount of content. And join the membership for an additional layer of exclusive content.
And any question or comments you want to send in, just $1 and up, we'll go ahead and read it out loud or post to the top of the chat, just like our man Zoloff, man. Appreciate the support, my man.
We just want to check where your money's coming from. Tell us where it's coming from, what you're spending it on, and if you are lobbying on behalf of a foreign country. So they should be, now to your point, they should be registered with FARA. This is what FARA is where there's gray area, where it's an American representing a foreign country. Yes. Let's look and see if you're getting any money from that foreign country. Are you a dual citizen with that foreign country? Are you being directed by, for instance, is Netanyahu speaking to your group, advising you on your next move? Are you getting money from the military industrial complex? Because to understand AIPAC, I think it's easiest to model them as a military industrial lobby. Their biggest thing is they want more equipment, more military equipment from the United States going to Israel. In fact, when they used to be allowed in my office, the argument they would make is, oh, we're just stimulating the U.S. military industrial complex because every single penny of the 3.8 billion that they nominally get, now they're getting way more than that, but that Israel nominally gets goes to U.S. military contractors. Now, that didn't make me warm and fuzzy, okay? But that is their argument. And if you notice what they advocate for, I think sometimes they advocate for things that even Israelis wouldn't advocate for.
I believe that.
They would, I think, be okay with a war with Iran, like an all-out, apocalyptic war with Iran. Whereas there are people in Israel say, "Whoa, hold on a second, we'd rather not have a war with Iran." But AIPAC does things that lead us in that direction, and so they're kind of like what the NRA is to gun owners, AIPAC is to Israel, or what the Farm Bureau is to farmers. AIPAC is to Israel. In other
represents
words,
a faction.
Right. They represent a faction, but usually a corporate faction that and they're using the imprimatur of grassroots that they've diluted or confused into bullying congressmen. And the NRA does that, and Farm Bureau does that. I'm picking on some, other right-wing groups here.
Well, for sure. And by the way, I think there are probably a lot of things that AIPAC is for that I'm for, and Farm Bureau, NRA, same thing. But
right.
The idea of a foreign government playing in our political campaigns openly in that they're showing you they're doing it, but opaquely in that you can't track it because they're not registered. Is there any other Republican who has your views on this?
Well, I have Republicans who come to me on the floor and say, I wish I could vote with you today. Yours is the right vote, but I would just take too much flack back home. And I have Republicans who come to me and say, that's wrong what AIPAC is doing to you. Let me talk to my AIPAC person. By the way, everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What does that mean, an AIPAC person?
It's like your babysitter.
Everybody got to make sure you align with AIPAC. You got to align with, I guess the Zionist ideology.
Yeah, you got like a
align with
AIPAC that keeps you in line and he feeds you the script.
And if you don't align with it in some way, your AIPAC guy going to pull your collar.
Oh, yeah.
Your AIPAC babysitter who is always talking to you for AIPAC. They're probably a constituent in your district, but they are, firmly embedded in AIPAC. And
every member has something like this?
I don't know how it works on the Democrat side, but that's how it works on the Republican side. And when they come to DC, you go have lunch with them, and they've got your cell number, and you have conversations with them. So I've had
that's absolutely crazy.
I've had 4 members of Congress say, I'll talk to my AIPAC person. And it's literally what we call them, my AIPAC guy. I'll talk to my AIPAC guy and see if I can get him to, dial those ads back.
Why have I never heard this before?
It doesn't benefit anybody. Why would they want to tell their constituents that they've basically got a buddy system with somebody who's representing a foreign country? It doesn't benefit the congressman for people to know that, so they're not going to tell you that.
Have you seen any other country do anything like this? Like
no.
Russia obviously determines the outcome of our elections. We keep hearing that. Does anyone have a Putin guy that they talk to?
Not only do they not have a Putin guy, look, they don't have a Britain guy. They don't have an Australian guy. They don't have a Germany dude. It's the only country that does this, that has somebody that uniformly. I guarantee there's some spreadsheet at AIPAC where the AIPAC dude who's matched up with the congressman is there, and then all the congressman's votes on the issue. Oh, has the congressman been to Israel? They pay for trips for congressmen and their spouses to go to Israel. I'm not the only Republican who hasn't taken the AIPAC trip to Israel, but I'm probably one of a dozen that hasn't taken that trip, and the other ones just haven't got around to it.
What's the nose funny? I remember when this whole Israel and Hamas thing popped off. Everybody was talking bad about it. Like, what you mean you need to come to Israel? Let me take you to Israel. You need to go ahead and take the Israel trip. And I'm like, okay. Well, that's a bit weird.
Go ahead and kiss the ring over there in Israel. You know how they all go up to that wall
and got around them. They got some brainwashing machine. Come back, and you're like, you know what? I'm completely pro-Israel. I know I went there speaking for Hamas and the Palestinians, but after I saw Israel, I just came back pro-Israel.
They get the tour, they get the Talmudic experience, and they come back.
I done kissed the wall.
Oh God, they come back in line. They come back up here, Zion.
The trip like, do you know?
It's kind of like, I think, vacation-y. You go see the wall, you go see the sites, things like that.
It's such a great, I must say, it's such a great country. Jerusalem, especially, it's just such a wonderful place that's got to have a big effect.
You go swim in the Dead Sea.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, not on an AIPAC trip, but
he did say something that stuck out to me here, and I do want to bring it up too, because Speaker Mike Johnson and the deep state. So let's get into that, because that's one of Trump's people, I believe. Speaker Mike Johnson.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, well, let's talk about him and his relationship to the deep state. Let's see if his past let's see if once we hear about his past, can we trust him for the future?
that your speaker, the Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is working for the Democrats.
Yeah, it's that simple. I mean, and
okay.
Hired politicians in Ukraine who were most certainly corrupt, and we're paying their pensions with this money.
But most Republicans don't support it. So that means that your speaker, the Republican Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, is working for the Democrats.
Yeah, it's that simple. I mean, and that's one of the reasons we went through with the motion to vacate. Paul Gosar and I co-sponsored Marjorie's motion to vacate. There were ultimately 11 of us who voted for it.
Motion to vacate would be to fire him.
To fire Speaker Johnson, just like they had done Kevin McCarthy. Although I thought inappropriately and at the wrong time and for the wrong reasons, they did that to McCarthy. But here we had Speaker Johnson, who was doing all of the things people were afraid McCarthy might do. They pre-convicted McCarthy for things they thought he would do. And here Mike Johnson came and did all these things. He put an omnibus on the floor. He passed the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, re-upped that without warrants, built the FBI a new building, and gave Ukraine all this money. So what happened, what Marjorie and I and Paul decided ultimately.
Yeah, and he did it all under Biden's leadership. So does he operate based on whose leadership he's under, or is this just how this man, feels all around? This is what he truly believes.
It gotta be the latter. It's gotta be how he truly feels. There's no way he would come out and say this otherwise.
But he's thinking about it like now. He's part of Trump's team. That means he's taking a complete 180 from what he was doing under Biden. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to call, but I don't know. It's kind of looking like he just bends the knee to whoever in office, and he does his job the way he's supposed to.
I mean, if you want to keep your position, that's the number one way to do it.
Yeah, I guess he's seen what McCarthy.
To the boss.
I guess he's seen what McCarthy was doing. Oh, okay. So if you buck against the boss, you're up out of here.
Oh yeah, let me get in line.
Is we needed to expose the uniparty, and never before have you had Democrats vote for a Republican speaker. And that's why we forced the question. Nancy Pelosi voted for him. Hakeem Jeffries went on national TV and said, why would we want to get rid of him? He's given us everything we want. I mean, the uniparty has never been so exposed as it was when we called that motion to vacate. I know some people got mad at us, said we shouldn't have done it, but it's a long game. We certainly hope that he doesn't become speaker next January. And hopefully people will have seen with Nancy Pelosi rushing to Speaker Johnson's aid that he's not the speaker you want when Trump wins the White House and we keep the majority.
Do you think he will be?
A lot of this depends on what the people want. And if they can see it, hopefully also Trump sees it, that Mike Johnson would be even worse than Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan while we were still in the majority, Paul Ryan sent like a dozen CRs or omnibus bills to President Trump's desk that didn't have any money for a wall in it.
Damn.
Like he had no intention of ever funding a wall. Paul Ryan did it, and so I think Mike Johnson is going to be similarly the same way. He's basically working for the deep state at this point in the uniparty.
How did that happen? Do you have any idea?
The Paul Ryan bit, or
no? Well, Paul Ryan is a
change.
Is a sinister person. I happen to know, but also, not a genius and an ideologue at the same time, which is like a bad combination. Dumb ideologues are the scariest. But Mike Johnson seemed like kind of a moderately conservative, kind of sincere, decent guy. Maybe.
And a lot of Democrats always vow, y'all need to be more like Paul Ryan. Ain't that funny?
Like Paul Ryan is just some saint.
Yeah, it's either that or they say, what was his name? I think there's another dude named
McCarthy.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing. Let me
maybe he would babysit your kids and do an okay job, unlike Paul Ryan. But he just and then he immediately just becomes a tool of CIA and Jake Sullivan and the Biden administration. Like, wow, how did that happen so fast?
Rand Paul.
Well, one of the
Rand Paul,
lifelong Democrat. Rand Paul.
Republican. Yeah.
The things he claims, which I don't believe is true, and I have reason to say this, is that he says he went in a skiff. Like he's had some 180-degree turns on some things, like for instance, whether you need a warrant to spy on Americans using the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, 702 program. Well, he used to be on Judiciary Committee with me and Jim Jordan, trying to reform that, trying to get.
So he understood what it was.
He knew completely what we were talking about. He's an attorney too, right? And he knows the Constitution. He knows this is required, but he claims he spent time in a skiff and he learned things. Skiff, that's secure compartmentalized information facility or something. It's where we go. We have to leave our phones locked up, no staff in there. He claims he spent time in skiff and learned things that changed his mind. Here's the problem, Tucker. I was in the skiff with him. Like we had DNI, not just the current DNI, but the former DNI, John Radcliffe, Trump's DNI. We had CIA, we had FBI, we even had a FISA judge in there, and we spent 3.5 hours. It was a 4-hour meeting, and after 3.5 hours, it's basically a psyop where they're just trying to beat you down and do the things. And I was like, this is ridiculous. They didn't give us one example of any time ever since FISA was created that getting a warrant would have kept them from solving or preventing an act of terrorism. They gave hypotheticals, but they had no specific.
And I think FISA has been in place since 1978, since the 70s. Anyway.
Right.
So almost 50 years. And they couldn't give you one example?
Not one example. Now, they also expanded it after 9/11 and to do the program to go against civilians, to spy on civilians. And actually that product came out of the Judiciary Committee. Here's another place where the speaker betrayed us. FISA 702 was created by John Conyers and Jim Sensenbrenner. Conyers was the chairman and Sensenbrenner was the ranking member. And what Mike Johnson said this year was, well, even though the Judiciary Committee created this and is responsible for overseeing it, I'm going to let the Intel Committee bring the bill to the floor without warrants in it. It wasn't even their jurisdiction. They have jurisdiction over FISA as long as it's for the CIA, but not for the FBI. So that was frustrating. But
it's shocking. It's shocking.
It is shocking. So he said,
like end of civil liberties level stuff. So
yes,
yes, but it's not like he learned new information in the skiff.
No, he did not. I was there.
So what? So that's a
like
lie.
That's the problem, right? The fact that I was there,
right? So that's
telling
a lie.
people on your show that I was there for 3.5 hours. And go ask Mike Johnson. He'll say, "Yep, he was there 3.5 hours."
So what is the truth? What do you think changed?
I think he's kind of a lost ball in tall weeds. I think he's in a position of power he never imagined he would get to at this point in his life. He's not done anything in private practice or political arena that's prepared him for this. He took the job with a very small staff. He didn't have people to put in all positions on the field, and he had to accept a lot of suggestions in areas he didn't know a whole lot about, although he gets no pass on FISA.
Yes.
He gets no pass on Ukraine because he does, as you pointed out, he doesn't even know how many casualties have been incurred on the Ukrainian side. I mean, he's the second person in line for president after Kamala Harris. This is scary to me. He's basically getting moved around.
It's crazy. You said nothing he did in his life before this prepared him for it.
And I would have to ask Massey, I'm like, well, do you trust him now under Trump, or should we even be more weary that he's still being used like today? Like, that's what I want to know. Like, how does he truly feel about him now that he's under Trump? All right.
15 or 16 votes we had on Israel in April. Well, the squad and I know this is going to be used in the next ad against me, this clip from Tucker, but I was the only no sometimes. Sometimes most of the squad voted with me, but I noticed AOC wasn't always there with me. So I went over to the squad on the Democrat side of the aisle.
Do they literally sit together?
They hang out together. Yeah, they kind of, it's really cliquish. Even, the Freedom Caucus sits together. The Texas delegation sits together. There are different cliques. The appropriators sit together. It's the military guys, the intel guys sit together. Sometimes it's by state, sometimes it's by clique. A lot of the Congressional Black Caucus sits together. I can't get the Second Amendment caucus to sit together. That's my caucus.
They're too independent.
But so I go over to their.
But this is just high school cafeteria.
It's high school cafeteria. That's what it is. And why would you? Again, they need to be liked, right? They don't want to sit next to people they don't like or who don't like them. So I went over to the squad a few weeks ago, and I said,
Can you imagine like two political officials, two political pundits stand up and be like, "Nah, bro, that abortion law is whack crazy. That's man, you crazy.
You ain't gonna hit over it though. Like, oh yeah, hit over it though.
Oh,
that is wild.
Or you damn near can see two female senators getting into it, like one going in on abortion, the other one going in for anti-abortion. They just start swinging on you, just like boop.
Right.
Oh man. So I can see where things is getting a little clicked up because it's way easier to yell insults, across the lunchroom than to sit right next to each other and have that debate.
I told AOC and for the squad, I said, we're going to kick you out if you don't keep voting with us more consistently.
What did she say?
She laughed. She thought it was funny. I mean, she has a sense of humor. These people are humans. There are 435, I call them goldfish in the aquarium. You have to get 218 of them to pass a bill. So it doesn't benefit me to hate on any of them. Someday, on some days they may vote with me.
Well, they're also people. And you shouldn't, if you can help it, you shouldn't hate people, period.
We've formed coalitions on the First Amendment, on the Fourth Amendment, on war sometimes, like to eliminate cluster bombs, delivering cluster bombs, even though the Democrats almost to a person want to give Ukraine more aid. Some of them are like, well, the cluster bombs, maybe we shouldn't do that. Okay. And so you can form coalitions. So I try to do that when I can.
But why aren't there anti-war Democrats? Since it was the anti-war party for like 40 years.
I don't know. And we've lost a lot of them on privacy and free speech as well. Yeah. I think with Russia, you asked this before, there's this element that I didn't answer. It's sort of a proxy against Trump for them now. They, in their file folders, in their brain, Trump and Russia are in the same file folder.
Yes.
Even though that's a false narrative that's been dispelled long ago. It's still in their same file folder. So when they see Ukraine is fighting Russia, they use that as a proxy for their hate for Trump. And so they'll vote for that. And they did. They waved, I don't know if you saw this, they were waving Ukrainian flags after Mike Johnson put their bill on the floor, and every Democrat voted for it. This was premeditated. Somebody had to go buy, 200 Ukrainian flags and hand them out. And I filmed it, which you're not supposed to do, but you're also not supposed to wave flags of other countries on the floor of the House. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to expose this. So I filmed it and I put it on Twitter to show what, like, the humiliation that Mike Johnson brought upon us by bringing the Democrat bill to the floor without any, and it was leverage too. Even if you're a Republican and you're okay with sending money to Ukraine, that's a leverage point. Do something for our country and require that as a condition of doing whatever that is. But he gave up all the leverage. I put that video on Twitter. 3 days later, the sergeant at arms tracks down one of my staffers in Kentucky because we're no longer in session and says he needs to delete that video from Twitter or we're going to take a fine out of his salary, out of his congressional salary. So my staffer, he knew what I was going to do. He told me.
So I guess it makes sense now why these government officials are so scared over money.
Yeah.
Because think about it. I'm like, you're telling me y'all can get punished by losing part of y'all salary? It's no wonder y'all getting in line because they're threatening your livelihood as soon as you act out of line just a little bit.
You gotta be, not only do you have to do your job, but you gotta be aligned with the right people.
Dang, that's tough. I mean, so you're pretty much telling me that I can't come out and be like, hey, y'all doing something wrong here.
You can't hold your own individual opinion. You can't step out and outside the box. I mean, you have to be completely in line with the status quo or else. Like, the system will run over you.
When the government start running more like a corporation, the same corporation that we see is oh so evil, then where are we at here?
I mean, honestly, it sounds like you get chewed up and spit out if you don't get in line.
I mean, but isn't that the same thing that happens at your job? If you don't go to a certain way, you might lose the whole thing. And you might get lose half.
Said it's no different. I mean, you could take it back to lunchroom politics. It's
the
same exact dynamic.
And if you can threaten these random politicians with just their paycheck, it's no wonder a lot of them easily get bribed or do inside trading.
Yeah. Susceptible to bribery and corruption and all type of allegations just because it can easily be bought easily.
Man, if that's the case, you should be making $1 million plus to be in Congress. So you can't be bribed.
But then they say that that's too large of a salary for these people.
I mean, no, F a salary. I mean, you gotta make that on your own, outside the government.
Oh, well, you know they hate the rich though. They don't like successful people. They don't like entrepreneurs.
I know it because they keep them out of there so they can do their bullshit. I'm gonna say their socialist BS.
What they had just said, I said, all right, I'm retweeting it.
Did you?
Oh yeah, and it got like 8 million views. It went from 4 million to 8 million, and then sometimes you just got to double down, and the speaker had to announce on Twitter that I wouldn't be fined for that.
But no one was considering finding any member who waved the flag of a foreign nation on the floor of the House of Representatives.
Right. And they were taking selfies of them with their foreign flags too. And none of them got a phone call. Only I got a phone call because I exposed the humiliation. It wasn't just a humiliation of those of us in Congress. It was a humiliation of our country. I mean, it's one of the most corrupt countries in the world. And they got everything they wanted for them. And the Democrats are waving the flag, even though the Ukrainian flag, even though they're in the majority. And we just have to sit there and take that. It was horrible.
Do you think the leader of Ukraine is not elected anymore? His term has ended. He's not having a new election. He's the unelected maximum power. In some places we call that a dictator.
I'm weak.
And yet they're still hitting us with pro-democracy talking points. Do you think, have they thought this through at all? Are they just lying? What is that?
They're lying.
Yeah.
I mean, they know it. And the good news is some Republicans are waking up to it. Remember, when we started voting on these Ukraine resolutions, even, as soon as the war started, I was the only no. There was this open-ended promise in a non-binding resolution that said, we'll give them whatever they need. And there were only 2 other Republicans that joined me on this. But now we've got a majority of Republicans in Congress who are saying, wait, they aren't using this money like we thought they were. And
that comes around to the spending bill. They're not actually trying to help the spending. They were honestly just trying to make sure that the spending is used for them. That's why they were mad that, when we denied the first spending bill they proposed, and they think about it like this, I was hearing that they denied it because it had a 40% raise for government officials or employees.
Yeah, but it was the first raise since 2009, I believe. I also read.
Yeah, I believe that too. I could believe that, but here's the point though. Why do y'all think y'all need a raise when you have the worst approval ratings, the worst performance ratings ever?
I just thought it was funny that they get to decide or not whether they get their own raise.
I was just
bro, think about it. Even at your dead end job, if you could give yourself a 10-cent raise at your own discretion, you would.
Oh God, if they said, bro, man, your job asks you, hey, at the end of every month, you want to give yourself a 10% raise?
Hell yeah.
You want $25, $1?
Hell yeah.
Come on now.
If you could give yourself a 10-cent raise, you would.
So the fact that they're able to sit there and not, bro, here's the thing though. You're not even asking the people that you are supposed to perform a service for, that you're supposed to represent. You're not even asking us, hey, yo, how y'all think I'm doing? Y'all think I deserve an extra 5 bands?
Exactly.
I'm and we'll tell you, hell nah. If anything, you need to lose money.
They ran the budget and say, you know what? We could use some more money, right, guys? They all said, yeah, hell yeah.
Hell yeah. In there. Now one person stopped and said, oh, okay, I don't know about you, though. Your whole district don't F with you.
Maybe we should ask somebody outside of the room.
Maybe we should ask the people that we run.
We're giving them money to fund pensions of retired politicians in Ukraine who were most certainly corrupt. And we're paying their pensions with this money.
But most Republicans don't support it. So that means that.
But all right, but let's move on to this next video here, because we got our man Chank sitting down with Charlie Kirk, man. It should be a good one. And I believe this is the turning point. What was it? I forgot the event they called this, but it is what it is, man. Let's get it. Chank and Charlie Kirk.
There's some confusion of these divides of right versus left, populist versus corporatist. So, Chank, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for that warm welcome. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
So Chank, the spirit of inviting you is that there's some confusion of these divides of right versus left, populist versus corporatist. I guess a good opening would be, as a man in the progressive movement, as one of the leaders of the progressive movement, what do you make of this last year, the state of the Democrat Party, and kind of American politics from the more progressive left perspective?
Yeah. So first of all, I'm proud to represent the.
Hey, and guys, like the video. We got almost 150 of y'all in here. It's been a great stream so far. Go ahead and double tap that screen for us, or you can hit the 3 buttons in the upper right hand corner. Let's increase the conversation and push the video in the algorithm, guys. And thoughts, questions, comments, anything you want to get off your chest can be shared. Super chat into the stream. We'll pull your comment at the top of the screen. Give you a shout out for supporting, as well as read and react to what you said. So let's keep it interactive, guys, and go ahead and support the channel.
The left flank of the populist movement, and I think we need both flanks, so I'm happy to have this conversation. In terms of what has gone wrong in the Democratic Party, it's the same thing that went wrong in the Republican Party, but I do have to give you guys credit for a revolution well done. And what I mean by that is not a revolution against the Democratic Party or the left or the country, but a revolution against the establishment. So I knew you guys were for real in fighting against the establishment when I started going on right-wing shows and I would say something negative about Mitch McConnell. And when I did that in the past, what I would get back is, oh, no, Mitch McConnell's great. Pelosi's terrible, but Mitch McConnell's great.
Let's do that here. What do you guys think of Mitch McConnell?
Or what's left of him, am I right? You're like,
right. Yes, I love that. So look, for my left-wing friends that are watching out there, they just booed Mitch McConnell. That's a great thing, okay? And let's do one more. What do you guys think about Dick Cheney? My left-wing friends out there, we have been waiting for the right-wing populists to boo Mitch McConnell and Dick Cheney our whole lives. Take the win. Take the win. Now, what we need to do in the Democratic Party is we need to do likewise. We need to have a revolt against the Joe Bidens, the Kamala Harrises, and the Nancy Pelosi's. And the Hillary Clintons, and now all of a sudden the Dick Cheneys. What are they doing on our side? Are you guys nuts? Right?
I have to interject. When all of a sudden Kamala Harris is doing the Liz Cheney thing, I said, does she want to lose? I mean,
what's amazing is I said the same thing. Look, Dick Cheney polls at 13%. What lunatic thought it was a good idea to wrap yourself around Dick Cheney? I mean, when we started the Young Turks 22 years ago, longest running show in internet history, first ever YouTube partner with original YouTubers, one of the driving forces was get Dick Cheney out of office, right? And now for Kamala Harris to come full circle and say, oh, I've got 90 corporate CEOs backing me, and I've got all these executives on my side, and I've got Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney on my side.
And with Schenck specifically, I don't think he's necessarily changing sides, but I do think their loss has them somewhat affable, meaning that they've become a little bit more open-minded. The sensibility is coming back into the room. They're hearing out what maybe went wrong for them. And I think Schenck is one of those pundits or one of those people with the platform who is respected, who honestly, like I said, the sensibility is coming back in the room.
I honestly like how Schenck gives it to us when he says, yeah, we're all against the establishment, even though most of the guys on his side don't believe that. At least he's able to sit there and be like, look, they're against the establishment just like, he is, or just like, well, the Democrats are supposed to be. But I think Schenck finally got the rude awakening of, bro, the party that you're on is not against the establishment. They're for it.
But specifically to that point, it wasn't until they lost the election that kind of had them rethinking some of their stances. I mean, 2 months ago, there was none of this. They were closed-minded. They were closed off to anything that we had to say, like, yo, you guys are going too far with some of this. But it was in the loss that had them rethink some of their stances.
Yeah. I mean, real, which was probably the overwhelming loss.
Yeah.
It was the complete obliteration of the Kamala Harris campaign that kind of made people rethink some things.
Yeah, very true.
It was so counterproductive. It's not what the left wing stands for. It's not what the Democratic Party should be about. So the problem is the establishment. They are controlled by the donor class, and mainstream media is their marketing arm. They do not do news. They do propaganda. And one more thing. What I want you guys to recognize is that mainstream media you think is against you. You think they're against the right wing. But they also hate Bernie Sanders. And they also hate me. And they also hate the populists on the left. What mainstream media really loves is the establishment and the elites. They're against all of us combined.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. I would just say, like, I may be a populist like this man Cenk, because when he actually speaks about that, when he hops off his TDS and he actually speaks on his ideals on how he feels America should be ran, I actually do agree with the man.
And like I said, some of that stuff, I feel like they finally figured out that it wasn't working. Like that TDS, that overly pronounced hatred for Trump, they kind of seen like, oh, that's not really, not really winning us any more support.
And that's what killed me about Cenk. I was just like, bro, if you was talking more of your actual points,
Cenk, you're better than this.
Yeah,
actually. Beyond this, beyond your TDS, you're actually a pretty good.
If he was actually talking his actual points, like, bro, you just sounded way more sensible. But you lost sensibility when every time somebody mentioned Trump, you just get belligerent.
And if we dare unite on issues we agree on.
Make sure to like the video, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner to like the video. We appreciate the support. And any questions, comments, or jokes, send it in $1 and up. We'll go ahead and read it out loud and post it to the top of the chat. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go.
They will be livid, and it'll be a beautiful day in America.
And that is correct. I mean, you were kicked off of some of the cable news channels for having heterodox opinions on certain issues. So let's kind of look at the last couple of years. We can go back to the Bernie Sanders thing. Explain to us, why is it that right-wing revolution was successful and the Bernie Sanders with 2 attempts actually won the primary in 2016, and he had it stolen. Again, stolen election talk can be a little controversial. They stole it from Bernie Sanders in 2016. Why was that revolution not successful?
Yeah, I think it was because Donald Trump was a celebrity and they didn't take him seriously. So they made the mistake of giving him mainstream media coverage. And so they thought, and if you remember, Bill Clinton had this brilliant idea, we'll encourage Donald Trump to run on the Republican side and it'll destroy the Republican Party. How'd that work out for you, Bill? And so I remember saying at the time, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Because what I sensed was you need a non-politician to lead the revolt. So, because all the politicians, and right now they're having a conversation on the Democratic side about 2028, and the only people they mention are politicians. And my answer to that is hell no. Okay, because the politicians are used to the corruption. They grew up in the corruption. They like the corruption. They got their power through the corruption. So I don't want that. I don't need that. And so when Trump came on, they gave him coverage. And here's when look, some people think that things changed after the election. No, I've been saying this from day one. Correct. And so.
But you know, it's so funny. He said all that about all these politicians who grew up in the corruption, part of the corruption, just like Kamala Harris. Grew up in the corruption that was going on. I mean, actually gained footing in her political career on the corruption that was going on in California.
Yep, sure did.
Gained even more footing through the continuous corruption in California, all the way to VP, and then played on the corruption going on in the Biden administration. So yeah, why are you backing a person like that if that's what you truly felt?
Her career is almost shrouded in corruption when you really analyze.
Yeah, and it's funny how he says this stuff, but I was like, bro, you literally supporting the very stuff you said you would be against or you're going against.
I said they weren't saying this until they lost. The loss made it glaringly obvious that some of the stuff that they were saying, some of the stuff that they were doing wasn't working.
Yeah, bro, it was crazy because like they needed the shell shock. They needed the shell shock.
They really did. They needed to fall flat on their face, get smacked in the face for them to see, like, damn, like, were we the wrong ones? Were we the wrong party here?
Back in 2016, actually 2015, after I think it was the second debate, when Trump was on stage and he said, I gave all these guys money and they did exactly what I wanted. At that point, everyone on earth, certainly in establishment and mainstream media, says he has no chance of winning, none. I went on the Young Turks and I said, he's going to win the Republican primary. Okay, because people hate corruption and they know it in their bones. Okay. Now, we will disagree on, is Trump really not corrupt? Is Trump really going to do the things that he promised? Is he really a populist? I would love to prove me wrong. I would love that, okay? And my God, if Trump got money out of politics, one thing we're known for is credit where credit is due, okay? I would give him all the credit in the world. We're not there yet. We're not close to there yet. So when we get into the issues, hey, how about, and remember, guys, you also have donors. Beware of the donors. Don't forget that, and don't let your guard down, okay? But so on the Democratic side, we have got to elect a populist. If we don't, we're going to make the same mistake we made when they anointed Hillary Clinton, when they anointed Joe Biden, and when they anointed Kamala Harris. To my Democratic friends, how many times are you going to lose before you realize that mainstream media and the establishment are lying to you?
And so is that energy forefront in the Democrat Party right now? And I'm not saying this facetiously. Read us into what the power brokers of the Democrat Party are saying. Are they saying we need to run more to the middle, that we need to embrace more populism? We're hearing some of the names, but what is the vibe of the people that do this for a living?
Yeah, so I can tell you definitively that the Democratic leadership and the Democratic establishment will never voluntarily go in a new direction. They will never voluntarily accept populism. They are built on donor money. They are of the donors, by the donors, for the donors. So,
and that makes sense because at the end of their I guess political run, who do they work for? The donors. Hop on these seats on boards and all that crazy stuff. So yeah, it's a whole system in the government that's recycle. It's like a circle. It's you revolving go from door. Revolving door of politician to CEO member on one of these boards. I mean, isn't it crazy how there are certain people on the CDC who also holds a spot,
politician or hold a spot
on the board of Pfizer or something like that? Or I would say this: there's people in the FDA, the Food Administration. I mean, the Food Drug Administration. They also run Kellogg's and some of these food companies like Nestle and all that.
The connection is clear a lot of times. It's just
so is the bias.
Actually, I remember there was a rule that Trump tried to instate that enforced where politicians had to wait for a 5-year period of limbo before they went and worked in the private sector because the connection was so clear, and a lot of times they had proven to be sold secrets and sensitive information that they knew because of their career as a politician, and that was very helpful for these companies that they went to go work for afterwards.
Exactly.
So we try to instill a 5-year waiting period, and that made him unpopular amongst a lot of politicians. It was things like that kind of had people, and everybody wants to know why do people hate Trump? Why do people hate Trump? Because he was trying to dismantle some of the fuckery that was going on in the system.
Oh God, because let's be real.
Drain the swamp he tried to initiate during the first term. It didn't go all the way through, but the waves were there. It touched enough people. That's why Trump was so unpopular. They seen his plan.
What I need left-wing voters to understand is that they're never going to give you what you want incrementally. Martin Luther King talked about the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Oh, if we just go a little further with Joe Biden, he'll give us another crumble and another tiny increment. No, they're going to just pick a new and improved corporate robot like Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom, and they're going to come out with a new script, and they're going to say, I am now a populist, and they will wear flannel shirts, and they'll go to barbecues, and they'll pretend to eat ribs, and then they'll sneak out and go to French Laundry, right? So don't believe the corporate robots. Remember how many times they lied to you. We need to do a populist revolt and pick a populist left-winger so we could have a real contest in this country. The establishment Democrats are never going to win. We need to go populist, and the way to do that is not by negotiating with them, it's by defeating them in a primary.
Is the Democrat grassroots, are they invigorated towards that end? Because it seemed as if they weren't obviously thrilled about Biden or Kamala Harris. But you could say whatever you want about Bernie Sanders. I have massive worldview disagreements. He had a legitimate grassroots movement behind him of small dollar donors, of people that were working, of activists. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like that has disappeared a little bit in recent years, or at least has gone to sleep. Am I correct in that? And what would it take to awaken that sleeping giant?
So there's a couple of different branches within the Democratic Party and the left, but the two most important ones are the populist progressive left. That's Bernie Sanders. And we can debate about progressive issues and policies on another day, right? But then there's the establishment wing. So the populist wing is already there. That base that was there in 2016 and 2020 still exists. And remember, guys, and I say this to you and I say it to the left wing, Bernie won the first 3 states in 2020. He was this close to winning until Obama and Clyburn called in all the candidates.
He's right.
And said, you all have to bow to Joe Biden. And then mainstream media then said, Joe Biden is the greatest. And they started talking about.
And shout out Mr. Doc who said, wake up, Set. And I'm like, don't worry. We're alive. We're alive.
How Bernie Sanders, the most successful Jewish candidate in American history, had followers who were brown shirts and fascists and Nazis. Where have you heard that before? So whenever it's an outsider, all of a sudden mainstream media says fascist, even if it's a Jewish candidate, right? So they use the same tricks. And you guys have been canceled, I've been canceled. They do the same thing to both of us over and over again. So the left-wing populists are ready, but we do need some more votes from people who used to be in the establishment Democratic camp. And why were they in that camp? Because they love corruption, they love war, they love change. No, guys. They were in that camp because mainstream media lied to them. And mainstream media told them, Bernie can't win. Bernie was up by 12 points on election day in 2016. They said, he's radical. And they called you guys radical and said you couldn't win. They call us radical and say we can't win. But they're wrong. They're lying. So what I need Democrats to understand is stop believing in Morning Joe and The View and all the garbage on TV.
So that's a really good point about the media ecosystem. You guys are, without a doubt, the most popular, progressive, over-the-top, non-mainstream media sanctioned community. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, 27 million subscribers, 30 billion views. I think it's fair to say.
No, I'm not saying that sarcastically. I don't know of anyone that comes close. However, do you
Hank is definitely doing this thing.
You think there's
built up quite the following over there at the Young Turks? I mean, it says enough for itself. Like everybody is aware of them. They're a really notable source of news. Got a lot of good pundits over there. A lot of notable people doing their thing over there. And shout out Shank because he's really built up quite a platform over there.
Robust alternative media ecosystem on the left that is comparable to what's built on the right. I could say confidently what we have on the right is pretty impressive. We have from podcasting to videos. We don't rely on cable television. Who here listens to podcasts or social media for all your news? Raise your hand. I mean, every single hand goes up. So do you think the left has some work to do in developing over-the-top media to be able to bypass the main networks?
Yeah, so we have TYT as a giant network, but we have a lot of great progressive and populist shows that are not part of TYT that's in the left-wing ecosystem. So I don't think that that's the issue. I don't think that there isn't enough shows. I think that there's a couple others. One, on the right, you guys do a great job of coalescing. Okay, so you do a couple of things well. You work together well, and you're more welcoming, if I'm being honest.
We're glad Chank's here, right, everybody?
Yeah.
And a lot of people on the
left. I would
left,
say people on the right are more open to conversation. One thing I've realized about the left, or it just seems to be this way, they open the door for conversation, but it seems to be a lot of time a trap. They're trying to set you up for an I got you moment, rather than trying to have like useful discourse, maybe like even a healthy debate. Like they want you to come in, maybe make a fool of yourself, or they try to make a fool of you. Completely disingenuous to the argument, really using, spacious arguments. And again, just trying to corner you into a bad look or I got you moment, rather than having like useful conversation. People on the right, hey, come on, let's talk. Let's have some discourse. Let me hear you out. I'll disprove your points where I can, but it's more open to genuine conversation. It seems like, at least with the right platforms.
Know this as well. If you agree with MAGA 5%, the answer you get is welcome, right? Come join us, right? On the left, if you disagree 5%, they go, get out of here, you're a right winger, you're a fascist, right? But if you push enough people out and you guys welcome enough people in, eventually you win the popular vote. That's what I warned them about, and that's what happened, right? So, look, I propose simple rules. The 3 rules of the internet. Rule number 1, when we disagree, we fight. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Now, rule number 2 is afterwards, we must have a beer together, okay? And rule number 3 is, for God's sake, when we agree, let's unite. So, for the left, we have too much division. We almost never unify. I don't mean with the right, I mean internally. The left loves to attack one another. I love you guys on the left, I love you. But every once in a while, when we get a yes, when we agree, can we please unite? And the second thing we need is for the old, I'm being honest, and on average, not everyone, of course, but for the older Democratic voters, please turn off your television sets. They're lying to you. They're tricking you. They're trying to get you to vote for corruption. They're trying to get you to.
Sometimes this shit does us more harm than good. And I'm glad he addressed that demographic of older Democratic voters who still tune in overwhelmingly to legacy media, miss the age of social media and whatnot. But they're being misled, and a lot of times they're not even doing their due diligence to check up their own facts or do their own research on the media narratives that they are fed. So it is a very dangerous thing that's going on. So when Shank says turn off the TV, put the remote down, like, nah, some of us really need to do that. And even if it isn't the older generation, some of us need to put the phones down. Some of us need to stay off of social media for a while. Like, pay attention to what's really going on. Read the articles, like read the bills, like go off of that. Not the narratives, not the social media headlines.
To vote for policies you don't even want. So if we can do those 2 things, then we'll be in great shape.
So I'm not sure how you'll feel about this, but there is a consensus, not a consensus. There is a belief with some people like Seth Moulton and others that some of the embrace of what we would call wokeism or whatever was a reason why Democrats had a less than desirable election outcome. Do you subscribe to that belief? How do you interpret that when some people say we need to kind of shed away some of the more new elements of the cultural implications of politics outside of economics, like the Seth Moulton belief that where he says the trans stuff hurt us?
Yeah, so look, guys, on that stuff, I've been having these debates internally with the left wing.
You know, and it's crazy the fact that somebody had to tell them that the trans stuff hurt us. I mean, hold on. You didn't think that while saying that you are the party for women, but then you're the party who also agrees from taking opportunity away from women through this transgender ideology is like, y'all couldn't have came to that on your own. Or maybe we shouldn't champion this whole thing, this small group of people over the entire group of women in America. Maybe we shouldn't have done that. Maybe that's the reason why, I don't know, white women voted majorly for Donald Trump. Maybe that's why. And Hispanic women as well, I believe. Or I think they, yep, crazy.
And I explained yesterday, actually, on the Young Turks. Look, everybody's positions are in a different part of the left-right spectrum and on different policies. So I can name you policies where you say, well, that's pretty moderate, right? I can name you policies that you're not sure is left or right-wing, but that is definitely populist, right? But some of my policies might be called extreme left in America. So, for example, I'm massively in favor of gun control. You told them not to boo, but I knew they'd boo on that one.
They paused to their yes. Their respect. You were asking for it, Shane.
Yeah, I did ask for it. So my point to my left-wing allies is, am I going to emphasize and insist and demand on my gun control policies when we're in the middle of a national election? No. because I know those are not winning issues at this point. I've got more work to do to convince the American people before we get there. So if on trans issues or any other, or crime issues, etc., if you really believe in the most far left positions, as I do on gun control, for example, that's okay. But you've got to know what to emphasize and what not to emphasize. And so if you say, no, I'm going to die on every extreme hill, well, you will. Electorally, politically, you will die on that hill. And then you lose on all of your issues because it's sometimes a binary game, certainly elections.
Yeah, and I see his point on that one. Like, yeah, there are certain hills that you can die on that could just lose everything for you.
Yep.
I mean, bro, it could be like that in a fight. I mean, if you keep trying the same move over and over again, it's not working. That could cost you the whole fight. It's like, yeah, and that's what happened to the Dems. They were trying to force this whole abortion and trans stuff, and it cost them the entire election. It was damn near one of their prime stances instead of the economy or immigration, because they effed that up. So you might as well talk about something that, well, nobody can F up.
Are. So you got to know what to convince the American people of and what to hold your ground on. And the number one thing to hold your ground on is constitutional rights. So I'm going to do some...
Like the Second Amendment.
Got him.
So...
Got him.
No, I know. So guys, look at that. We totally disagree on that issue, but we just...
God, I ain't gonna lie. Two things boys say, man. You ain't gonna touch my guns. You ain't gonna touch my steak, man. My guns, my steak, and the trucks, man. You better leave them alone.
Asking for that one.
No problem. No. But look, that was an important moment because we totally disagree on that issue, but we just shook hands anyway. And you know what we'll do afterwards? We'll have a beer. So, you know what it is when you disagree on something and then you fight about it and then you have a beer afterwards? That's called America. So let me see if I can get agreement. And this, I don't know which way this is going to go. Okay. So when we talk about trans issues in terms of sports, I know we have massive disagreements. Okay. And on one of those issues, professional sports, I agree with you guys. On high school sports, I don't. We'll go get into a bloody battle on that, okay? But I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that.
I mean, here's the thing about housing. I believe that those who work hard to keep their credit good, who work hard to build their savings, those are people who deserve housing. Like, housing is a privilege. Housing is something that you work for. It shouldn't just be something that should be handed out because otherwise it gets disrespected. So things we give out for free gets disrespected, but things that people have to work for are respected. So I don't like the fact that we say, oh, it's a right. It's a right. No, it's something that you have to work hard for. You don't want to work hard for it, then rent from somebody who worked hard for it. There you go.
Guys.
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. So guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right and I say it to the left.
For sure. So we're going to go a little overtime because I know the boss here. And there's two things. I want to ask about free speech, and then I want to try to say, can we get one or two action items that this community can get behind in this new Congress and this presidency that are populist that maybe we can push for and advocate for? I want to try to maybe see if we could brainstorm that together. Number one, first on free speech. Do you think that the left, and you are an exception, is ready to embrace a robust, spirited culture of freedom of speech where disagreement is welcome, where you're able to have these kind of dialogues and forums? And I think it's a tragedy. It seems to be that more the right is willing to do it. Prove me wrong if that really is the case.
Yeah, I'm trying to remind the left of who we are, because the left is supposed to be for freedom of speech. The left needs freedom. If you're gay or you're trans or you're Muslim or you're someone that was otherized at some point in your life, you need freedom more than anyone else does. You need equality more than anyone else does. You need justice more than anyone else does. So if you want those things, you've got to reciprocate. So you've got to not, I want you guys to not assume that we hate you or that we're evil or that we're bad. But if we're going to do that, the left wing has to do the same. They have to assume that you're not evil, that you don't hate them, and you're not all of these things. So I know from time to time we'll still get back into the battles and we'll still call each other names, right? But overall, if we can begin to not hate each other, and so when we disagree, let's try two more real quick here. Okay. When we disagree, can we agree to not hate each other? All right, excellent. And when we have these fights, to Charlie's point, can we, for the first time in my lifetime?
Yeah, can we agree to not hate each other and be divisive amongst each other and tell each other that, oh, maybe you shouldn't put Thanksgiving or Christmas.
Right.
Like the left was doing.
Don't bother showing your face at any of the family gatherings.
Like the left was doing. So all this, but then say that we cause divisiveness. I'm like, bro, you're literally telling people to separate from their families over political difference. Mm-hmm. Chill out.
Time, begin to actually listen to one another. And Charlie, I'll give you credit on this, because one of the turning points, if you will, in how I started to view the right wing is when you came on the Young Turks at the RNC, and we started talking about banning private equity from buying residential real estate.
Which I totally agree with. That the young people in this audience should not have to compete against BlackRock to be able to own a home. Do you guys agree?
So we've got a populist plank on tyt.com that's one of the 6 pillars, right? And all my life I go on Republican shows, I go on right-wing shows. When I say something against the bankers, they're like, no, the bankers are great, the bankers are great. Oh, I was so frustrated. And now all of a sudden we got the right-wing populists saying, let's ban the bankers from buying our homes so they don't drive up the prices. Yes. The left, take yes for an answer. Take yes for an answer. And look, what I said online on X was, at least what we got out of this election is, we're no longer in an establishment prison. Now we're in the populist woods, right? And if you say, yeah, but we're going to fight in the populist woods, yes, but at least we're all human out here. We defeated the corporate robots, and we've got more fights with the corporate robots to come. But out here in the woods, when I see you guys, I don't hate you anymore, right? I see my fellow Americans. And so in these populist woods, we'll sometimes have skirmishes, sometimes we'll have battles. But the main thing I'm trying to drive with the 6 points of the populist plank: higher wages for Americans, time off for moms after they have a baby, anti-corruption,
totally
anti-war. The reason
audit the Pentagon.
Oh, yes. So the reason I pick those is not because they're the most left-wing positions, because those are the positions we all agree on, right? And God help the establishment if we actually work together to do those things. And finally, to the heart of your question, Charlie, I proposed on X, cut the Pentagon. Yes. Make sure the generals cannot work for the military-industrial complex afterwards. And free Edward Snowden.
I agree.
So,
see, without the TDS, yes, there's some things we disagree on, but he sounds way more sensible without the TDS. That's where y'all lost us with the trans. It's okay for trans to be in women's sports, the pro-abortion, and I'm gonna be real with you, what he just talked about now. Which was, damn it, what was he talking about?
The general is not going to work for the military.
Yeah, complex. It's like we can all agree to that. We can all agree to that. But when he finally chops the Trump BS, then yeah, we can get down to some real talk here.
It's beautiful that we have populist agreement on the right and the left on those issues. So I'm asking you guys, let's make those a reality, because right now, a lot of my friends on the left don't believe you. They think, no, they can't possibly be telling the truth, right? No way they're going to cut the Pentagon. No way they're going to have a conflict of interest rule for the generals. No way they're going to do any of this, right? Prove them wrong. Prove them that you are actual populists, that you do mean it, and that we can work together to get those things done.
Cenk, thank you so much. Guys, that was great. Thank you.
And all right, though, now let's move on to a conversation I think the Unusual Suspects had with Roger Stone. I believe they was at this Turning Point Fest as well. So, and they also got a lot of other people lined up. I mean, from Republican Brian Donald to our man Benny Johnson. They got some lineups here. I think they even got an old AG on there. So
really?
Yeah, honestly, it's gonna be pretty damn interesting. But let's start with our man Roger Stone, though.
Let's turn it on.
Let's go, man. Shout out Vinny and the Unusual Suspects, and you guys double tap that screen and like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner. We appreciate the support. And if you want to super chat a question, comment, or joke, we do appreciate that support. Just $1 and up. We'll go ahead and read it out loud and post it at the top of the chat. Let's keep the show going, guys. And we do appreciate the support. Let's go. Man.
Hi, and welcome to the Unusual Suspects. We are broadcasting live from Turning Point USA's America Fest 2024 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I have my usual Unusual Suspects today, Humberto, Brandon,
Hello.
Amy, and a recurring guest to the show. He's been on a bunch of times. You know him. You've heard the nicknames for him: the Dirty Trickster, the Prince of Darkness, Stone Cold, the Lord of Mischief, Nixon's Man, and my favorite, the Tattooed Trickster. Roger Stone joining us today. Roger, give it up. Make some noise, Roger Stone.
Thank you.
Roger, thank you so much for joining us today. What has your experience been here at Turning Point USA?
Yeah, he was the guy who they put all the charges up against on Trump.
Roger Stone.
Yeah, my man Roger. Man, shout out this man Roger Stone. He was the one guy who was vouching, fighting the government on the whole Russia collusion against Trump. You know what they did to this man? Convicted his ass, try to send his ass to jail, and what did Trump do? Pardon him. Well, I'm about to say real. Never mind.
Real guy.
Real guy. Real supporter. Real
president.
True believer.
America Fest 2024 so far.
First of all, there's one, of course, high celebration because the president, with the very key help of Turning Point, just won the most sweeping comeback victory in American political politics. It is a huge opportunity. It's also a watershed moment in terms of the fact that I think we're on the cusp of a total political realignment. The Trump, RFK, Tulsi Gabbard alliance is the most significant in American politics since the 30s, and we're going to make America great, and we're going to make America healthy again.
Are you concerned with 30 days left to the inauguration that there are still tricks up the left's sleeve that we have not seen yet that they have coming our way to try and disrupt a January 20th inauguration ceremony?
I think we have to assume that people who are corrupt and who have dominated both parties and controlled our government for well over 30 years, maybe as many as 50 years, are not just going to walk away peacefully. So there are a few legislative maneuvers that they could try to delay the certification of the election. Of course, when Trump did that, they accused him of crimes. So, and my greatest single concern remains the same, and that is for the safety of the president. I mean, that would sound like a conspiracy theory, except for the fact that we know there have been 2 assassination attempts on him already. So people who would try to kill him twice, why would they not try to kill him a third time? It's a very serious concern. It's something I pray about. When I do the rosary every night, that's at the top of my rosary prayers.
Well, not only did they try and kill the president twice, they also tried to indict him and jail him. And it's amazing that when we called this out prior to November 5th, and we said that this was the abuse of the Department of Justice, this was the weaponization of the Department of Justice, people would say that those were conspiracy theories, that were just talking points. But then you see that the president wins the election on November 5th, and all of a sudden the cases in New York dropped and delayed. Fani Willis has been disqualified over the Georgia case. All of a sudden, it seems like all of the things that we said prior to November 5th, magically after November 5th, have gone away because there was no basis for them in the first place. So they not only tried to kill the president, but they also tried to jail the president, which concerns me that none of those worked. So what could they do next in the next 30 days? Does the president, you're close with him, I'm assuming that you guys have had conversations about, and I know that he's probably more secure than ever before. Does the president have any concerns about some type of interference coming up with the certification of the election or January 20th inauguration ceremony?
Well, look, I can't speak for the president. Let me add to your list. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to keep him off the ballot in all 50 states. Now, once he has control of the government, he will be able to get what they have been unwilling to turn over, which is to say all the communications between DOJ and the prosecutors in Georgia and the prosecutors in New York and the prosecutors in Arizona. So you'll be able to prove that this was a RICO conspiracy to try to deny his constitutional rights. The president I would describe as very serene, very confident, very calm. I think he knows that his life has been spared for a very specific purpose. I think he knows, and I believe this, that he has been anointed for this time. And he's far more knowledgeable than he was in his first term. I mean, he came to Washington from the world of business.
I mean, Trump was his first run in the game.
And Trump came in, I ain't gonna lie, he had all the wrong picks. But now, and let's be real, all the wrong picks came through and backstabbed them, because let's be real, the picks that Trump made, man, look, the picks, those were made for Bush, not Trump.
Right.
It's like, no, those were picks made for a warmonger, which wasn't Trump. And these people these are one of the main people who actually benefit off the whole warmongering thing. So when Trump wasn't giving them what they needed to profit, or wasn't giving them what, their donors let them be in power for, now we got a problem. Now we need to make this man look bad. Now we need to get this man, out of here through some type of false insurrection charge.
But it does lend to the point that everything that Trump messed up in the first term, or everything that he wasn't anticipating, is the stuff that he'll make a strong suit his second time around.
I would say that, and this is one thing I always respect about Trump's first presidency, is that he stood on his ideals at the sacrifice of those around him. And what I mean is that he stood on the no war, no anything. He stood on no war and all that, even though everybody around him was pretty much saying, well, if you don't say, we're going to call you crazy. And what happened? That's exactly what went down. A lot of things that they wanted Trump to do, he didn't budge on. And what happened? Well, now we're going to call you crazy. Now we're going to call you a Russia propagandist and an insurrectionist, or a Russia collusionist.
He didn't know that both parties were not, were not completely united. The Republicans united in support of him. The Democrats united in opposition. He didn't know that he had a fifth column within his own party who sought to remove him or get rid of him since he came down that golden escalator. But I think his head's in a great place. He's confident. He's very upbeat. But interestingly, he's very deeply involved in the transition, meaning in 2017, he focused only on who the cabinet secretaries were. That's important. But now he's focused on who the deputy assistant cabinet secretaries are and the heads of the independent agencies are. He's more deeply immersed in his own transition to make sure that the people that he selects are people who are committed to the American First agenda, his agenda, not their agenda, not the establishment agenda, but his agenda.
What's amazing to see in the greatest redemption arc in human history, think about this. You had a convicted felon that went to work at McDonald's, became a garbage man, and now is the president-elect of the United States of America. Look at what has happened since November 5th election. All of a sudden, Ukraine concedes that they can no longer reclaim the territory that Russia has overtaken. You see Russia saying that they would like a peace agreement, which they've said they've wanted since 2022, but Boris Johnson intervened in that for some odd reason. You look at world leaders coming and meeting with Trump. You look at the economy getting a robust rebound. You look at crypto going through the roof. You look at what just took place in the past couple of weeks. Eric Adams coming out and talking about migrant sanctuary city of New York. He came out the other day and admitted or talked about the 500,000 missing children that go missing every year in the United States. All of a sudden, you're seeing this redemption across the entire United States. Look at the pork bill that got cut down from 1,500 pages to 300. It was a 90% cut down in the pages for the bill. All of these changes are happening, and he has not even taken office yet. So just imagine what America is in.
And that's what we like. Like, everybody changing their tune. Like, bro, Mexico said, oh, we're going to go ahead and fight the tariffs. Oh, yeah, we're going to make it worse on America. And then what, next day? Yeah, we're going to go ahead and work with America. We're going to go ahead and bend the knee. Yeah, whatever they want, whatever they need, we got you. China.
Bro, beyond that, even still in Mexico, they have large caravans that disbanded when the election news came in. Like, they just said, like, oh, we're not going to get in.
Whole factories.
We might as well stop right now.
Whole factory, stop production. Like, yep, well, we're done. Like, stop building factories over Trump being in office. Yep. China pretty much saying, you know what? We don't want smoke like that. We don't want no trade war.
You make a great point. Everybody from whole world leaders to politicians to political pundits and entertainers have been just reacting, making career deciding moves since Trump got elected. It's kind of funny.
And you know, it's crazy. It's funny that these countries are actually speaking up now. And a lot of people wondering, like, hold on, why didn't they never say nothing before? Because they know that things are changing. Yeah. All these BS trade deals we're in is going to change. All these BS.
Why would they say something before? Yeah. Weak leadership. Of course they would take advantage.
All these BS corporations that we let in that take advantage of our economy but don't give nothing to our people. Yeah, that ends when Trump comes in. Yep. Like, we're about to start running on common sense again.
Store for on January 20th. Roger, I know you had a question. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, so out of all the mechanisms of power and ways that they could attack him, what do you think is the most important thing that he could do in terms of cutting them off, not letting them attack him on day one? Like, with all the different things that could go after him, what's most important to go after first?
I think the most important thing to recognize is that we have a midterm election. And if we do not hold the House, which we only hold by 3 seats today, well, then this whole cycle of recrimination, false allegation, investigation will begin again. So it's crucial that he get a jump start on the economy. The good news is he knows exactly how to do that. He knows that energy prices are the cornerstone to a booming economy. So we're going to go back to drilling and exploring for gas and oil. Exactly. Then secondarily, I think that he's completely focused on sealing the border. He's got the right man in Tom Homan. He very wisely has structured Homan's position so it doesn't require Senate confirmation. He can start from day one to seal the border, obviously beginning with those most dangerous illegals who are here with a criminal record, either in this country or in their own country.
What's number 300,000 with a criminal record?
Now, some of this, of course, some of this redemption is not real. Mayor Eric Adams ran for mayor as a full-throated advocate for New York being a sanctuary city.
Right.
He said numerous times.
I'm glad Roger Stone is calling this point out, because I've been calling the duplicitous ways of Eric Adams out for the past week plus. It's so funny to see him truly take such a strong pivot from his original stance of signing New York up, raising his hand like me, when it was time to go around and decide what cities were going to be sanctuary cities. The largest, most notable sanctuary city we have is New York. So it is kind of funny to see Eric Adams take such a misaligning stance, coming out, supporting Trump, placing himself on some of these conservative platforms here recently, changing his rhetoric completely, saying he needs to be a mayor that represents all of his citizens in New York. It's just completely different from the tonnage, the verbiage, who he's been his whole career. up until the past couple weeks. It's kind of crazy to see in real time.
And this was correct. I do see a little bit of an argument. Oh, we need these countries. No. We don't need these countries. These countries need us. They need to be able to sell into our economy to make a profit. Remember, our money have been exchanged is what makes some of these countries float by. So I would say like this, even when it comes to our food, because some of y'all people are actually speaking up for the same corporations you say you hate. Because some of these corporations want you to feel that way so we can buy some of these ingredients that's cheaper out of the state instead of actually funding American farmers or funding American producers and buying it here. Some of y'all are actually working or aligning yourselves with what the corporation actually wants you to think, thinking that you're being social justice warriors. Surprise, surprise, huh?
Illegals will always be welcome in New York. He also, his real complaint, he never objected to the open borders policy. He objected to the fact that the feds would not give him millions and millions of dollars to fix the problem they had created. Now, suddenly, when he's under criminal indictment, now suddenly he has problems with the way that January 6th detainees were treated. Now suddenly he objects to the FBI harassing parents who go to school board meetings to complain about their kids' curriculum. Now suddenly he's ready to help Tom Homan expel the immigrants. This guy, the charges against him are extraordinarily serious. I saw Kat Timpf, I guess, on Gutfeld say, oh, he got upgraded from coach to first class on Turkish Airlines, and maybe he got an extra Bloody Mary. No, he took $100,000 from Turkey. That's illegal. He gave it to straw donors, New Yorkers, to hide where it came from. That's illegal. He submitted it to the campaign, to the city's campaign finance matching fund. So he made $100,000, $800,000. And in return, according to the indictment, he allowed the Turks to occupy a building, a skyscraper that had no occupancy permit. And to get one, they would have to spend millions of dollars in upgrades to the building. So charges against him are serious. His new positioning as Trump friendly is opposed. He is simping for a pardon.
Question for that then, because President Trump this week did say that he would consider pardoning Eric Adams. Obviously, you would not be in favor of that. Why do you think, and I know you can't speak for the president, why do you think he would say that he would support a pardon of Eric Adams in light of those serious charges?
Perhaps he hasn't read the full indictment, which I sent to him yet.
Okay. Oh, you said that too.
He just doesn't know.
Okay, Humberto, I know you had a question for Roger Stone. By the way, joining us, we are live on YouTube. Thank you to everybody that is watching us live on YouTube right now. If you have not done so, and this is your first time watching the Unusual Suspects podcast, make sure you like, subscribe, join us in the comment section. Our guest right now, Roger Stone. You can find all things Roger Stone, stonezone.com. Humberto, your question for Roger.
I know. We met about a year ago in this show, and I always look at your content. I follow your podcast, and it's not about what's happening now or what's about to happen. You have the vision, because the two times you were in the show, you got everything right, point by point. What's going to happen in the next 4 years? What do you see? Are we going to get all illegals out? How are we going to take back the Senate? How are the midterms looking?
Well, in politics, of course, a week is a lifetime. But I really think that we're on the cusp of a golden age, called the age of Trump, an age of peace and prosperity and security and justice. I think is going to be not only an extraordinary
period. Reason, Chad, and this isn't hyperbole. If Trump does everything that's in his agenda, everything that's been campaigned on, he does stand to reason to be one of the most influential, notable presidents of our generation, of our lifetime, really. Like, name a more popular, sensationalized president or figure in the modern day era past Trump. Like, especially if he goes in and changes the shit as he says he would. And shout out Gerard, $10. Merry Christmas. Hey, shout out Gerard, man. Always showing consistent support. Good to see you in here, bro. Right back at you. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Time for our country. But I think it is the beginning of a much longer run of this new alliance. In other words, what I saw in this election, which we have not seen since 1968, and then before that, 1932, is a situation in which those who are for war, those who are for censorship, those who think big pharma and big food should do whatever they want as long as profits are fat, they gravitated to the Democrats, where you had common sense Democrats like Robert Kennedy and Tulsi Gabbard, Rod Blagojevich, gravitating to the new Republican Party of Donald Trump, which is a middle-class party. This is the party of the working people. This is the party of the non-elites. The Democrats have become the party of Wall Street. They've become the party of the billionaires. They have become the party of the war machine. The old Democrat Party was for peace, and they worried about our civil liberties. They thought the FBI spied on people during the Vietnam War. Now they think the FBI spying on Americans is peachy keen.
Not enough, maybe.
Right. So there's been we're on the cusp of this great realignment. And I think as the president is successful, and I think he will be, we're not just looking at 4 years. We're looking at 4 years or 8 years or 12 years. And looking ahead in politics is very dangerous.
But the key to that is what you mentioned before, the midterms.
Yeah,
which we need because at this point, there's a lot of people that feel like, okay, Trump won. This is it. Great.
What Mr. Stone is alluding to there is not necessarily 8 or 12 years of a Trump presidency, obviously, but 8 or 12 years of an impact like Trump's have ripple effects for the next 8 or 12 years on a Republican candidate, most likely, which is to be J.D. Vance. But you got other runner-ups like RFK, Vivek Ramaswamy. So 8, 12 years, the implications of Trump's presidency this time around could linger for the better part of a decade plus.
America's going to be great again. Yes, it is going to be great again, but there is something that we need to focus on. The work is not done.
Well, there's two keys to that. One is prosperity.
Yeah.
We need to have a boom economy by 2026, even stronger than it is today. And it's okay today, but it could be stronger. But secondarily, we still have not solved the problem of election integrity. Yes, I'm happy that Trump won. Sorry, it is mathematically and statistically impossible for that many people in Arizona to vote for Donald Trump and then drop down and vote for Galegas. Not statistically possible. Secondarily, in Wisconsin, when at 4 o'clock in the morning we find 100,000 ballots that are 99% for the Democrat incumbent, sorry, statistically not possible. Now, what should happen, if you go look at the rules, the Senate and the House, there's a rule in both. They are the final arbiter of who was legally elected. They should not seat Tammy Baldwin, just refuse to seat her. They have that right. I don't know that the leadership has the courage. And in Orange County, California, more people voted than are registered to vote. That's not possible. The 4 members from Orange should not be seated. And that's up to the Speaker and the House caucus.
What percent of Congress can be trusted, Roger? What percent of Congress can be trusted?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What percent of people in Congress can be trusted? What percent?
I still can't hear you.
What percentage of Congress can be trusted?
That's a difficult question. I mean, Speaker Johnson takes a lot of criticism, but recognize his job is like herding cats. 50% of the people in his caucus don't want to do anything.
Yeah.
Don't rock the boat. We don't want controversy. We just want to raise money, get our paycheck, and get reelected. And the other half want to take the Democrats by the hair and pull them down the hill.
They're out for blood.
So he's got a very difficult job to cobble together, 50% of his caucus to do anything. He has learned the hard way the difference between a caucus and a cactus. You see, in a cactus, all the pricks are on the outside.
Amy, I know you had a question for our guest, Roger Stone.
I wanted to kind of ask a question that was inverse to Humberto's. He asked you, what are all the great things that are to come with the Trump presidency? I want to ask you, if Trump didn't win, if it was not too big to rig, what would be the inevitable tyranny and Marxism and socialism that could have potentially followed? Because I come from Australia, which is a mixed economy, and I'm starting to see in a lot of covert ways, they're slipping in these different rules, regulations, bills that look good on the outside, but they have very socialist and communist undertones. Now, we're protected here because of the Constitution, but what could the Democrats have done on that side of things to, possibly bring in the worst case scenario had Trump not been elected?
Well, had Trump not been reelected, at least half the people in this panel will probably be in jail right now.
We'll be roomies at Guantanamo. Yeah.
Secondarily, we do see this effort going on now to try to hamstring Trump before he gets there, to lock in federal employees that you can't dismiss, to lock in the funding for the war in Ukraine.
And best believe, all the platforms who spoke highly on Trump or affiliated themselves with Trump would have been under a deadly microscope had Kamala Harris got in. Like, oh yeah, what was all that stuff y'all was talking? Y'all was pro-Trump. Y'all was saying Trump was gonna get in. Trump was gonna have his way. Oh, Kamala was this. She was a fascist. Kamala was a communist. She was a Marxist. Everybody who said that would have been on an FBI watch list. I'm telling you. They would have came by all those platforms one by one. One by one, they would have weaponized the court system against them. I'm trying to tell you, it would have happened in lockstep. It would have been the feds did a sweep on content creators.
I wrote a long piece on the National Defense Authorization Act, which I think is designed to try to tie Trump's hands. And they will play those bureaucratic and governmental games, but we have to be vigilant about them. We cannot let the National Defense Authorization Act pass as it's currently written.
Question for you, as someone who has written several books on the JFK assassination, including, I believe it's the case against LBJ.
The man who killed Kennedy, the case against LBJ.
The JFK files, Trump in his first go-round said that he would declassify and release. We now have Kash Patel, who is saying he wants to declassify everything from COVID-19 to the JFK assassinations. Do you believe that the American population will get the truth about the JFK assassination, 9/11, and the missing pages, the COVID-19 origins? Do you see the truth coming to the American people under a second Donald Trump administration and presidency?
I really do. As far as the Kennedy assassination, I wrote a book, which is a New York Times bestseller, The Man Who Killed Kennedy, The Case Against LBJ. You can find it on my website, Stone Zone. It's a great Christmas gift. But more importantly, the president said that he will consider appointing RFK to head a commission to review all presidential assassinations or assassination attempts. That means I think, get the declassification of the JFK documents. We learn more about the murder of RFK, his father. We learn much more about the attempted assassination of Ronald Reagan. The government's never even issued a report on that.
Really?
We get to learn more about the two attempted assassinations of Trump in West Palm Beach and in Butler, Pennsylvania. So yes, I think we're going to learn more.
Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. So it opens up the floodgates to a lot.
Yes, I think it is time for the American people to know the truth about all those things. And when it comes to 9/11,
yes,
those sections of their final commission report that pertain to Saudi Arabia need to be released. We need to know the truth.
Would you be surprised if he doesn't release the JFK files?
I would be shocked.
Really?
What are the implications for the United States government? Do you think the public, obviously right now.
I thought that already came up. Trump had access to the JFK files, said that he considered releasing them, but
it implicated people who are still alive. And there might be, like, I guess, retaliatory action against those who, got JFK assassinated. Excuse me. Yeah, I would say this. Well, there's still certain people who are alive that have connections to it. So I would say this: if it didn't,
people were deceased. I thought it was the implications of.
Actually, yeah, you're right.
Could the implications of how it could sway public perception of how government mistrust.
Honestly, if it really came out, I would say it would only sway government distrust in the Mossad.
Yeah,
I would say that. We'd have a distrust towards a certain ally.
Right.
That's what would really come out. And then I'm be real with you, certain parts of our government, like the CIA, would also fall under heavy questioning at that point.
I think that's where the true questioning lies, which is why they've still held back or been reserved on the information released.
Because the only way our intelligence corruption problem can be solved is if everybody in America knows that it's happening.
Right, exactly.
So it's either we can make it work for us or we can just destroy it altogether.
Yeah, very true.
The American trust in the government is an all-time low. Do you believe that it can go any further to lower if they tell us that, in fact, the United States government killed Kennedy, or the United States government was maybe not active in 9/11, but at least maybe complicit? Do you believe that at that point, what happens to the American distrust in the United States government? Can it go any lower?
Well, it's already pretty low. It's important to note that Trump did release 80% of the classified documents in his first term, and we learned some shocking things. Oh, Lee Harvey Oswald had a 1099 from the FBI? Well, that means he was on the payroll. Well, that means he was an informant, just to give you one example. But we learned that. So I think, in one way, it's kind of anticlimactic, meaning the American people already believe, based on I should say, despite the fact that the networks and the mainstream legacy media has been trying to push the outdated and I think debunked narrative that Lee Harvey Oswald, lone nut communist acting alone, shooting from behind, 3 shots. No, I mean, this new documentary by Paramount interviewing the doctors at Parkland Hospital. It's amazing how many of them are still alive. They all are consistent. We saw wounds in JFK consistent with him being shot from the front and the back. Consequently, there must have been a conspiracy. Consequently, someone beyond Lee Harvey Oswald, or maybe not even including Lee Harvey Oswald, had to be involved. So what we're really waiting for here is the final piece. And I think most Americans.
And there's simple details to the case that the general public still isn't aware of. Like, I mean, think about it, guys. I mean, if you're tuned in to St. Key Media, you may have heard an inkling of that theory that there were multiple shooting angles confirmed on the forensics, but the general public is still unaware of knowledge like that. That would blow the general public's mind right there if that was just to be talked about a little bit more, highlighted a little bit more. So honestly, the question can be asked, like, are we truly ready for those files, those sensitive files, to be exposed? And for all the implications that come with it.
If you're pro-Israel, no. I mean, bro, the complete story about 9/11, trust me, there's a lot of things that you would have to be, that a lot of pro-whatevers that would be very pissed off at some of these documents being unclassified. I wouldn't even say pissed off. They'd be almost in distrust. They damn near say it's a lie. But then we're going like, well, why would they cover it up like this if it was such a lie?
Right.
I think about it. But yeah, honestly, in my opinion, JFK gets released, FBI, CIA, some other foreign agency, some other foreign intelligence agency, they're all going to get implicated on some shit, that we might have to, send some, get some people to some foreign intelligence agencies, bring them over to America just to lock their ass up. It might have to be on some stuff like that.
On the feds.
Exactly.
Americans aren't buying the government version of events already. So I think people will not be shocked. It'll be a confirmation of what they already think, which is to say the government's not telling us the truth.
Do you think there's going to be any follow-up to the assassination attempt against Trump with Thomas Crooks and all that? Because we heard shockingly little about that since it happened.
I mean, it happened July 13th, and here we are on December 21st, and we know less about that guy yet. Luigi Mangione, we know everything about that guy, from where he was captured, the money that was involved and caught on him, that he claimed wasn't, even the rumors that he is allegedly a homosexual and was dating big, burly black men.
Yes.
That's his choice, whatever. Who cares? How do we know that much about that guy, but we know nothing about Thomas Crooks?
Yeah, people can smell a cover-up. I mean, okay, let's get this straight. The state, local, and federal police were all on different radio frequencies, so they couldn't speak to each other. Really? The law enforcement, including local police, knew for 92 minutes that there was a man with a rifle who'd been seen with a rangefinder inside the perimeter, but they never informed the president's direct detail, and they never evacuated him. That makes very little sense. We know that the government counter shooter had the man they allege shot Trump, Thomas Matthew Crooks, in his sights, pointing a rifle at the president, but he doesn't take him out. He waits until he gets off 8 rounds and then he shoots him. Now we need to know a lot more, and we're not going to learn it, I think, until Trump becomes president and you have a new FBI director, a new attorney general, and a new director of the Secret Service.
Do you think we're gonna get a new FBI director?
I do.
Well, Christopher Wray said he is going to resign and he's going to step down. The question becomes, is Kash Patel nominated and passed through the Senate for that? Roger, my question for you, when it comes to...
And shout out our man Taiwan 42, Big T, man. Appreciate the support, my dog. He says the GCHQ from UK will be implicated in cover-ups. Yeah, I can see that, man. And trust me, G, you know, it's crazy enough. I could see if some things would get exposed in the UK. I could see the CIA getting brought up in some things because, well, the CIA has been causing corruption around the world for years, and then honestly, many different wars.
You mentioned the mainstream media.
Look up Project Galileo. Crazy.
Right now, the narrative, and you have a relationship with the president. The current narrative and what the mainstream media is trying to do is now to divide Elon Musk and Donald Trump. You see it on X with Jasmine Crockett posting photos of Elon Musk playing puppet master to Donald Trump. Have you, as somebody that's an insider in Mar-a-Lago, has a relationship with the president, has been in D.C. for as long as you have and established the relationships that you have had, have you seen any friction that you can tell us about between Donald Trump and Elon Musk? And if not, do you think the media's attempts to create that division will be successful?
I have not seen any friction, but anyone who thinks that doesn't understand Donald Trump. Donald Trump is his own man. Nobody tells him what to think, where to go, who to appoint, who to meet with, who to talk to. Believe me, he's very stubborn. And I say that in a positive sense, meaning when he sets his mind on a goal, you're not going to get him off of it. You know, Ben Bradley was the editor-in-chief of the Washington Post. He was also a CIA asset. He was very, very close to John Kennedy, very close. But nobody objected to that. That was one of the most influential newspapers in the country, but nobody objected to that. They were close friends. JFK asked Ben Bradley's opinion on a lot of things. I'm sure Donald Trump asked Elon his opinion on a lot of things, but Elon was not elected, and no one thinks he was. The president is entitled to have friends. It's funny to see CNN and MSNBC and these other non-journalists complaining that Elon and X have too much influence. How about you guys having too much influence?
I know.
May I push back respectfully on one thing?
Sure.
Nobody voted for Elon. I did. I didn't vote for him directly, but part of the reason why I cast my vote for Donald Trump, obviously Trump, but the people that he started to support himself or found.
And we got over 100 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and go ahead and double tap that screen, like the video, or the 3 dots up there in the corner. And you can go ahead and send in $1+ super chat to go ahead and get any question, comment, or even a joke read out loud and post it to the top of the chat. Appreciate support. Get us to 50 of those, and we'll go ahead and open the call-in line. Appreciate y'all.
Surrounding him, the Tulsi Gabbards, the RFKs, the Vivek, and the Elons are part of the reason why I cast my vote for Donald Trump. Nobody in the Democratic Party in the primaries cast their vote for Kamala Harris. So how can the Democrats get up and criticize the right for not voting for Elon Musk, but saying now he's running the show, when they literally subverted democracy to have Kamala and Harris instilled as the Democratic nominee and then ran the worst campaign in presidential history and lost despite spending and quite possibly, in my opinion, money laundering $1 billion.
Yep.
You know, you need to quit holding back and tell people what you really think.
I apologize. I just had to ask.
You got to stop mincing words. You know what I'm saying? Look, this is really simple. They hate Elon because he ended their monopoly on online dialogue.
Yeah.
He ended the fact that that on Facebook, on the old Twitter, on Instagram,
YouTube.
If you didn't agree with their narrative, you were gone. You were canceled. You didn't exist. So Elon, his great sin is he's restored free speech to an important platform, and the platform has surged in importance in terms of those who are participating. This is why they hate him. That's the real reason why they hate him. But this idea of dividing Elon and Trump or attacking Trump because Elon's an advisor, first of all, I don't think voters care about it. Secondarily, Congresswoman Crockett is lucky that there's no IQ requirement to be a congresswoman.
We have to wrap up. Roger, thank you so much for joining us. StoneZone.com. Roger, my final question for you. You've been on this planet for 72 years. 7 decades you've been around. You have witnessed some of the darkest.
That man still look like he got some more, like 10, 15 more years in him.
Times in American history, post the JFK assassination, 9/11, the Nixon impeachment. Where we're at today in 2024 with 30 days left towards Inauguration Day, how optimistic are you for the future of this country and for the future of the Donald Trump administration, the second go-round?
I am extraordinarily optimistic. I really think we're about to enter, as I said earlier, a golden age of peace, unprecedented peace, prosperity, security, and justice. They keep saying, well, Trump's about revenge.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people don't understand about Trump, is that the Democrats have painted to you that Trump's against that, about revenge, when no. His whole political campaign, he didn't speak about going after his political opponents, even though that's what some people in his camp wanted him to do. I mean, even some of his supporters were going like, yeah, you should low-key ride on the fact you're going to come and get these people. What you did with Hillary, like you'd be in jail. People like that. People like the whole drain the swamp ideology, but he didn't come off that. If Trump was all about revenge, then he'd have been talking to this whole campaign, and guess what? He'd have still won. So the fact that this man didn't talk about that, but the Dems are trying to say, oh, he's all about vengeance. Nah, the man's about fixing America. He's about fixing the economy, fixing the immigration problem, fixing our trade deals. There's a lot of things the man needs to fix before, I guess, worrying about, Elon Musk, the Dems framing Elon Musk as the president, or them trying to sow division within his camp. He has better things to do than worry about what the Dems' next plot is.
He's about retaliation. No, he's about rebalancing the scales of justice so we have one system. So when Hillary or FBI Director Comey or CIA Director John Brennan, if they have committed crimes, and they have, why should they not be held responsible for their crimes, as opposed to inventing crimes by me and, say, General Flynn? Final point, the president's nomination of Vincent O'Shannah to be Secretary of Comedy. I hope he can get confirmed. I think he'd be great.
Well, thank you, Roger Stone. Guys, make some noise for Roger Stone for joining us live. StoneZone.com for everything Roger Stone. And those of you watching at home on the Unusual Suspects channel, if you have not already liked and subscribed, please do so. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Make some noise for AmFest 2024, Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk and Roger Stone. Roger, thank you so much for joining us. We greatly appreciate it, and we will see you.
And for those of you who are saying, you know what, he should have ran on that lock him up thing now. But here's the thing, though. If he'd have ran on that whole lock him up agenda, imagine what they'd have done now. Look what they're doing now. Look who they're pardoning now. Look how they're trying to cover their ass now, and Trump didn't even come off like that. Imagine what they'd have done. Honestly, I kind of wish he did, because then they'd honestly showed us, well, all their true cards, who they really try to protect. Because Biden, well, he want to protect his crackhead son and a woman who's done stole or defrauded millions out of Americans, and then 2 judges who done what? Ruined kids' futures. That's who Biden's for. So I could only imagine how more harsh or how more crazy these partners would have been if he'd have been running on the mantra of, oh yeah, I'm gonna dig up. Trump would have ran on the mantra of, oh yeah, I'm gonna dig up everything y'all got, everything.
See you again soon. Take care. Bye bye.
But all right, man, let's move on to the next video, because I ain't gonna lie, they had a pretty decent lineup. But before we get on to that next video, I do want to hear Thomas Massey's thoughts on Mitch McConnell, since he is a hot subject right now in this political sphere, seeing that he's pulling a Biden on us.
Amazing. What do you think of Mitch McConnell after all these years of being in the delegation with him?
He's a shrewd guy.
Yep.
He's quick. He's let me give you an example of how quick he is. So we had a Congressman, Jamie Comer, who's now chair of the Oversight Committee. He got elected in a special election, which means you come in the middle of a term, and you have to boot up with no staff, and so it's kind of disorienting. So Mitch McConnell had an event for Jamie Comer on his first day in Congress. It was in a townhouse with like 200 lobbyists. By the way, I'm never going to get invited to one of these now that I tell you the story. And so Jamie's there, and McConnell goes, I believe Jamie took his first vote tonight. And
that is such a perfect imitation.
And I wasn't supposed to speak, but I interrupted Senator McConnell, who was at the time the majority leader. And I said, yes, Senator McConnell, he did take his first vote. And I know he has no staff. So I advise Jamie, when you walk into the chamber, look at how I vote and then vote the other way, and you'll be just fine. And 200 lobbyists thought it was a pretty good joke, and they were laughing. And as the laughter died down, McConnell goes, well, Thomas, I'm glad you and I are giving Jamie the same advice. And then the place just, the walls almost collapsed.
No, he's good. He's good
so
that
funny.
way.
So, but I think it's time for new leadership in the Senate. I mean, he's obviously, it's way past time. And this is just a fact. I'll say it. I'll get in trouble for saying it. I'm in races in Kentucky, so we poll things in case, we poll Trump's popularity. We poll the senator's popularity in case they get involved in your race.
Yeah.
And Senator McConnell's favorabilities are lower among Republican primary voters than our Democrat governor's favorabilities.
Seriously?
Yes.
Lower than Governor Beshear?
Yeah. Beshear's around 40% among Republican primary voters, and McConnell's around 30%.
Well-deserved. Well-deserved. So I'm glad to hear that, because I like Kentucky and I think its voters are sensible. What do you think accounts for, in the final months and years of his public career, his public statements that all that matters is Ukraine? Like, what is that?
I have no idea. By the way, I have so many fights in the House that I try to avoid every fight in the Senate that I can. And you're trying to draw me in, and I love you, and I'll indulge these questions, but
Oh, and if you're feeling the video, make sure to double tap the screen and like the video. We appreciate the support, man. And shout out to all the mods and the members in the chat. Appreciate y'all support as well. Now, if you guys can get us the 50 super chats total, we'll go ahead and open up the call-in line and have some of our members, supporters come up here and, give y'all thoughts and all that good stuff. I heard Guest Dude's working on some crazy stuff. Hopefully we can get him up here tonight and he can go ahead and expound on what he's been researching. Appreciate you, Guest Dude, and appreciate you, the rest of the supporters.
For 12 years, my strategy has been pick my fights in the House.
Smart.
Let Rand Paul and Mike Lee and Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance, Rick Scott, let those guys figure out the Senate, because I haven't been able to fix the House, so I'm damn sure not going to be able to fix the Senate.
But it's just interesting. Okay, taking McConnell out of it and even the Senate out of it, but some of the committee chairmen in the House, for example, seem like Ukraine is all that matters to them. And there's, of course, the question, as you noted, of donations from Lockheed, et cetera, the military-industrial complex. But it almost seems messianic to me. It seems heartfelt to me. It seems sincere that they think that this is all that matters, winning this war against Russia. What do you have any sense of why they feel that way?
I don't. And the hardest ones to understand are people like Mike Johnson, who used to be against sending more money to Ukraine, but now that he's the speaker, he like you said, he seems strongly convicted that we should be sending money there.
Almost like it's a religious calling or something. I mean, it seems totally real to me. It doesn't seem fake.
I've heard the argument. I think it's immoral, but I've heard the argument that, this is a great deal. We just spend money and we're grinding up Russia's capacity to wage war. Particularly, lots of Russians are dying, and so we're told that's a good thing. Since the Cold War began, we've been taught that it would be good for Russia to be diminished. But they've gone so far as.
It does seem like the news stream media does seem to cheer in jubilation every time they hear that Russia's lost a huge number of soldiers. I'm just like, bro, what's wrong with y'all? Like, I get it that y'all wanted to be the enemy, but can we not also feel bad that a huge chunk of human life has been taken out?
Like, come on now.
That's crazy that y'all over here just, and they finally lost hella soldiers. We're celebrating. I'm like, whoa, you're celebrating a huge loss of human life as well, right?
Russia, so we justify it.
It's like, no. That's why I don't like war, because I don't like lives being lost at all. Especially since most of the time these wars are being fought by people who aren't even fighting for their own self-interest. Sad
to say. Russians dying, to the tune of 300,000 casualties, they say, is just such a great thing that we need to keep this thing going. And my answer to that is, why don't you tell us the Ukrainian casualties? I have been in classified settings.
And shout out guest dude, $5. I will drop a quick 5. The gist is, I think Luigi triggered the death of the nation state by popping that CEO. It's a deep rambling. Yeah, no, he definitely triggered a lot of things with that assassination. I mean, just the conversations that he's highlighted or put at the forefront are enough. And I'm not, y'all know my stance. I'm not really sitting here justifying the killing of the CEO. I think that man had a family. I think he had his own life. He was just doing a job, doing a duty. And I don't really think he should have been the martyr for the downfalls of some of these insurance companies. But I do like that the fact that this conversation has been brought to the forefront. Luigi is somebody that I don't necessarily commend his actions, but I do like, again, that the conversation is being
opened up now because of this tragic event. But hey,
and again, shout out Lunatic Rin. Is it true that all Congress members get a pension for life, regardless of their term length or number of terms? I think they have to fulfill a certain requirement, but yes, that is true to my knowledge.
Now,
that's why they that's why they do anything to keep their job.
Oh man, that makes sense. And oh man, don't worry. I also got a crazy video, like a damn near 2-hour video of the whole Luigi explanation of the whole Luigi situation getting broke down.
Oh really?
Shout out Byron and his whole Fed channel that he got. So shout out. All right, shout out guest dude and Ren, man. We appreciate the support. Let's keep it going
with CIA.
Thank you for adding to the total. Oh, and shout out guest dude. Basically, the PMC bubble pop is coming. All CEOs are going to hire PMCs now for protection. This will make nation states' armies weaker than the private military contractors. Oh yeah, private military. Sorry, I had to figure out what PMC means for a second. Yes, but the private military contract bubble pop is coming. Dang, all right. So I guess we need to start investing in these private militaries, Key. And all CEOs are going to start hiring private military contractors now for protection. And yeah, that would make sense after this. And bro already has regular security. He already had regular security. So yeah, they might need some crazier stuff for this. And dang, guess I'm kind of seeing where you're going with this. What happened if this was a hit to boost private military support? So what happens if they're going to now give up the whole warmongering and now switch over to private military for protection? All right, Trump's in office. We got to let go of the international wars. Let's try to focus on wars inside the country.
I mean, it tracks. I see where he's going with it.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm honestly, that's where my line of thinking went, just off of what he's saying right now.
Secretary of State,
appreciate you, guys.
Secretary of Defense, not their assistants, but those people in the room, and they're bragging about how many Russians have died and been injured. And I asked them how many Ukrainians have died and been injured, and they claimed they didn't know. I mean, that's just a flat out lie. And they said they would get back to me, and they've never gotten back to me. Not only are Americans being fed propaganda about this war, Congress is being fed propaganda by our State Department and our Secretary of Defense and our intelligence agencies. And you can just ask a few questions in these classified hearings. If nothing else, my colleagues should be convicted of a lack of curiosity. They sit there and they believe everything they're told because these are supposed to be the authorities and they know things we don't. But you can expose them with 2 or 3 questions, like how many Ukrainians have died? And they refuse to answer.
I've asked that very same question to Mike Johnson, actually, directly. But I've also asked him and a number of committee chairmen, just in personal conversations, do you believe your intel briefings? Because only a child would believe an intel briefing. Take it at face value. There may be.
And shout out Fox. He said, "Are you doing conspiracy hour tonight?" You know what? Shoot, I would say depending on viewership support, I will wait to announce that. So to be announced.
Truth in there, right? Maybe largely true, but you're being spun. You're being manipulated, and if you don't know that, then you're a moron. But they seem to believe them.
Because they have no other reference. And then here's what else happens, Tucker. When you go into a classified setting, like a SCIF, you lock up your phone, you take off your Fitbit, you take every electronic device. They even make me take off my debt badge.
What?
Yeah, I know.
Do you feel naked?
I feel.
And shout out, guest dude again. He said, if a nation state does not have the monopoly on violence, do they even exist? Violence is the supreme authority from which all authority exists. And I mean, I remember Mike Rashid said it best. He's like, yo, without violence, like violence upholds everything.
It's the ultimate rule.
I remember when he was, I think he was talking to a feminist and she was arguing, oh, we should be less violence and all that good stuff. And he's like, you know, this whole feminism, all women's rights and all that stands on violence, right?
Somebody had to fight for it.
Yeah, somebody got to get violent about it. Like, little do you know, the same men you call misogynist will fight for your right to be able to vote, to be able to go to school and all that. The same ones.
And defend all y'all feminist views and ideologies.
Because let's be real, if it wasn't for the men who would fight for you women, all it takes is one man to go like, yeah, I want to take away the 19th Amendment, and all of them are going to roll over because nobody's fighting for it. Yep. But there will be dudes who will put heads on sticks over you trying to take away women's rights. It's a right that's upheld by violence, even though it doesn't seem to be.
Exposed. I mean, I do feel naked if I'm not wearing this. I've been wearing it for a year every day of my life. Okay. But they strip you of every outside reference. Okay. And now your staff is not allowed in that meeting either. Remember, congressmen, our primary roles are like raising money, being friendly to constituents, you know.
And I mean, guys, okay, how much of you guys would honestly sit there and fight for women? They try to come out the next day and say, yeah, we're taking away the 19th Amendment. We're going all jihadists on women. How much you guys would sit out there and be like, yo, you're not doing that to women. You're not doing that to my daughter, my wife, etc. There's the violence that upheld women's rights. It's us right here. We're the reason women got rights, because there's men like us who's willing to die about it. We're the reason why the whole Constitution stands, because there's people like us who are willing to die about it. If nobody's willing to die about it, it doesn't get upheld. And that's just the fact of the matter. All right, shout out. Guest duty said Luigi Mangione is going to go down in history as the 21st century Garvio, am I pronouncing that right?
Gavrilo Princip.
All right, Gavrilo Princip. He pulled an Archduke Ferdinand level assassination. He pulled an Archduke Ferdinand level assassination. God damn.
Yeah, an assassination that triggered a major series of world events. And I can agree with that because it does seem like a lot of stuff is set to follow. And I like your line of thinking, guest dude, because a lot of industries and a lot of bubbles are set to pop, with a lot of attention being turned on some of these industries that have been operating as they have for, I would say, better part of decades since their inception.
Or maybe I'm just being ignorant, but I don't know anywhere else that this is causing a big, like, I don't know, riff, like besides in America now. Maybe I'm just being a little bit ignorant to the topic, though.
I mean, the implications they spread wide. I mean, I think right now it's still very sensitive, very new and fresh situation, but I think the implications can have ripples across multiple facets.
Well, speaking of ripples, let's check this out, man, because the 9/11 the 911 unit response to Houthis attacks on the Red Sea shipping. And shout out to Wall Street Journal, because this definitely caused some ripples around the world. Let's go. Yeah. I'm telling you. Now, let's go ahead and move over to, I ain't gonna lie, the unusual suspect had a crazy lineup. And I mean, absolutely crazy line. Let me see.
What we're looking at here is the Astra Group.
Y'all don't like this one. I mean, the lineup is so crazy. You're going to see banger after banger after banger. Let's get right into it, guys. Y'all going to enjoy it.
No one, though, like Hollywood. Hi, welcome.
And make sure to double tap that screen and like the video, or the three dots up there in the corner. And remember, man, we are about 39 more super chats until we open up the call-in line. And like I said, you can send a super chat with any question, comment, or joke. We'll go ahead and post it to the top of the chat and also read it out loud. We appreciate the support.
Back to the unusual suspects. If you were joining us just a few minutes ago, we had Roger Stone, and now we are very excited to have a new unusual suspect. I don't believe we've ever had an attorney general on the podcast before, but for the first time, a third-time attorney general for the great state of Texas. Joining us today, we have Ken Paxton. Ken, thank you so much for making time to join us today.
I didn't realize I was the first, but.
And shout out Lunatic Ren, $2. He's asking what time is Conspiracy Hour. We're still trying to queue that up. We're just asking everybody's support and go ahead and keep Conspiracy Hour going. So if anybody could support the stream, send a super chat in like Lunatic Ren just did. It'll help us reach our goal. How far are we off from the goal set?
We are now about 38 super chats away from the call-in. And then trust me, we'll definitely go ahead and fit into conspiracy hour then. I am going to go ahead and put up a poll later on. So we got you.
Appreciate the support. Shout out guest dude, $5. Last one. The death of a nation state is not just a possibility in the 21st century. It is a very much probability. 60-40 chances at the moment.
Well, you know, if you want guest dude to expound on that, go ahead and get this call in going, guys. Because trust me, when guest dude expounds on it, he's gonna blow your mind, and you're gonna be mad about how much sense this man will make. You'll be a little surprised.
Shout out to 42 Big T. €2. He said, "What's the subject of conspiracy hour?"
I got 2, and I'll go ahead and put it in there later on. But don't worry, we got
appreciate
you.
the support, guys. We appreciate the support.
Hey, I'm glad y'all loving the conspiracy hours.
I'm honored to be here.
You are the first, and to my knowledge, the greatest, because you're the only one that's prepared so far. But so far, 100%.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So, look, your state has seen something that only a few states in the country have actually experienced firsthand. It's you, Arizona, and California are the only actual states that can attest to the crisis at the border under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and that administration. Can you please let us know what it was like under a Donald Trump 2016 to 2020 administration and how the border was protected, as opposed to where we currently sit, where we have, according to some estimates, more than 8 million illegal immigrants in sanctuary cities across the United States, but it looks like there's far more that are unaccounted for.
Yeah, so being there under Donald Trump was pretty exciting because we had never seen a president actually enforce all of our laws. And he did it effectively, and the numbers came down, and it made a difference in our state. Less crime, and it protected our
Shout out Twan, man, because he said, hold on, mate. I sent y'all euros, not dollars. And we appreciate you, my man Twan, man. Appreciate the euros.
Citizens from all kinds of different things. When Joe Biden came in on day one, he didn't wait a month. He didn't wait a week. On day one, it was so important to him, he announced that he wasn't going to deport anybody.
Euros.
Now, you only do that if you want the cartels to know to bring people. And that's exactly what happened. And our state experienced something like we've never experienced with illegal immigration, fentanyl coming in, sex trafficking, crimes, and just the general cost of dealing with all of this illegal immigration. It was a tremendous burden on our state.
And you've had to have an uphill battle to fight for the people of Texas to have a secure border. You have been outspoken, and you have tell us some of the tactics that you have used against the Biden administration in attempts to secure the border so that you could stop that influx of illegal immigration.
Well, the first thing we did was we sued over existing federal law. So as soon as he said he wasn't deporting, we sued him on the 3rd day, got an injunction on the 6th day to say, hey, you can't not follow the law. And then he continued to try to break the law by not building the wall. So he got an appropriation from Congress that directed him to spend money on building the wall, and he refused to do it. He started siphoning off funds. We sued him.
Yeah, I mean, ain't that crazy how he's talking about the wall? Because everybody kept saying, well, what about Trump's wall? That was a lie. No, it wasn't. The man tried to get it erected. No pun intended. But the man tried to get it erected, and Biden took it down. Trump, bro, if you'd have seen how much miles of wall material this man had, y'all would have been pissed. Y'all would have been like, hold on.
Wall materials for pennies.
I mean, like, bruh.
There was several executive orders that Biden overturned once he got in that upheld the border that Trump instilled.
And here's the crazy thing. For less than $60, my yard could have had more protection than the U.S. border.
It's crazy. They even sued Texas for trying to uphold their parts of the border
and their barbed wire, and then they took down all the water. What was it? I think the water gaylords that kept their
the water gaylords, the shipping containers, and the big ass Red Bulls. Even
that kept them from coming over. Yep, everything that stopped an immigrant from coming over, they took away, and that's what they hide from y'all
by not building the wall. So he got an appropriation from Congress that directed him to spend money on building the wall. And he refused to do it. He started siphoning off funds. We sued him, and we finally got a ruling in May saying he had to build the wall. We're still in those battles, and it just never ends with him. He continues to evade federal law in his constitutional role which is to follow the law, to follow the laws that are existing, not the ones he would love to have.
Question for you before I go to Amy. Who is the border czar? Could you just answer that question? Because it's very odd. They proclaim her in documents as the border czar, but then whenever it came up, it was the oddest gaslighting I've ever seen, because they would tell you to your face that what they previously bragged about her as far as her roles in the administration, she was very integral in the success that we've had in these different battles to fight inflation. Oh, she's the border czar. Then all of a sudden, when she became the nominee, which didn't actually happen according to the primaries, and they subverted democracy to put her in place and install her as the candidate, all of a sudden she had nothing to do with the border. She had nothing to do with any of the successes or the poor performance of the Biden administration. So as the Attorney General of a border state, who is the border czar of the United States today, and who has been for quite some time now?
Well, it's Kamal.
That.
But there's a conflict, right? Because as time went on, people realized she wasn't doing the job the way.
And that's the thing, because Biden, word for word, bar for bar, appointed her as border czar.
Said, I give you the power. You're my right hand.
Nobody
for me.
Yeah, no, but she don't got to check in with me or nothing. Whatever she say goes at the border. And yeah, as the guy's saying, we started noticing that she ain't done nothing.
Not only was she supposed to coordinate with the countries that these migrants were coming from, but she was supposed to oversee the team at the southern border.
But you know what she did do? Give him overtime. Because y'all gonna need to be working overtime.
She said, then one thing I can tell you, y'all gonna be working. I ain't gonna do shit, but y'all gonna be working.
Hey man, all these immigrants we gonna allow over. Yeah, y'all gonna need that overtime.
That it should be done. She wasn't enforcing laws. She wasn't coming down there. She didn't care about border security, and it was so obvious. And so she did her best to distance herself from.
I mean, she went to the border one time in 4 years, and when she went, she didn't even go to the hard hit part. She went to the luxurious part.
She went there for a photo op.
On that position, even though they're the ones that told us that that's what she does.
Amy, your question for Attorney General Ken Paxton.
The first Attorney General on the show.
The very first.
Yes, welcome. This was the perfect segue. I wanted to know, with President Trump now coming into power, his plans for mass deportations and his selection of Tom Homan for now border czar, have you had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Homan yet, or anybody from the administration? And what do you envision Texas's role being to assist with the overall national strategy for mass deportations?
So I know Tom well. I have not met with him yet. He's been kind of busy.
Fair enough.
They're all busy getting started and getting ready to start implementing. But I do know this. I worked with him a lot when he was doing what he was doing for Trump in the last administration. And I have no doubt that we will work hand in hand, just like we did 4 years ago, to make sure that our border is secure. And I've never seen anybody better in that job than Tom Homan. So I'm very excited about that pick, and I'm looking forward to working with Tom in the future.
How important is it when it comes to the fight on illegal immigration that the media portrays what's going on as accurate? I have a friend who lives in Austin, Texas, and he tells me that I have been brainwashed by the right. Now, I have been and to this day, I am a registered Democrat. Don't boo me. I didn't vote Democrat this time. I didn't. For the first time in my life, I voted for a Republican. I voted for Donald Trump because I watched what has gone on with this current administration. I went, I want no more of this. I am tired of this. I need a change because I don't feel as secure. My family doesn't feel as secure as we did 4 years ago when Donald Trump was in office. When you look at this, the media tells us that things aren't happening.
Hey man, shout out guest dude. He said, I lied, which is no problem because we love you here, man. He's like, I lied. I got another one. No nation state means no traditional borders, but will have a lot more walls. New medievalism will be crazy that way. Man.
Hey, no borders will have a lot more walls. I see what you mean there.
Man, I mean, I like it, but then it's like, yo, it is a wild theory. But it sounds a whole lot more plausible when the man explains it all the way through. Because I don't want to go into my man's theory because I know I'm gonna miss some parts.
Guest dude. Guest dude, a self-described anarchist. So whatever he's talking about, he probably needs to expound on and detail himself.
Yeah, man, facts. So, and if you want to hear more from guest dude, man, go ahead and get us to that call-in reach, and we'll go ahead and open up the call-in line. I believe we got 35 more super chats until we get it in there.
Hey, man, we appreciate the support, guys. Go ahead and double tap that screen. If not, you can also hit the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. But yes, questions, comments, jokes, video suggestions as well can be shared with the stream. Let's keep it interactive and engaging as we like to do here at S.E.T Media. We'll pull your comment up at the top of the screen, just as we did with Guest Dude. Give you a shout out for supporting as well as read and react to what you said. So let's keep the stream going, guys, and we appreciate the support.
Even though they are. Just this week, it was proven that Tren de Aragua had taken over. Remember in September, they were saying that the Venezuelan gang members had taken over a condo complex in Aurora, Colorado. And the media insisted that did not happen. They denied it. They gaslit it. They even tried to fact check J.D. Vance while he was doing an interview with ABC. But then you look at this past week where 13 members of Tren de Aragua were arrested in Colorado for kidnapping and holding hostage two people, stabbing them and robbing them before the two people were able to escape and call police. How important is it that the media actually portrays what is going on in Texas? Is there still, in fact, an invasion at the border in Texas? And do you see that media coverage being changed differently once Donald Trump takes office, or do you think it's going to be the same tactics over the last 4 years?
Well, look, I have no confidence in media. So if you're asking me about the media, the general media, they just are not honest about it. I think I just met with the state police, the new head director of the state police in Texas, and there's no doubt we still have a problem. Now, since Biden shut it down a little bit when he was running and had Kamala running, they shut it down a little bit.
Yep, and that's what Biden did. They shut down the border so they can get more in there. And here's the crazy thing: is if it wasn't Biden's plan to let in these immigrants, then why did he create the TPS program to make sure that the new immigrants he's letting in has some type of service that protects them to be here? You know, this TPS, the TPS bullshit that they came up with, the temporary protected service BS that allowed an illegal or an immigrant to come into here and get 18 months to become a U.S. citizen with no documentation or anything. They got 18 months, though, to gain some documentation. Crazy, but that's how they playing it. And shout out to my man, Guest Dude. New medievalism has a lot of support by political scientists around the world. They've been sounding the alarm for a while now that it's coming. Man, and shout out Guest Dude, man. Appreciate the support, man.
But there's still, as you just told me this yesterday, that we still have some of the most dangerous people coming in. They are moving some of the most dangerous people from all over the world into our country, and that's a reality. So we still have a major problem, and the Biden administration now doesn't care. Obviously, they're fine with it.
And shout out my man, Guest Dude, man. He says, my form of Pax America was designed to prevent new medievalism from occurring in America, because new medievalism is pure decline and chaos. And now you're gonna have to go ahead and hopefully we can get you up here so you can explain that better for us. Because now I'm like, hold on. You confused me a little bit, because all right, so it could be the end of us, but it's also might be the next big thing that could possibly help us. You might have to, maybe I misheard you on that one, but hopefully you can clear that up for me. If we can get this call in going, man. Shout out Guest Dude, man. Like I said, just like Guest Dude, any question, comment, super chat in, $1 and up, we'll go ahead and read it out loud for you. Appreciate the support, guys.
Your question?
I want.
Oh, go ahead.
So, speaking of gangs and cartels and Tom Homan, so Tom Homan's come out and said some pretty aggressive things about going after the cartel with possibly the use of U.S. military force. What do you think the odds of doing that are, and what do you think that would look like and what's the importance of him actually doing that?
You know what? I love Tom Homan because we had to sue the Biden administration over cutting down fences and wire on our property.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Not their property. Crazy. And we finally won that. We had to stop them from moving. We put buoys out to stop people from coming across the border in the water, which actually protected them.
Mm-hmm.
And to hear Tom Homan say we are going to be aggressive going after criminals.
Yeah,
I got no problem with that. I'm hopeful, and I don't know why they wouldn't be able to do it, because they are causing severe damage to our country.
Legally, would we be able to do that, like going into Mexico after the cartel with the use of military?
I mean, we've done it in the past. We've done it in Colombia and other places where drug importation and criminal activity was taking place.
That's a good point.
Humberto, your question for Attorney General Ken Paxton.
Back to like the latest data that we have from ICE, they say that 435,000 illegal immigrants have criminal records. And imagine that. That's the guys that they know they're here, that they caught. So it could be in the millions, all right? I'm a recent immigrant here, like I came here like a year and a half ago.
We're glad to have you.
No, I'm glad to be here. But my whole life, I went to school. I don't have as much as a parking ticket. I never had a parking ticket, and I spent tens of thousands of dollars to do everything the right way. And then they let all these people come in. What does this next administration or what Texas is doing for law-abiding citizens that want to make this country better?
Well, first of all, I didn't have a parking ticket or a speeding ticket until I became AG, and then I became all kinds of trouble. So I was in the same boat. So the last administration literally encouraged illegal immigration of criminals. And the reason I know that is
Sir, shout out guest dude. So
shout out guest dude.
New medievalism is something that will occur because nation states dying. New Pax Americana will prevent the American nation states from dying. And is he still expounding on his?
Oh no, because I was asking him to like kind of because he confused me with the last one and he was just clearing it up. I'm like, okay, I appreciate that, guest dude, because he pretty much cleared up my question for me.
Okay, got you. Shout out guest dude.
he sued them and said at the very least, you can't allow known criminals to come into our country. And they litigated over that. They fought us trying to get the illegals in here that had a criminal history. So all of these countries were like, why not send them to the border? The Trump administration will not tolerate that. And it will be a completely different policy to protect America, to secure the border, and to make sure that criminals are not coming into our country. But the Biden administration, they wanted these people.
But you know how ridiculous it is to look around and go, these guys are coming in illegally. They're getting money. They're getting transport. They're getting everything. And people that do the things the right way, like, first of all, it's very difficult if you want to do things the right way. So the incentives for someone to come here to be a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen are very low compared to like how easy they have it. Are we going to get all these criminals out? Because I'm personally embarrassed to see all these people just committing crime.
I know that the Trump administration is looking at deporting as many people as possible. However, the focus is going to be on the criminals, and it should be, because we, as you said, maybe 8 million. It might be more than that. Trump votes 14 million, and my guess is a lot larger than what we think. But we definitely, and I think the Trump administration will focus first on getting rid of the criminals.
And terrorism. We saw the story, Rob, of this known terrorist by the FBI, walking in the border and go like, "You're gonna know about me soon." Is there a priority list of people that are gonna get, what they deserve coming?
There wasn't under the Biden administration, but I'm convinced.
So there's no list.
I think there is a list. I think they know. They just didn't care.
Can I ask you, you say they wanted them here, right? What was that incentive? Why did the Democratic Party, why did the Biden administration want to bring in these people by the thousands and tens of thousands and now hundreds of thousands?
So I think they wanted illegals in general because they thought they could get them to vote. And there's no doubt that some of the illegals did vote. That was their new strategy. The 4 years ago, it was mail-in ballots.
Yes.
This time it was getting illegals in the right states. So if you look at the battleground states, that's where they transferred. Because remember, Border Patrol went from, they used to hide from them, right? They wanted to get around them. They wanted, not under Biden. They wanted to find Border Patrol because Border Patrol was the transfer agent to get them to the states that the Biden administration wanted these illegals in. And then
shout out Steph.
She said, "Whisperers, open calling, just messing with y'all."
Man, special shout out to Steph. She's really one of the few members, or one of the special members, I should say, that we have in the top tier of the membership program.
Hey man, shout out Steph. We definitely do appreciate you.
Definitely do appreciate you, Steph.
So man, we definitely gonna leave Steph's super chat there a little longer than most. I'm tell you that right now.
Let that sit in for real.
Okay.
Then they were paid for. Everything got paid for. Why? There's
And
only
isn't it-
one reason. They wanted them to vote.
And isn't it interesting when you look at the battleground states and the other states where she won, it was states that typically didn't require voter ID. What do you think the election outcome would have been for Donald Trump had there been mandatory voter ID requirements?
There's no more important issue in America than this fraud issue. They did it with mail-in ballots. I have no doubt, because we stopped it in Texas. I saw what they were doing. And I told the president months before it happened that he was going to lose on mail-in ballots, because I saw the strategy. I told him in May. And I think this issue has to be resolved where we have to have a way to verify who's voting, because photo ID works.
Yeah.
Now they can kind of get around it with mail-in ballots, but if you can protect the mail-in ballot problem and the photo ID problem, you've got a really good chance of stopping a lot of voter fraud.
Back to the number of people that have come in. 736 encounters with individuals who are listed on the terrorist screening data set. It has been 23 years since the 9/11 attacks here in the United States of America. And if you believe the official narrative into what happened there, it only took a network of 19 guys plus a 20th guy who didn't make the flight and a bunch of dudes in caves, one of which were hooked up to dialysis, to orchestrate those attacks. It doesn't take a large amount of people to bring down the two biggest buildings in the United States of America, have a plane crash into the Pentagon, if you believe that narrative, and then also the plane at Shanksville. With the 736 encounters that we've had that are known, do you guys have any estimates as to how many terrorists may have snuck into the country, and how much closer are we to having another 9/11 style type event here in the United States due to the border that has been open for the past 4 years?
So the Biden administration was not cooperative in giving us information. They told us nothing. They told the governors nothing. They did not cooperate. They did not work with. It was almost like we had an enemy in charge of our border, and that's just reality. As far as whether we've got a better chance of a terrorist attack, there's no doubt that the Biden administration opened us up, and as technology is advanced, it's gotten easier since 9/11 for a terrorist with a smaller group of people and maybe less resources to be able to commit a terrorist attack even worse. And that's my concern, that the Biden administration put us at great risk, and they've left that in the hands of the Trump administration.
Let me ask you a question, and then I'll go to you, Brandon. Okay, so let's just look at some of the net positives to illegal immigration. The fentanyl crisis, terrorists coming over the border, murderer and rapists. How many did you say? Or I'm sorry, criminals.
450,000 that they know.
450,000. Okay, so those are all the great parts of illegal immigration. Can you point to me what the Biden administration, what would be the justification for allowing this type of invasion into our country?
You know, did you ever, I never really heard them give one. They just did it.
But it's not even, you can't even make the argument they're trying to find a better life here in America. They've offered nothing. There's been no explanation as to, despite looking at the overwhelming amount of evidence in which illegal immigration is a detriment to this country, the Biden administration, like you just said, has no good reasons to allow it.
I'm going to say for voting in second, they had a secondary, I think, goal. They wanted to put illegals in states like Texas and Florida, who are doing really well compared to the Democratic states, to help bring them down so that they would have less ability to have positive economic results.
Follow up.
Not fair. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. So we're gonna go ahead and compare it. And this is what I'm not like about, because the example he brought up reminds me of the skewed statistic that they bring up about immigration when they say 3 times an undocumented immigrant is 3 times less likely to commit a crime than a U.S. citizen. And I'm like, how are you gonna compare 300 million U.S. citizens to 37 million, or maybe about 40 million illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants?
Even sample sizes are too skewed.
Yeah, and even if you go state by state, even if you go to Texas, where they said, well, oh yeah, it's most prevalent in Texas that illegal immigrants are less likely to commit crime. You're going to compare 30 million U.S. citizens to 7 million undocumented immigrants, and then expect not to come out with a skewed statistic? Like, really?
And then Brandon, we saw reports that there were maps being given out by the Red Cross in Central American and Southern American countries, giving these to people who were in these caravans that were coming up as to the routes that they could go and where they could get help once they reached the United States. In your experience as the Attorney General of a border state, Texas, is there any validity, any truth that the Red Cross or anybody else was handing out these pamphlets to illegal migrant caravans and providing them with the routes to get assistance once they got to the United States?
Yes, one of the strategies of the Biden administration was to funnel money into these nonprofits, these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations, to wash the money so that nobody knew how the money was being spent. But we were investigating at least 5 charities who were aiding and abetting illegal immigration, that were hiding people, that were transporting people, that were doing everything they could. We are in lawsuits right now being accused of being anti-Catholic, even though that has nothing.
And shout out Fox Chase, $5. I have a music video request by 2 Shellos, Smooth Criminal. All right, we'll get it queued up. Shout out Fox Chase.
Nothing to do with being Catholic. So there is no doubt that one of the strategies of the Biden administration.
And I guess it was a comment saying that, oh, it was based off percentage. No, it was based per capita. It was based on people per area. So yeah, like I was saying, bro, it's like they never know the full facts. But guess what? Shout out Lunatic Ren, somebody who do know the full facts. The main sanctuary cities didn't report their migrant crimes to the FBI. They totally skewed the numbers. There was also that as well. So not only was there unfair sample sizes being compared, but they weren't even reporting their numbers of migrants. Actually, New York was one of the main people. I mean, Brooklyn, New York, come on now. Migrants committing crimes and they're letting them out back onto the street. Stealing, oh wait, you stole less than 900? Back out into the street. And I'm be real with you. To be fair, that was for U.S. citizens and migrants.
Was to funnel money into a nonprofit, so then they didn't have to answer for what the money was being spent on.
So some of these things that have been done by people in the Biden administration, I think, are straight up treasonous. Like Mayorkas, for example, what does it tell you? This long list of pardons that we're seeing that are almost preemptive pardons that they're phrasing them as. Does that tell you that they're actually guilty of it? And how powerful is the pardon? How all-encompassing is it?
You know, everyone's going to be different depending on what the pardon's for and then what they ultimately do in the future. I have a hard time believing that a pardon will pardon you for something in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So my guess is that strategy, if Hunter Biden does something else in the future, I think he's going to be accountable. For the things in the past, I mean, that's something that is constitutional, whether we agree with it or not. Yeah. I think it makes the Democrats look bad when their president pardons the son, but
that's admission of guilt, though, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
With what Rob said, like we're witnessing a crime scene. I mean, there's so much crime that went on. The NGOs, the illegal immigrants, crime, murder, everything. Will you have the tools to prosecute them after the fact and the resources to prosecute them after the fact? Because the crimes are already committed. People already died. People already lost their job. Like, will you able to, the NGOs, the Jesuits, the worst. It's my word. No, I mean, I'm from Chile. They brought people illegally there just as they did here, like in hundreds of thousands in a small country, like, you know, and that's how they operate. They get money from the government and they aid them. Like I had the pamphlets in my hand, how they aid them. They get legal aid, they get maps, they get everything so they can just come into the country. Like I've seen it with my own eyes at the border.
So what was the question?
The question is,
what's your point?
No. The question is, will you have the tools and will you able to prosecute them after the fact? So there's many things that we don't know yet that we have to prosecute.
So, first of all, I want to correct something unpardoned. There are some pardons that I think are justified because we have all of these prosecutions by the FBI, Department of Justice, that are, I think, illegal and unconscionable, and they're politically based. And so I can see why sometimes you pardon people to get them out of this mess. So I don't think it's necessarily admission of guilt, but everybody knows Hunter Biden committed crimes.
Yeah.
That one I know, I don't think there's any dispute. So as far as what we can do in the future, my office, for instance, has no authority to prosecute crimes. It's all in the hands of, many times in my state, the district attorneys in all the big counties. They tend to be George Soros, and so they don't get prosecuted. That's a problem in my state that the legislature should fix, but so far they've refused to fix it, mostly because we've had a very liberal Republican speaker named Dave Phelan, who's no longer going to speaker. But if we end up with another liberal speaker, we won't be able to fix problems like that. Now, the federal government, hopefully Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, I'm very optimistic about what they're going to do. They can start pursuing actual crimes as opposed to political crimes that we've been dealing with for the last 4 years.
We have to wrap up. Before you leave, selfish question. By the way, Attorney General Ken Paxton joining us. You can find him on all socials at Ken Paxton TX. Ken, Attorney General Paxton. Kash Patel.
First Attorney General on the show.
First Attorney General.
Show some respect, Rob.
I said Attorney General Paxton. Question for you before we let you go. I'm obsessed with the JFK assassination and what has happened in Dallas, Texas in 1963 in Dealey Plaza. Kash Patel said he wants to declassify all of the government documents regarding, including the JFK assassination. Is there any power that the Attorney General has to reopen the investigation if those files are declassified into the assassination of JFK? Most of the people are dead, but do you actually have the power to possibly pursue criminal charges against anyone who may be involved in that once the files are declassified?
So again, I don't, because I don't have authority to prosecute crimes. Only our DAs do in Texas. And it's a problem that we need to fix in Texas. Other state AGs have what's called concurrent jurisdiction with the DAs, and they would have the authority to do whatever they can do under their
So we
state
need
laws.
a badass district attorney to work with a badass attorney general to be able to get that done.
We need the Republican legislature to give me the authority to prosecute certain crimes so we can overcome the George Soros DAs in Austin and Dallas and other places in Texas.
Ladies and gentlemen, Attorney General Ken Paxton. Find him on all socials. Ken Paxton TX. Attorney General Paxton, thank you so much for joining us on the show. Thank you for your courage to stand up and do what's right for the American people and continuing to fight to try and protect this country.
Thank you for letting me be the first Attorney General on your show.
You're more than welcome, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Guys at home, I
Thank you.
believe we're going to continue the live stream. Kelly, is that correct? We're going to bring on another guest.
We're definitely going to continue to live stream. And don't worry, we're going to go ahead and come back to this video. I'm going to go ahead and give you the next guest because the next guest is actually Benny Johnson. So shout out. But we are going to get into Conspiracy Hour. We're going to go back and forth for y'all. Since y'all been asking for it, we're going to deliver, and y'all been showing the support, man. And keep on showing that support, and we'll go ahead and open the call-in line. We appreciate, the further support. Shout out, y'all. Let's get into this, the chronovisor. So pretty much it's this device that the Vatican got under locks that can see into the future. And apparently with this device, they was able to see when Jesus died. Allegedly. You feel me? Let's go.
Sure. Vatican City is an inspirational place. You don't need to be Catholic or even religious to appreciate the architecture, the art, and the city's historical significance. But there is a place within the Vatican that's rarely seen. Hidden beneath the city is an underground fortress, inaccessible to the public and protected by armed guards and state-of-the-art security. The secret apostolic archives. Within the stone and steel reinforced walls are vaults, climate-controlled rooms, and over 50 miles of shelves. And on those shelves are countless texts, relics, and artifacts collected by the church for over 1,000 years. And one of the most intriguing objects hidden in the archive is called the chronovisor, a device that can view events anywhere and any time in history. And for years, its existence was just a rumor. No proof of the chronovisor was ever found. But a book released by a Vatican priest would change all that. Let's find out why. Pellegrino Ernetti was a scientist, world-class authority on music, and a scholar. He spoke several languages, he dabbled in electronics, physics, and even the occult arts. He also happened to be a Benedictine monk. Now, whether by luck or by fate, Father Pellegrino Ernetti found himself in the company of Francois Brune, a priest from France, and they were sharing a ferry ride down the Grand Canal in Venice. The water was calm and the trip was long, so the men struck up a conversation. They shared a love of languages, science, and history, and they were discussing different interpretations of the Bible when Ernetti interrupted. "There's nothing to interpret," Ernetti said. "It's possible to see what actually happened, to see the truth with your own eyes." The Brune thought Ernetti was joking or being rhetorical. He wasn't. Ernetti spoke of a device he had worked on hidden in the deepest, most secret levels of the Vatican archive. A device that allowed its operator to witness events anywhere and any time in the past. And it was called the chronovisor.
Ooh, a time machine?
Well, sort of. You can't travel anywhere with the chronovisor, but you can program it to show you certain events on a screen, like a television.
Oh boy, you can stream anything these days.
Now, Francois Brune was stunned by the story. He knew Father Pellegrino Ernetti to be a serious man. Ernetti was well-read, well-educated, and well-respected in the church. He was not one for exaggeration. Yet Ernetti claimed to have heard speeches by Napoleon and Mussolini. He visited ancient Rome, and Ernetti was amazed that Cicero was as captivating a speaker as history claimed.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, commander of the armies of the north, general of the Felix legions, and loyal servant to the true emperor, Marcus Aurelius. Father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my vengeance. In this life, or the next.
So funny because the Vatican, there's so much secrets in there. Personally, I damn near want to get access to the basement. I want to read some of these scribes they have. I want to read some of the scrolls, and I honestly want to take somebody who knows the language down with me. But here's the one crazy thing about it. There's this secret little library in the Vatican, not really so secret, but to get in there, you have to be over 70, highly educated, damn near at the end of your scholarly life to gain access to this, to this secret library that, I guess certain like figures in the church can get in there at any age. But a regular citizen, 70 years, heavily educated, damn near at the end of your life. And then you can learn some Vatican secrets.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not. Anyway, Brune wanted to know about the events in the Bible. Did they really happen? It's all true, Ernetti said. He had seen the final days of Jesus, including his crucifixion. He saw the creation of the Ten Commandments, the Last Supper, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, and everything in the Bible. Now, Brune was obviously skeptical. Even though Ernetti was intelligent and talented, he didn't have the skill and knowledge needed to build this kind of device. And Ernetti agreed that he couldn't build the chronovisor himself. He had help. In 1950,
what I wouldn't do to kick in the doors. I mean, just push open the doors to that Vatican room, man. What I wouldn't do. I mean, trust me. Can you imagine all the hidden secrets of the religion and of other civilizations that they just happen to have their, like, I guess, secret documents? Can you imagine all the stuff you discover? Be crazy.
1952, Father Pellegrino Ernetti was working on a project at the Catholic University of Milan. And being an expert in early Christian music, he was studying and restoring tape recordings of Gregorian chants. And while listening to one of the tapes, the school's founder, Father Agostino Gemelli, was convinced he heard his father's voice, even though his father was dead at the time of the recording. But what Gemelli heard was not his dead father relaying some profound message to his son from beyond the grave. What he heard was more mundane, his father arguing with someone over the price of shoe wax. Gemelli's father was a cobbler who made and sold shoes, and Gemelli thought he'd been given a gift from God. But Ernetti wondered if there was a scientific reason for this, that the sights and sounds of people in the past somehow continued to exist long after they happened. And if they did, could they be detected?
It sounds like EVPs.
Well, it does. And this technology is not that different from what we now call EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena. And since Gemelli was president of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, he was able to fund a project to explore the possibility of listening or seeing events from the past. Ernetti assembled a team of 12 scientists, but he would only reveal the names of 2. And one was Enrico Fermi, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist known for Fermi's paradox and for creating the world's first nuclear reactor. The other scientist was Nazi rocket scientist turned director of NASA, Wernher von Braun. Like sound waves can be pressed into vinyl to produce a recording, Ernetti said that his team had discovered that light and sound continue to exist as forms of energy. And using a series of antennas, the chronovisor could detect this residual electromagnetic radiation and translate it into image and sound. Operators of the chronovisor could designate a specific date and location, then the scene was reconstructed on a large cathode ray tube. Now, Francois Brune was obviously amazed by the story and asked Ernetti what happened to the device. Ernetti said that once the team realized what they had invented, they brought their discovery to the Pope. And since the chronovisor could tune into any place and time in the past, it could be used as a powerful weapon. It could reveal state secrets or be used for blackmail. So Pope Pius XII worried that, in the wrong hands, the chronovisor could launch a dictatorship unlike anything the world had ever seen. The Pope ordered the machine dismantled and forbid anyone from speaking of it. Ernetti said this was the first he's spoken of it in over 10 years. And Brune understood and agreed that a machine like the chronovisor would be extremely dangerous, and it was probably best if it stayed hidden and dismantled. But Brune said to Ernetti, "It's too bad there's no proof that the chronovisor actually worked." Ernetti said to Brune, "My friend, I have proof." Quintus Ennius was a writer and poet who lived during the Roman Republic between 239 and 169 BC. He's often considered the father of Roman poetry. And during his lifetime, he wrote about 20 plays and an epic poem on the history of Rome called the Annals, but only a few fragments of his work survive. His final play, S.E.T, was produced shortly before his death in 169 BC. And scholars have wondered about this play for centuries. They knew the story was based on the writing of another author, Seneca, but the actual text of S.E.T, except for a few lines, has been lost to history. Ernetti used the chronovisor to visit Rome in 169 BC, where he saw a performance of the play in a Roman square. Ernetti, fluent in Latin, was able to transcribe and finally complete Ennius's play after 2,000 years, and that manuscript still exists. The story of the chronovisor remained hidden for another 12 years or so. Then in 1972, an article appeared in the Italian magazine La Domenica del Corriere.
Show off.
The headline of the article was, "A machine that photographs the past has finally been invented." And some believe that the chronovisor was not dismantled, but was actually functional and being used by the church to maintain watch and control of the population.
That theory makes sense.
Oh, you believe that one, huh?
What does the Pope in the woods?
Whoa, I mean...
Soon, several photos were leaked, including this one taken by Ernetti himself. Ernetti used the chronovisor to view Jesus' entire final day, including his crucifixion. My favorite photo is this one, which shows Jesus walking and talking with his followers. And this photo is also pretty compelling. But again, the chronovisor fell out of the public eye.
Or the information was suppressed by the church.
Or that. Well, then in 2002, Francois Brune released his book called The New Mystery of the Vatican, which documents his relationship with Ernetti and includes more details of what Ernetti saw with the chronovisor, and even includes blueprints for the machine. And Father Pellegrino Ernetti passed away in 1994, but until his dying day, he swore the chronovisor was real. He even published an open letter saying so. Father Francois Brune passed away in 2019. And during his life, he published multiple books and papers on theology and its relationship to quantum physics. He gave talks on EVP phenomena, communicating with spirits, and many different aspects of parapsychology. He too, until his last day, believed the chronovisor existed and possibly still exists today. Two highly regarded and well-respected clergymen insisted that the Vatican is in possession of the most important, most advanced, and most dangerous scientific invention ever created. The Vatican denies this claim as fantasy. So, who's telling the truth? The chronovisor is a story that bothers me. On one hand, there are a lot of details that are easily debunked. But on the other hand, the story comes from credible sources. Father Pellegrino Ernetti was well known and highly respected by his peers. He spent most of his life researching, teaching, and writing, and his books are highly regarded. Father Francois Brune is also well known and respected. So why would these men of such high esteem risk their reputations on a lie of this magnitude? What was there to gain? Their entire lives, both men said this device existed and possibly still exists. But the legend of the chronovisor does have a few problems. First, anyone who can confirm that it existed in the first place is dead. When the story first emerged, Fermi had been gone a long time, and von Braun, while still alive, never mentioned it.
Von Braun had a lot of secrets, though.
He sure did. And it's fair to point out that both Fermi and von Braun worked on multiple top-secret projects during and after the war. Now, the photos associated with the chronovisor are fake. The crucifixion photo is actually a picture of a statue from a church in central Italy. And the sculptor was Lorenzo Valera, a relatively famous Spanish artist who created the statue shortly before his death in 1931. When confronted about this, Brune said Valera took inspiration from a nun who had seen a vision of the crucifixion, and that's why the statue is so similar to the photo taken from the chronovisor. But to me, they don't look similar, they look identical. But Father Brune said the photo was real. And there are other photos associated with the chronovisor, but these became attached to the story over the years. They don't come from Ernetti. This one is sometimes attributed to the chronovisor, but it shows up in other urban legends as well. It's a photograph, but not one taken through a time machine. It's a photo of a painting by German artist Johannes Raphael Vela. It's called Jesus Among the Wheat Fields and was painted around the year 1900. And this photo is another that's become attached to the chronovisor. This is a photograph of a painting by Eugene Bernand called Peter and John Running to the Tomb, dated 1898. So what of Ernetti's transcription of the S.E.Ts? Well, it doesn't hold up. Ernetti had written about 150 lines, which he said was the complete play. But experts are pretty sure the play would have been much longer than that, probably 1,000 lines or more. And linguists aren't impressed with the transcription. Scholars have said the Latin is clumsy and uses words that wouldn't appear in the language for at least 200 years. So whoever wrote it wasn't a native speaker. In 1994, just after Ernetti's death, a letter was published by someone who claimed to be a distant relative of his, but wanted to remain anonymous. This person said that on Ernetti's deathbed, he confessed that the photo and his writing of the S.E.Ts were fake, and that Enrico Fermi had nothing to do with the machine, but he still claimed the chronovisor was real. Then another distant relative said Ernetti made the whole story up to get more people interested in the church.
I don't trust when distant relatives suddenly crawl out of the woodwork.
Well, Father Francois Brune didn't trust them either. He insisted that the chronovisor was real, And if Ernetti confessed, it was because he was coerced to do so by the church.
Now that I believe.
Well, that brings up an interesting side note. Now, obviously, the Catholic Church said the coronavirus wasn't real. But in 1988, the church issued a strange decree that said if anyone was caught using a machine like the coronavirus, they would immediately be excommunicated. So if the coronavirus is fake, why bother releasing a statement like that at all? When I first heard the story of the coronavirus, it was one that I desperately wanted to be true. And many people believe it is true. Believers say the church keeps the coronavirus a secret, but does use it occasionally to influence world events. And that's something to think about. If the technology exists that allows someone to view anyone, anywhere, and at any time in history, we wouldn't want any government to have such immense power. And the only worst institution to be the steward of this technology that I can think of is an organized religion. So with that in mind, I don't know if the coronavirus is real, but for all our sakes, I really hope it isn't.
Yo.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. That's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and like, subscribe.
And you gotta love the Y-Files, man. Giving the very sometimes alternate look at some of these world history events and giving us some conspiracy theories to challenge our brains and what we know about history. Let's transition over here back into what do we have here, guys? Actually, you know what? I don't even know if we played this yet. I think this was suggested by Fox Chase, I want to say. Shout out Fox Chase for this musical interlude. Let's get into this. Fox Chase, that was actually pretty good. You guys seem to enjoy that as well. Let's transition back over here into America Fest. Usual Suspects. They had Representative Byron Donalds come on. They had a great conversation with him. Let's go ahead and get into this sit down here. Like the video if you guys haven't already. Double tap that screen for your boy. Excuse me, allergies. But double tap that screen or you get the 3 buttons in the upper right-hand corner. We appreciate the support, guys.
Representative ever to join the Unusual Suspects podcast. He is the representative for Florida's 19th congressional district. Joining us on the podcast today, Byron Donald. Sir, thank you so much for making the time and joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you here.
No, I'm excited to be here. How you guys doing?
We're doing wonderful. Sir, is this your first Turning Point USA AmeriFest convention, or have you been to them in the past?
No, this is number 3 for me.
This is number 3. Wonderful. Yeah. So let me ask you, did you come last year as Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were in charge?
No, I wasn't able to make it out last year. Hold on, let me get set up.
When was the last AmeriFest that you attended?
It was probably 2 years ago.
Okay, so you came during a Joe Biden Kamala Harris presidency. What is the difference that you can feel in the energy in this convention hall today as opposed to 2 years ago? We now have President-elect Trump taking office in 30 days from now. What is your takeaway from the energy, the vibe here in this convention hall today?
Well, to be honest with you, I just got here. I just got off a plane from DC, so I'm about to find out.
Felt it yet.
I haven't felt it yet. I'm gonna find out. Just landed in from DC. Obviously, we got through whatever we got through this week, but I know what I'm gonna see. A couple of my friends who post a lot were telling me just about the energy in the field. So I guess I hit the stage in a couple hours. We're gonna find out. But I fully anticipate it's gonna be great. We had a major victory. I don't think people even understand fully the scope of what changed in this country. And I'm quite sure Turning Point's going to reflect that.
What's awesome is that the feeling here is that the job is not done. The 2026 midterms are what we have to focus on now. Trump has been elected. That's awesome. But we need to maintain control. And in order to maintain control, we need to make sure that we keep the seats that we have in the House and the Senate in 2026. Do you believe that Donald Trump and the new administration elect will be successful when it comes to keeping control in 2026 post midterms?
That's actually a great point. And what's going to play into that is public perception. And is Trump doing what he said he was going to do, doing what he said he was going to do, doing what he campaigned on? Is he fulfilling the promises that he said that he would fulfill? And that's going to stand in his way, or that's going to stand in the Republicans' way when it comes to the midterm, keeping that power, keeping that influence. These next 2 years are going to be almost an example or a a tryout per se for if they should be retaining position in the White House, in the Senate, in the House, because everybody's going to be watching very closely here the next couple of years to see what Trump and the politicians around him do.
Yes, but we have to accomplish the mission. You know,
One misstep, and I ain't gonna lie, they're gonna be trying, literally waiting for him to make a misstep and trying to take the power and the position from him, whether it be through getting some Dems in the House or Dems in the Senate, because as you know, is Republican-led House and Senate right now, clean sweep. But let anything go array or again, the public conception go left, they're going to be trying to replace or get some Democrats back in there.
winning an election is great, but what really matters is actually passing your agenda. And then after you pass your agenda, it's institutionalizing your agenda. You see, the Democrats have been very successful about locking in their agenda around us day after day, decade after decade. And that has to be our mindset. So job one, starting really in a week when we go back to Washington, is we have to start laying the foundation for getting Donald Trump's agenda passed. Then after that, you have to also begin the process of laying the foundation for keeping the House majority and the Senate majority. Now, I believe as long as you get the agenda done, borders secured, economies thriving, get out of these stupid wars, that the American people will actually see promises made, promises kept, but they're also going to see common sense in America again, and we're going to be rewarded for that.
Congressman, thank you for joining us. First of all, what do you think about the bill that was just passed? How Elon and Trump kind of called it out at first, and then they modified the size of the bill, I guess. Are you happy with the final results?
No, I mean, not really.
Yeah.
Look, the first bill that came out was just garbage.
Yeah,
it was a terrible bill. And so I think that, obviously having Elon's voice and obviously the president's voice, them being able to come in and basically explain very quickly to people that this is not the way we're going to do business was incredibly helpful.
Yeah.
I think it forced House leadership to go back to the table.
And that sets precedents too. Like everybody's wondering what Doge is going to do. Everybody's wondering what a Trump-led country and presidency will look like. And they stepped in very quickly when that bill, that pork-laced bill, was presented and said, like, nah, this ain't gonna go. This ain't gonna fly. I know this is how this has been done. I know things have been flying like this, but no, new sheriff's in town. We're not going for any of this mediocrity that's been going on. We're setting in. We're gonna interject here, and we're gonna tell y'all, like, no, y'all gonna have to rework it. And they did. They took it from like 1,100 plus pages to I think 102 pages. Correct me on the numbers, chat, if I'm wrong, but crazy. Split the bill by over half.
And really bring in members to start going through the finer points of what we were going to do. And as the week evolved, you got basically you probably got the best thing you could get done at that particular point in time. Now, next year, oh no, we can't operate like what's been going on the last couple of months because there's too much on the line. And I know I talked about just like the three main pillars of what President Trump wants to accomplish. But there are so many things that have to occur on Capitol Hill. So you're going to have strong negotiations where the agenda is getting done and you're not undoing it, giving out side pieces of crap.
I see somebody in the chat asking how do migrants report more crime than natural born citizens? And the answer is as simple as this. The statistics and analytics are extremely misleading. Data is only pulled out of border cities. So once the migrants disperse from these border cities and settle in other cities, as we know they have, whether it be a sanctuary city like Springfield, Chicago, or New York, or whether it be one of the other cities that they might settle in that haven't been highlighted, the statistics aren't taken into account, as well as when they're encountered by police, they lack proper documentation. So intake is off. They're not truly sometimes documented properly until they're fully processed and jailed. And a lot of times this is catch and release crimes here. So the statistics and analytics are extremely misleading when you have that question as you pose it. So do migrants report more crime than citizens? The statistics that would back that are extremely misleading.
To the Uniparty or to the Democrats or anything like that.
How optimistic are you that President-elect Trump's nominations for his cabinet positions will be successful in being passed?
I'm very confident. I mean, look, we have some senators. I basically look at them. I'm like, I dare you. And that's my attitude. I dare you to vote no. And the reason why is what the president has done in these picks are making sure we have people who are committed to the reform agenda that the American people want. And so I think what happens in the Senate is you have members who, they've been around a couple terms and they're accustomed to a certain style of nominee or a certain background of a nominee or, how somebody feels in the halls of Congress. A lot of this stuff is more feel than it is ability to get the job done. And that's really one of the most unfortunate things about Washington. And so I think that with President Trump standing behind his nominees like he's going to do, they're going to be able to get across the line. I don't think you're going to see Republican senators decide that they want to make a name for themselves right at the start.
Amy?
Yeah, I have a question. So Florida has really led the way when it comes to limiting the teachings of things like gender ideology and critical race theory, things like this. What do you think that we can do at a federal level to kind of follow in Florida's footsteps and stop the imposition of many of these ideologies?
Well, first and foremost, I think, when you're talking about ideologies that are damaging to human biology, let's start there.
Yeah.
I think that's stuff where, as a federal government, we have to say very clearly, you're not getting money for that. A lot of stuff gets reformed very quickly when you start taking people's money away. So we're not giving you money for that. And as long as that's the standpoint of the federal government, you'll start to see that stuff move away. I think the other thing is what's already happening with people. Part of this election was a rejection of this radical gender ideology from the left. It was a major rejection. You start to see Democrat officials now are trying to hedge their bets or move their position real quick, not understanding that, it's 2024 and we basically know everything you said and everything you voted for. But they're trying to adjust their position because of how out of step with normal people those positions are. So let's say you're in a state with a Democrat governor like, I don't know, Arizona. I don't know where I am. I don't know. But let's say you're in a state like that. They have to be careful about how far they want to push because the voters were sounded this out loud and clear. And I think part of President Trump's coalition was non-traditional Republicans, in part because of radical gender policy. And so I think in blue states in particular, they're going to start following the lead of Florida in part on some of this, because if they don't, man, what's her name? Hobbs? Is that your governor's name out here in Arizona? Yeah, that lady's got to go anyway. But that's how you end up losing a gubernatorial election. But on this point, look, we got to give credit where credit is due. Major respect for Governor DeSantis, because he was the first governor in the country that basically stood firm against this craziness and would not yield to it.
I have a follow-up question. People are describing Mar-a-Lago as the second White House, all right? No, it is. World leaders are traveling to Florida to talk to Donald Trump. We have a tremendous Governor DeSantis. He's done wonders in his home state of Florida. Does Florida have a different weight in D.C. now? Like, is it different? Does it hit different when a Floridian goes there? Because we're leading the conversation in many subjects, like people used to go like Florida man, they used to make fun of us and whatever. Like, is it different now to be the representative from Florida there in DC?
Of course. But listen, I mean, the flags that were in our state were Make America Florida. We're not kidding. We're not kidding. Look, Florida is the best run state in the country. Everybody
100%.
knows it.
100%.
Sorry Texas, sorry Tennessee, but we're the best state in the country. And so the model of how we've done things over 3 decades is what the federal government needs. And people forget, Florida used to be a blue state.
Yeah.
It used to be a blue state. It was a purple state for quite a while. But what did you have? You had consistent Republican, conservative, common sense leadership. You had, and look, I know some people feel how they want to feel about him now in the party, but when Jeb Bush came along, Jeb Bush was the governor that started the education revolution and trying to get away from big public education and being dominated by the teachers union. You had Rick Scott. When Rick Scott came in, Rick Scott was the governor that started going through the bureaucracy, cutting spending, doing those things. You have Ron DeSantis taking on the gender wars and these other cultural wars which are critical to the foundation of any society. So we've had consistent leadership in our state, and now Florida is the result. So if you're trying to figure out how to do that in Washington, you should kind of bring people in who've done this thing. And the credit is to President Trump and his team. He's not interested in business as usual. He's interested in people who are effective, who are going to get the American people in a place to be successful.
Speaking of education in Florida, what
all
do you
right,
think the
man,
odds are of abolishing the Department of Education? Because I think that's like probably the most important thing in doing.
So, you know what? It's only because I need to provide the facts of this, right? And somebody in the chat was referring to a study, right, done by the NIJ, which is the National, what was it? Immigration, what was it here? National Institution of Justice. That's what they're going off of, right? And there's a couple studies that they released this year, ironically, about pretty much crimes with,
related to immigration.
Related to immigration and all that. And here's the thing, this is how we know you, Jason, you don't actually read these studies. You just read the title and go like, oh, it must go with my bias.
Or self-confirming bias.
Yes, because if you read the abstract of this project, it even shows how the study is skewed. I mean, we can break into the 500 people who are booked in El Paso and county jails and how the researchers found that immigrants, especially those who came from Mexico, had a less extensive criminal history than U.S. born citizens. So why are we comparing U.S. born citizens who've been there their whole life to somebody's criminal history who's been here the last 2 years? How does that make sense? And then, like I said, if you pick out 5,000 criminals out of jail from a state where it's mostly U.S. citizens in, don't you think you're mostly going to get U.S. citizens anyway? Just off the pure numbers of it, right? That's what we're saying. Nothing that this has anything to do with, oh, the immigrants are just better people or less violent people. No, it's a number. It's a skewed statistic that's fed to you guys because for some reason you lack the knowledge of basic statistical data or of how statistical data is supposed to be ran. But yeah, and as Key says over and over again, they don't report these people's crimes. So when you guys want to bring up crime statistic, it's a moot point because one, they don't report their crimes, and two, the numbers are completely off. You can't even compare those numbers and come up with a fair statistic or a fair result.
Nationwide, what was done in Florida. So what would the roadmap be towards abolishing the Department of Education?
I think it's going to be a process.
Yeah.
The one thing.
No, sometimes you don't have to pay. You just have to be incredibly ignorant and wrong.
That lives forever are federal agencies. It's just the way it is. So I think it's going to be a process. Now, there are some techniques you can do. I'm not going to reveal them now because we got a lot of business we got to get to next year. Okay. But there are some things that you can do to begin to move certain programs in a different way to kind of slim down the federal DOE. There's going to be a political question on the Department of Education, and it's really for the entire country. Since its creation, math scores and reading scores for children in our country have decreased.
Right.
So its purpose is to help kids get educated, but kids have fallen behind in America.
Yeah.
So what's its purpose?
Right.
There is a political conversation that needs to occur over the next couple of years about the federal DOE. At the same time, there's some restructuring that needs to occur in there so you could begin that process.
Our time with the Congressman is limited. We have to go, sir. This isn't even a question, but
why do you have to go?
You actually have to go. They have you scheduled.
We can stay here if you have to.
This is something selfish. It's not a question, sir, but I was a constituent in your district before I moved to West Palm Beach a year ago. The area that you represent, Naples to Fort Myers, the 19th district, has been decimated by hurricanes in 2022.
As Kelso would say, burn. Oh, God. No. Hey, that 70 shows was a banger. Shout my man Kelso. Appreciate you, guest dude.
You had Ian. In 2024, you had Milton. I have watched that community suffer, and I have watched you, Governor DeSantis, and with the aid of some government agencies come in and help the people of that area. You have helped rebuild. What you guys did by rebuilding the bridge to Sanibel Island, what you guys have done for the people in Matlacha, what you guys have done for the area of Southwest Florida, you have given hope to these people. And from the bottom of my heart, for my neighbors, for my friends, for my family, thank you. Thank you for representing us in Congress and representing us in D.C. and making sure that we got the emergency federal aid that we needed to help rebuild that area, because Southwest Florida is a slice of heaven that if you haven't been there and you haven't experienced it, you won't understand it. But now you can go and take the trip and make the time to go and invest in the time and in the community because of people like you. From the bottom of my heart, God bless you. Thank you, sir, for everything you've done. Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Byron Donalds from the 19th District of Florida. Thank you, sir, so much for what you've done for the United States of America. And to everybody at home watching, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Kelly, Malik, Mike, Humberto, Amy, Brandon, Benny Johnson, everybody that's joined us, Tony R. Booker, and above all else, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA. God bless America. God bless all of you. And
I had that at Benny. Did we get to Benny?
No, I don't think we did.
Joining us, we have one of the most influential people in the conservative space, one of the best online commentators that is out there today. You can see him. Benny, the show is weekdays?
Yes.
Weekdays, what time?
11 a.m. Eastern
11
Standard Time, and then until who knows when.
Benny Johnson, everybody. Benny, thank you so much for joining us today. Great to have you here. Your experience so far at AmFest. Were you here last year when Joe Biden was still president? And if so, what is the difference between a 2023 AmFest with Biden in power and a 2024 AmFest where we have a president-elect Donald Trump who's already making changes to the country?
Yeah. So I will say something that's very unpopular here, which is that I'm going to miss Joe Biden. The memes, dude, like the memes have been incredible. Him falling on his ass every couple of days, not being able to speak English, a lot of the like adult diaper content. It's been great. You know, it's been great for the memers. All right. And it's been terrible for the country. Terrible for the country.
Awful for the country.
Yeah. But great for the internet.
Arguably the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Awful.
Right.
But
That's
for
right.
the memes on Facebook.
Great for the internet. So we swagger jacked them, dude. Okay, so like Valiant Tatum is a great example of this. We swagger jacked these cowards who refuse to make fun of Joe Biden. Saturday Night Live. This should have been the golden era for Saturday Night Live. You finally have a president that does literally fall downstairs. That's what they did with Gerald Ford, right? Like you finally have a president that actually did do it, and they refuse to make fun of Joe Biden. They're total cowards. We've exposed the total cowards. Real comedians like Shane Gillis, real comedians that actually like do funny bits and sets, like they've blown up. Yeah, they've blown up, and real content creators have blown up, calling them out. So it's been kind of actually amazing. It's been a golden era for us. The corporate media is dying and or dead. And the difference between that year and this year is I believe that there is a spiritual energy that is right now pulsating through our movement. And the reason why is because everyone saw the single most viewed miracle in human history, which is President Trump missing a bullet.
It really is, though.
Yeah.
Like, I remember every time they break it down, they're just like off the head turn. It was such an easy shot to hit.
Like I said, there's an alternate timeline where Trump got hit that day, and the course of American history was forever changed.
It's like, I'm telling you, G, like I can compare it to like how I shoot my crossbow. It's like a 20, 30 yard shot, G. It's like you just line it up in the scope and it's as easy as that. No skill involved.
And you saw that, and I think that white-pilled and radicalized people in a way that we've never seen before. That's why you can go to the hood and pass out MAGA hats, and you'll be gone. They'll be gone in 10 minutes. We did this in Fulton County. It's why some of the biggest names and some of the smartest people and some of the most powerful people on earth are like saying, wait a second, there's something bigger going on here. And that moment alone has created a spiritual kinetic energy that drives the movement. You can feel it. It's electric. You look around, there's like right here, you know, watching, there's a great like feeling and vibe and energy. You guys feel that? And it's optimistic for the first time really in a long time. And it feels like a spell's been lifted from the country.
This is weird because you're 37 years old. I'm 38. So we grew up around the same time. The America that I live in now, and I mentioned this earlier, and it's a weird analogy to make, but right now feels like September 12th of 2001. The amount of united patriots that we have in this country that just want what's best for this country, where for the past 4 years, if you were deemed I love this country. I'm patriotic. What's wrong with you, you bigot? You must hate trans people. And it's like, no, I just want what's best for this country, the future, because I have kids, you have kids. We want what's best for our children. And we had an administration that literally did what's worst for the children. You have Eric Adams coming out last week talking about 500,000 missing children coming from the border. All of a sudden, the Democratic Party is now acknowledging that, but that's been going on for the past 4 years with no acknowledgement whatsoever.
Rob, if I may.
And shout out Fox Chase 93, $5. He says, have you guys noticed the most popular social medias and pundits or AMD pundits are all Trump supporters? The country is definitely coming back. Yeah. I think they made the point that during the last campaign cycle that the right is becoming kind of like the side of like the bad boys. They're kind of becoming like the anti-establishment side. Historically, it's always been the left, but ever since the left has went so progressive, so pro-work, so pro-woke, like the regressive tolerance has it to where people on the right just kind of look like the rebels. People on the right just kind of look like the people who ain't going. Kind of gave them like a badass look. But shout out guest dude, $5. Screw peer review studies. Giselle Maxwell's daddy created a modern peer review system. The whole modern academia is tainted by his corruption.
And honestly, I'm gonna go off that, and the reason I'm gonna go off that because it just pertains to the point here. One, it's like as we're looking through this peer review study given to us by the National Institute of Justice, it is crazy how even at the bottom of this, like I said, they wanted to see, are immigrants or undocumented immigrants really committing more crime than U.S. citizens? And then they come up with the most disingenuous study ever. I mean, you want to take out 5,000 booked inmates in an El Paso prison, right? And spoiler alert, the U.S. population in Mexico is around 30 million. The immigrants, the undocumented immigrants that they have counted or possibly is around 6.5 to 7.1 million. So right, we'll look at the population size. So if you pull 5,000 people out of a state that's heavily majority U.S. citizens, how many of those 5,000 you think are going to be, U.S. citizens? Most of them. All right. Here's the number two. That's what's wrong with this. Peer review. How are you going to compare somebody's criminal history who's been here all their life? They could have been a criminal from freaking 7 years old to their adult life. But then all we got on this immigrant is, they just crossed the border and hopped into a car or had DUI or something, or they just crossed the border and committed whatever assault. We only got 2 years of crime or 4 max years of crime on them compared to somebody who's been in this country their entire life. How is that a fair study? Like, the time difference is completely skewed. The population size, the number alone is skewed. It's not a fair study to conduct. There's just too much characteristics that need to be put in for both of the sample size to be equal, and they're just not enough.
Yeah, my own take on this is a little different than yours. If you will allow me, I believe that actually what we're returning to is a different era that you and I both lived through, yet we were very, very young,
90s.
Which is the 80s.
Okay, post-road.
Have you seen the mullets out there? Have you looked at the amount of mustaches that you're seeing on young men right now?
We're so back.
The amount of dudes that want to just go surfing, right? and want to just let her rip and want to lay down and start building something. The energy is incredible. Valuetainment's got it, right? Honestly, built by entrepreneurs, built by people that believed in the American spirit.
No, you bring up a great point. Trump made mustaches great again. Biden had women with mustaches, and now Trump has men back with mustaches again.
You're gonna counter it.
But it does feel like a great
mullets.
It feels like
mullets are coming back.
Great American resurgence is here, and you're starting to see it not just here but globally. You have 100 world leaders that have reached out to president-elect, not even in office yet, and the guy's already doing the job. Then he goes and says, hey, you know what? I'm going to forego the salary again for the next 4 years. Meanwhile, you look at the other administration, and you have Joe Biden overseeing and being involved in shady gas deals with Ukrainian companies on behalf of his son that he then pardons. And if you remember, in 2019, the entire narrative was Donald Trump is going to abuse the pardon system
Only
to
one of its
protect his
kind.
own family. Then we look at 2024, and Joe Biden literally creates a thing with a preemptive pardon to protect his own child, and the media goes, bravo, look at him for trying to make sure that his son is protected. Nobody's calling this out for the bullshit that it is, except for people like you who have been doing it for the past 4 years.
It's fun. And people reward you for it. The amazing thing about the internet is you can go back and see who was right and who's a fraud.
Yep.
Who's been lying to you.
And the receipts are there. What do you think? Okay, so July 13th could have been one of the darkest days in American history. We are millimeters away from an entire different future for this country had that bullet hit Trump in the head and not in the ear. What do you think outside?
Oh, don't worry, it's coming back.
See who was right and who's a fraud.
Yep.
Who's been lying to you.
And the receipts are there. What do you think? Okay, so July 13th could have been one of the darkest days in American history. We are millimeters away from an entire different future for this country had that bullet hit Trump in the head and not in the ear. What do you think outside of the assassination attempt was the biggest force in getting Trump reelected in 2024? Was it X? Was it his outreach to social media? Was it Laura Trump co-chairing the RNC and securing election integrity to the best of her abilities? What was the biggest decision factor in getting Trump reelected in 2024?
President Trump, I don't know enough about Dragon Ball Z or Pokemon or whatever to like know what it is, but he's able to absorb the energy, even like negative energy of the moment, and like capture it and then use it against his Arioken. Like he's able to Street Fighter. Okay, he's able to Street Fighter this energy back at him. Yo, this dude, this comedian, Kill Tony, is freaking hilarious. We were at Madison Square Garden. ALX and I were sitting front row at Madison Square Garden. And he killed Tony, did a great job. All right. They turned it into this weapon against Trump. And what does he do? He shows up in a trash man outfit in a trash truck with the Trump sign on the side. He gives a whole speech.
And by the way, it was a brand new trash truck. Like, I don't know how he got that so quickly, but there was not any dirt on that trash truck. He was the first garbage man to use that trash truck.
Kamala Harris like, I am a working class. I work at McDonald's. Okay, lady. First off, we weren't doing DEI hires back then, so I don't think so.
Mhm.
And then second, because I don't think you're qualified to do the fries. I really don't. And then secondarily, because those people are actually working. Those people are actually sophisticated, smart, good, hardworking, working class meritocracy people that work service industry. I was a waiter for a very long time. A lot of Americans work fast food. It's an honorable and dignified job. Kamala Harris lied off the backs of those people. She lied on their name. And then Donald Trump goes and gives true dignity to the working class by being a billionaire, rolling up his sleeves, getting salt and grease on his hands, and then serving people, being a servant leader. Christians saw that and said, that's my boy.
Yep.
People who are the working class saw that and said, that's my man in the trash truck. That's Trump, baby. Going on Joe Rogan is like a giant FU to the corporate press and a yes to the people who've been telling us the truth. People love the authenticity of that. Tucker Carlson, Theo Von, shows like this. Obviously, PBD, he also did this podcast. It's so freaking awesome that Donald Trump lent into like the authenticity and the realness of people. And it's the greatest miracle. And it's something that I want to ask God when I get to heaven, which is how did this billionaire, richest and most famous man in the world become the hero of the everyman and the working class? I don't know how it happened, but people feel like they know Trump because of it.
Well, and I love, go ahead, Brandon.
Oh, no, just so to play devil's advocate, like you guys are saying, this is like a time of bliss and joy and it feels great, but I feel like it's just too quiet and I'm paranoid about something happening between now and Inauguration Day. I don't know. I'm trying to stay paranoid, but also positive at the same time. What's your level of paranoia right now?
Oh, I think false flags abound.
Yeah, right.
What the hell's going on with the drones in New Jersey? Something dark, something bad. We're not that cucked as a nation. They're not going to let China fly hundreds of drones over our military bases. Something weird is going on there, and I'm suspicious about it. They're not going to hand over the keys like peacefully.
No.
You're right. So I don't want them. They want to start war with Russia. They want to start war with China. They want to start war with Iran. And I'm worried about what they're going to plan to do. They wanted Iran to, they effectively gave a red carpet for Iran to assassinate Trump. It's a matter of fact. The FBI straight up admits it, right?
Well, do you think that was Iran related or do you think that was a fake story?
It was definitely Ukraine. So Ryan Ruth
is
Ukraine related.
Yep.
And the FBI comes out and it's like, tap the sign. We know you have to say it. It's like a Bart Simpson thing, like say the line, and let's all humiliate you. Yes, the gunman was on our radar. Yes, we knew the gunman, says the FBI. Like, dude, such an absolute clown show of an organization. They knew the guy. They knew he shouldn't have a weapon, and they allowed it to happen. The guy nearly got a shot off at Trump. We just found out that the Secret Service shot at him. I know you know how to fire a firearm. The Secret Service shot at him, missed him 6 times from 5 feet away.
Well, and then we talked to Officer Brandon Tatum earlier today, and he was talking about the lack of correspondence between the local police and the Secret Service, and them knowing for 90 minutes on the July 13th shooting that there was a guy with a gun somewhere on the property, and they lost track of him. And so they did everything they could to character assassinate him, then actually assassinate him. They tried to jail him, and isn't it interesting that now, prior to November 5th, whenever anybody would voice any concerns about the weaponization of the Department of Justice, it was your conspiracy theorists. That's not happening. Then all of a sudden, after November 5th, the charges get dropped in certain states. Fannie Willis was just disqualified as the leading prosecutor over Trump in the Georgia case. It's like, wait, all the things that we said 6 months ago were bullshit. Now all of a sudden are proven to be bullshit. And it's like, well, yeah, sorry about that.
Conspiracy theorists are running up like a Tom Brady level, like score, like point, like the conspiracy. It's just the
Man, I ain't gonna lie, all the conspiracy theorists, they've been vindicated. Like the conspiracy theorists, they haven't missed.
Everything is getting confirmed. Everything is getting proven to be true. It's only a conspiracy theory until it's proven true.
I mean, think about it. We told y'all there were FBI agents in the January 6th. Yeah. And bro, we told her there were some. I didn't know there were 24 plus. Man. So yeah, the conspiracy guys has been hitting. Like everything y'all said we was lying about, or they was lying about, was factual.
The actual conspiracy theorists are the people in the corporate media pushing the lies. And the people they call conspiracy theorists, which I don't agree with that term. There's just unproved, they're just facts we haven't locked in yet. Skepticism is absolutely important to finding the truth. There's no such thing as a conspiracy theorist. There's just people who ask questions.
Brandon asked an important question. How paranoid are you? I'm going to piggyback off of that. What are the odds that you're giving it that something, it doesn't have to be as dramatic as that, but there's an attempt to not certify Trump on January 20th to make sure that inauguration does not happen? Do you believe that there's any possibility that could happen?
They've already said they're going to try.
Well, Jamie Raskin said that he wouldn't certify, but okay, that's one guy. Do you believe that there's going to be a further attempt to try and disrupt? Because it seems like they're ignoring the will of the American people at this point.
Yeah.
Trump not only won the Electoral College, he won the popular vote. He won every swing state. This is not up for contestation. That you can't contest this like you could have in 2000 or like we tried to in 2020. There is no way to contest it. So the only way to stop it is to interrupt it. Do you see any plans of interruption outside of as drastic as a dirty bomb or some type of terrorist attack, maybe legislative or through Congress or through the Senate?
I'm very worried about that. I think that the actual sabotage is going to happen from within the machine, inside of the federal government and the entrenchment. Obviously, Elon and Vivek talk a lot about this, and this is going to be the biggest dragon to slay, is the machine that is being created right now by Joe Biden, minting a new deal with the union in charge of Social Security, right? Like he just made it work from home permanent. They're trying so hard to entrench themselves against the reforms that are happening. And so that's going to be something that obviously is going to be taking place in the courts. And we've had some great rulings, like the Chevron ruling, to try to say that so many of the regulations are illegal in this country. There shouldn't be such a thing as a public sector union that can organize and bargain against the taxpayers that fund them. That's insane. Right. It's literal Marxism. And so I hope that those things can change. I feel like that is, as it was in term one, the biggest problem. However, Trump is so much smarter with policy people now. He's so much smarter putting people in the chair. Kash Patel, he's putting in the chair, man. Kash Patel is going to go in there. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be biblical. The whole disease temple is coming down. And we're going to figure out, Bill, Yo, Bill, why'd you fly on the plane 27 times? Your name is on there to Lolita Express to St. James. Why'd you go there? Ellen DeGeneres, why did you leave the country so quickly? We know you look like Eminem. We know you're different people. Maybe you're the same person. I'm not sure. But why didn't you just go? You went to England. Why didn't you just go to Little St. James?
It's wild
where you're comfortable.
And quickly on that, even Clinton now admits his connection with Epstein, but he even lies about that. He says that he only met Epstein twice, but then you look
That's
at
a
the
lie.
official records, and there's
lie.
a 1993 photo of him with Ghislaine Maxwell in the White House, and they ignore that even exists. So it's like you partially admit to knowing the guy, but not completely. It's this weird, yes, we're going to give you a little bit of truth, but not enough. Do you believe with Kash Patel being in charge of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, he will declassify everything from the 9/11 files to the COVID files to, in fact, Jeffrey Epstein's client list and possibly P. Diddy's?
On our show, dozens of times, Kash Patel has said yes, and Donald Trump has said yes, and these men are not liars.
Yeah. So, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Brandon, you like talking over me. No, I'm joking. Hey, you made a joke about missing Joe Biden when he leaves office. All right, we're gonna run out of content. My question is: do you think the independent news cycle is gonna, it's gonna get faster after Trump takes office? Because we're gonna have a lot of things to report, right?
Oof. Dude, even the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, missing a bullet, which technically he got a headshot, right? Technically Trump was shot in the head. That cycle was done by the time ABC News did a debate with Kamala Harris.
Oh, the lies.
Like they didn't even say I'm sorry. Yo, how much you don't hate the corporate media enough? ABC News has Trump up on stage a month after he was shot in the head by a Democrat Joe Biden voter and supporter and donor, and they didn't even say sorry about that.
Listen,
they don't even have the courtesy to say sorry you were shot in the face.
No, and then they called for cooler temperatures, but then they went right back to calling him a Nazi that's going to lock up his political opponents.
The first day, the first few hours, they blamed glass shards.
Yeah, that's
they couldn't even see a bullet. They were like, "Oh, some debris got it."
But could you imagine if you had denied any other shooting victim in history? Had you said any of those kids that were at Parkland weren't shot the way that they were shot? You cannot deny that Donald Trump was shot by a bullet, but then argue that these people were. You're null and voiding your argument when you're sitting here and you're taking away. Donald Trump is a gunshot survivor. Yeah. He is a victim, just like the kids at Stoneman Douglas Montgomery High School, or whatever it was called. These people are survivors, and yet they still go out and they name call, they try and lock up, they try and prosecute. Brandon, your question for Benny Johnson.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so out of all the cabinet picks, which one are you most excited about, and what do you think he's gonna do if they give him a hard time and reject a lot of these picks? Because I think that's the biggest liability right now from like people in the Senate rejecting his picks.
Pam Bondi is the most important.
Yeah,
and a lot of people love Cash. We freaking love Cash. Pam is the most important at justice.
What about Tom Homan?
Well, Pam Bombi's the one who played Matt Gaetz, and everybody was afraid of Matt Gaetz pulling up. So, I could see why he says Pam Bondi, because wasn't Matt Gaetz? Matt Gaetz was supposed to be in a very powerful position as well.
Tulsi Gabbard as well, though. Don't sleep on her.
Yeah, don't sleep on Tulsi. Tom Homan. I don't see Tom Homan. He's just the best man for borders, though. He's just the best man for the job.
I keep telling y'all, there's a reason why Tom Homan was the first person Trump called when it was time to get the cabinet pick.
It was like, bro, he already knew.
He's the guy I need. I need to add him. It's like when you're playing a game of grade school pickup ball. You got a line of people like, nope, I need him first. Nobody else can grab him. I need him first.
Oh God, because he's the shooter.
Yep.
They'll probably get by pretty easily, right?
Maine Justice is unbelievably powerful. The State Department is unbelievably powerful. Yeah. And I know it's not popular to say Marco Rubio and Pam Bondi because they're going to get 80 votes. They're going to get 80 or 90 votes in the Senate. It won't even be a fight.
Do you like Rubio as Secretary of State?
Yeah, I'm a Florida resident. I think he's done a good job, in the state of Florida. And he's obviously warmed very much to Trump, to the point that Trump puts him in charge of this, arguably the most important part of America's empire is the State Department.
Look at what the damage Mike Ben's done.
Mike Benz has totally blackpilled me on what the State Department truly does and their power. And so this is a very important position. I'll say, obviously, that Kash Patel and the declassification is not only something that they promised, but necessary. This is how you restore trust. And you just say, no, you're the American people. You're in charge here. You have a right to know what happened to JFK. You have a right to know what we know about UFOs or aliens, and you have a right to know what Diddy and Epstein were doing. Yeah.
Humberto, you had a question.
Oh no, that was a question. It's like first of all, like every time I open my Twitter feed, you're the first guy to get to news. Like I want to know how you do it. Like every time I look up something, no, it is. Like every time I look up something, like in our realm, like Benny Johnson. Like,
Yeah, you're a
how
machine.
did he do it?
An enormous amount of caffeine, and I got hold of Hunter's Coke stash, right, that he left at the.
And shout out Seth for sending the 30 Joules sent a flower, man. I hope y'all actually see the animation because we do not. Well, not yet, at least.
White House. Okay, so I sent my Roomba into the White House, and it grabbed up all the little baggies of Coke, right, that Hunter was leaving everywhere. That's not true.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
It's a joke. In the White House, Hunter Biden joke.
They did find cocaine in the White House, and if that
Bro.
had been under Trump that they found any
so-
type
oh
of
my
illegal
God.
substance,
Hold on.
there'd be nonstop investigations.
Hold
into
up.
that.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right. They found cocaine, and then they found DNA inside the cocaine. So the Secret Service has acknowledged that they found DNA on the cocaine, and then they destroyed it. So what does that tell you?
Well, you don't destroy evidence if you're trying to actually investigate the
So they
crime.
know whose it was.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Question for you. This is a selfish question. I believe that you have had or spoke with Ashton Forbes in the past. Am I mistaken in that? Regarding MH370, the missing flight.
I'm looking over here at ALX.
Have you guys
we?
done content before with him or no?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right.
I don't
'cause
think so.
That was a jealous question.
I'm very interested.
Because,
but you know.
because in the age of these weird drones over New Jersey,
Yeah.
and I saw that you had tweeted the mysterious orb. It's so crazy that technology
around the plane,
Yes.
like the stuff around the plane.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
what
no,
was that?
even this the one that ABC News caught just a few days ago of that mysterious globe that was up in the sky and rotating. It's very odd that this day and age where we have more technological advancements than ever before, we know even less about outer space and what's going on in the skies above us than we did when we didn't have the invention of the cell phone, when we didn't have drones to go investigate. How do we not know less about what's going on above us when my phone, I could zoom in and I could film from the back of the, like I did it last night. PBD was on stage and I was all the way in the back and I was able to zoom all the way into my phone and I could see every pore on his face from the back of the convention center. How are we not figuring out what's going on in the skies above us, especially when you see these mysterious orbs just doing these weird gyrations that physics can't.
And shout out, guess who you said it was W's. It was W's. That's why it was destroyed. W's.
Hunter.
Yeah. Oh man, it was W's. So wait, Hunter? You mean Hunter's cocaine or?
I think that's what he's talking about. It was Hunter's cocaine, but I don't know. W.
Yeah, he'll explain it.
Can't
explain. Oh, yeah.
You know,
Appreciate you, man.
The Chinese spy balloon was not told. Was not our government did not tell us about the Chinese spy balloon. When you're covering news, you remember these things. It was some homie with a telephoto lens in Wyoming. He was like, "What the hell is that? That ain't Jupiter, right?" And he sees it, and then he posts it on the internet, and he's like, "What is this? This is why we're on X all day."
Well,
You know, it's like some dude had to say, "What is this?" And then everyone started paying attention. Our government knew it was there, and they lied to us. And it's the prima facie example of what your government thinks of you. They think we're stupid. They think we're plebs. They think we're orcs. They think all of us are just like knuckle dragging retards and can't think for ourselves. And eventually you just have to assume they hate you, right? And that's what I think is changing, quite frankly, because we have a president.
He said George W. Bush. Come on, guys, wakey. And if it was George W. Bush,
Come on.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. Well, I'm mad we guessed that last second. We was like Bush.
I mean, George W. Bush, he did have a rumored coke problem, but everybody knows that was hot. I actually made the funny joke here just now. It could have been a lot of people's coke when you really think about it in retrospect. It could have been Kamala's, could have been the big guys himself. Because, well, I mean, you know, he needed some type of pack when he was able to pull himself together and go out on a podium. I mean, what do y'all think he did? Just gave himself a pep talk? Nah, he had some type of concoction behind that. Or it could have been his sons, Rockstar Byron, 180 in a Porsche while getting fellatio from hookers.
I mean, hey, shout out to him. But the crazy part is who would be the wildest person to say? Because George Bush, I mean, damn, that's some old cocaine. That shit must be. That's some old cocaine right there. Man, that's that uncut before the Fetty. That's probably the healthiest cocaine in America right there.
That old pack, boy.
Man. He said, bet they destroyed it up their nose. Oh my. Shout out Fox Chase. That was too funny.
President that actually doesn't hate us and did everything in this campaign to say, I'm connected to you and I care about the things that you care about. and I'm gonna like roll up my sleeves and give you the fries.
Well,
right?
and then on the left, they decided to just bring out what has not worked time and time again, these celebrity $1 million endorsements. So when you're trying to fight,
that's right.
when you're
Lizzo.
trying to fight
Lizzo,
and
dude.
I know
Yeah.
the body, and she
Yeah.
is the model of body positivity in the United
Yeah,
States
she's
of
getting
America. It's crazy.
skinning out.
The
She's
same
coming
party that's
around.
sitting here yelling about RFK being crazy and has a worm in his brain is the same party that celebrated Lizzo as body positivity and how you should embrace. But that is literally damaging to these young girls that, hey, you should be able to look like this. No, that's
going on with-
unhealthy.
Well, what was going on with that? Like it was a total atomization of celebrity culture, and so awesome.
No, and
it's incredible the time.
But when you're trying to battle this narrative that you're the
Taylor
party,
Swift didn't matter.
And shout out Seth. She sent a thumbs up for 10 jewels. And like I said, man, does it even? Who knows?
It doesn't show up, but
I don't know.
Appreciate you, Seth.
I don't got, man. It's kind of crazy how they released that without making sure the animation worked 1st.
Mm-hmm.
But that's YouTube. Or releasing things before it works.
Yo, Taylor
That
Swift
was
didn't
crazy.
matter, and polling shows that Taylor Swift hurt Kamala.
But they were the party of elites, and we called them out for being that. And rather than actually trying to combat that narrative, they doubled down on the narrative of being the party of elites by having people like Beyonce come out, by spending $300,000 to redo the set of Call Her Daddy.
I know.
And then it had the lowest views of any call.
And shout out my man Fox Chase, man. We're gonna go ahead and get that giant video queued up for y'all.
Her Daddy episode. You look at it and you go, Donald Trump went to the American people. Donald Trump proved to the American people he is one of them. Whereas Kamala continued to hide from the American people and then she wanted the American people to come to her, and they just did
Rob,
not.
they managed to kill Obama. This is like his last election that he's going to talk. Like he tried to get the voters. He went out there, but he doesn't have the same power that he had like 4 or 5 years ago. You know,
It looks like a different person when he speaks.
I know.
We have just a few minutes left, Benny. So January 20th is right around the corner.
Yes.
January 19th is when ByteDance has to divest their interest in TikTok. Otherwise, they will be banned in the United States. One of the things that Turning Point USA and Charlie Kirk have been so effective at is reaching the young voters. And on one of those platforms that they reach those young voters on is TikTok. For you, are you in favor of a TikTok ban coming to the United States? And if not, why?
So I am not.
All right, guys, and we appreciate the support. So we're gonna go ahead and get into the much anticipated video. Man, look, y'all supported for us, so we gotta give it to you. And we appreciate the support here at S.E.T and Key Media. So keep on, go ahead and liking the video, double tap that screen or hit the 3 dots up there, and keep sending in any question or comments or even jokes in the super chat. Go ahead and read it out loud and post to the top. Let's go. Let's go.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by the Hecklefish Talking Plushie. Yes, that's a thing. In 1886, mining engineer John T. Reed was told the Paiute legend about a race of giants. Giants who, after a long and bloody war, were defeated by the natives near Lovelock Cave, Nevada. Reed's belief in this legend stirred great interest in the secrets held within Lovelock Cave. Official excavations were undertaken in both 1912 and 1924 by the University of California, with reports telling of thousands of artifacts being recovered. Of these artifacts, the most puzzling were human remains. Well, they were almost human. Skeletons measuring between 8 and 10 feet tall were said to be found during the dig. Skeletons belonging to who are now known as the Lovelock Giants. Legends of people of enormous size are told across a myriad of cultures. And despite what we've been told by mainstream science, there is evidence to suggest they really existed. The remains of giants have been found all over the US and all over the world. So why aren't these amazing finds on display in any museum, or taught in any classes, or mentioned in any history books? Well, it's because the existence of giants, for some reason, has been covered up. To say giants don't turn up in history books isn't exactly accurate. Many ancient cultures refer to giants. In Indian mythology or the Vedas, there was a time called the Satya Yuga, or the Golden Age, when all of humanity existed in complete harmony. Humans during this time were believed to be 32 feet tall. In the Old Testament, there are beings called the Nephilim, and they're mentioned in Genesis.
There were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown.
One interpretation of this suggests that the sons of God were giant fallen angels who seduced human women, and their offspring were the Nephilim.
Well, how does a giant seduce a human woman? Oh, right.
Giants show up quite a bit in the Book of Enoch, one of the religious texts found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Nephilim were said to have been men of the old times who existed before the Great Flood. Ancient Indian texts say the same thing. The Book of Samuel also introduces us to one of the most famous giants in history.
Andre?
Goliath. Goliath was a Philistine warrior who challenged the Israelites to send out a champion for single combat. David, armed only with a slingshot and faith in God, brought the giant down with a single stone. Goliath was said to be between 7 and 11 feet tall and possibly descended from a people known as the Anakites or the Anakim, and the Anakim were descended from the Nephilim. But references to giants in history go back even further. The ancient Sumerians had an equivalent to the Anakim, a race of gods who are sometimes described as giants.
Anunnaki.
Yep, the Anunnaki. And if you don't know who the Anunnaki are, here's a hint. Look in the mirror.
And, you know, we got to go ahead and interrupt every now and then to give you a little bit of context. So, you know, the Anunnaki, the blue creatures from above, the blue aliens from above, that's, well, allegedly created humanity. You know, founder of the Adam and Eve Project, the reason why your ass is walking around, you know, according to the Emerald Tablets.
According to interpretations of ancient Sumerian and Babylonian texts, the Anunnaki were a race of extraterrestrial beings from the planet Nibiru. Now, Nibiru is not some distant planet on the other side of the galaxy, but is right here in our own solar system. It passes near Earth every 3,600 years. And this extraplanet theory was dismissed as pseudoscience for many years, but it's now widely believed that there is an extraplanet or some kind of large object in the far reaches of our solar system. In fact, NASA has been searching for this object for years, though they call it Planet 9 or Planet X.
Oh, they can't give Zechariah Sitchin any credit, eh?
They won't admit that, but I bet it's a big part of it. In 2015, Caltech researchers thought they found evidence for this planet. And in 2016, they said they were almost sure the planet was out there. And then in 2017, researchers agreed that data and computer models prove with almost 100% certainty a large, secret, dark planet is lurking in the distant solar system. And they expect this to be confirmed within the next few years. And perhaps then we'll finally learn if this could actually be planet Nibiru, home of the Anunnaki. Now, according to the tablets, when the atmosphere on Nibiru started to deteriorate, the Anunnaki came to Earth for resources, specifically water and especially gold. And after their slaves rebelled, the Anunnaki needed a new workforce. And they performed genetic experiments on different Earth animals to try to create a new slave race. Eventually, they were successful. By splicing DNA from the Anunnaki with cavemen called Homo erectus, a new species emerged, Homo sapiens. In Sumerian and Babylonian texts, this new species was called the first men, or Adamu, and the Hebrews translated this to be men of Adam.
Oh.
The first men were bred to work for the Anunnaki. The Hebrew word avad means work for. Avad also means worship. And so humans worshipped their gods, the Anunnaki, who were giants compared to puny humans. Though it was forbidden, some Anunnaki bred with humans, and their offspring became known as the Nephilim. Now, obviously, the story of the Anunnaki needs its own episode. So if you'd like to see that,
yes, please.
If you'd like to see that, let me know. The tablets say the next time Nibiru passed near the inner solar system, it caused severe electromagnetic disturbances. Dark spots appeared on the sun, and waves of color streaked the sky. This is referring to extreme aurora borealis and australis, indicating a weakening of the Earth's magnetic field. With less protection from the sun's energy, the ice caps melted and a great flood swept across the entire planet. To escape the devastation, the Anunnaki boarded sky ships with their gold and returned to Nibiru. But on Earth, great cities were destroyed and sunk beneath the waves. When the waters finally receded, only a small number of humans were left to rebuild civilization. And this creation myth is told in almost every culture on Earth. And recently, we're starting to discover evidence that a great flood did indeed occur. But what about evidence of giants? Well, there is evidence, and some of that evidence has been found right here in our own backyard. Many Native American tribes tell of the long-forgotten existence of a race of humans that were much taller and stronger and sometimes more cruel than ordinary men. The Choctaw tribe has a legend about the Nahulo, a race of giants who ate human flesh. The Choctaw killed these giants whenever they could. Eventually, those giants were driven west. The Paiute settled in the Nevada desert thousands of years ago and passed down the story of a race of red-haired giants called the Sitka. And the Sitka literally means tule eaters, and tule is a strong type of reed found in swamps. Legend says the giants built rafts out of tule and arrived in Nevada thousands of years ago. But tule wasn't the only thing that the giants ate. Like the Nahulo, Sitka also ate humans. The Sitka waged war on the Paiute and all other neighboring tribes. The human tribes fought bravely, but the giants were too strong. The Sitka would often eat the people captured in battle. So after years of conflict, the tribes united, and that turned the tide of war. And in the final battle, the red-haired giants were driven into a cave. The tribes stuffed the cave entrance with sticks and brush and set it ablaze. The last remaining Sitka either suffocated or burned alive. Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins, daughter of Chief Winnemucca, was the first to write down and print the story of the Sitka. But she said this wasn't a legend, it was history. She even wore red hair taken from a giant woven into some of her clothes. When mining engineer John T. Reed heard the story in 1886, he asked to be taken to the cave, the final resting place of the Sitka giants. Reed wasn't able to finance the excavation of the cave at that time, but when valuable bat guano was discovered, people started digging.
Bat guano.
Yep, it was used to make gunpowder and explosives.
No, I mean, what is bat guano?
Oh, guano is the waste of bats and birds.
You can make explosives out of
You can.
Okay. Do me a favor. When you clean my bowl, can you save it for me? 4th of July's coming up. I'm gonna make fireworks.
I'm not saving your. I'm not saving that for
Natural
fireworks.
material.
Fine.
Yeah.
Then to celebrate, I'll just light my farts.
You better not.
Why do you hate your country?
Lovelock Cave was excavated in 1912 and in 1924. And in 1929, the findings were published and they were surprising. Well, they weren't surprising to the Paiute. At the entrance to the cave, there was evidence of extreme scorching. At some point, a fire burned very hot and for a very long time. On one of the cave walls, an enormous handprint was found. Inside the cave, over 10,000 artifacts were recovered, including many human bones. Some of the bones showed that marrow had been removed, a sign of possible cannibalism. A sandal was found that would have fit someone who wore a size 29 shoe and would have been over 8 feet tall. And clothing was found that was too big to fit a normal-sized human. During the first dig, it was reported that the mummified remains of 2 giants were found, a female almost 7 feet tall and a male almost 9 feet tall, and both had red hair. In addition to the initial findings, even more evidence exists in Lovelock Cave and its surrounding area. According to a 1931 article published in a Nevada newspaper, 2 giant skeletons had been found buried in a dry lake bed close to Lovelock Cave, Nevada.
Were these giant gingers too?
Yep, they also had red hair. But giants weren't just found in the Nevada desert. They were found from coast to coast. Apparently, long before native tribes arrived, America was the land of the giants.
We already got a good population of tall people.
In Peebles, Ohio, the Great Serpent Mound is a 1,370-foot-long prehistoric effigy mound. Nobody knows why it was built, but due to a nearby meteor impact crater, the area is full of gravitational and magnetic anomalies. Some researchers, like Richard Hamilton, believe the location for Serpent Mound was chosen specifically because of these anomalies. And for many years, there have been stories of freak weather patterns, UFO sightings, and strange lights in the area. And also found near Serpent Mound, the remains of giants. In 1872, a report appeared in the book Historical Collections of Noble County, Ohio. Someone had stumbled across enormous skeletons.
The remains of 3 skeletons were found whose size would indicate they measured in life at least 8 feet in height. The remarkable feature of these remains was they had double teeth in front, as well as in back of the mouth and in both upper and lower jaws. Upon exposure to the atmosphere, the skeletons crumbled back to Mother Earth.
In 1891, anthropologist Frederick Ward Putnam found large skeletons in the same area that measured 7 feet or taller, with skulls twice as thick as a human's. In 1894, a local farmer found unusual graves. The find was even covered by the New York Times.
Farmer Warren Cowan recently discovered several ancient graves a mile from the famous Serpent Mound, where Professor Putnam of Harvard made interesting discoveries. Upon opening one of the graves, a skeleton of upwards of 6 feet was brought to light. In another grave was the skeleton of a man equally large. It seems that the region was populated by a fairly intelligent people, and that the Serpent Mound was an object of worship.
Ross Hamilton writes about giant skeletons found in Miamisburg Mound, about 70 miles from Serpent Mound.
The body of a man more gigantic than any ever recorded in human history has been found in the Miami Valley in Ohio. The skeleton, it is calculated, must have belonged to a man 8 feet 1.5 inches in height. It was found within a half mile of Miamisburg, in a location which contains many relics of the mound builders. Edward Gebhardt and Edward Kaufman discovered it while they were working in a gravel pit. Professor Thomas Wilson, curator of prehistoric anthropology, Smithsonian Institute, says of the find,
"The authenticity of this skull is beyond any doubt. Its antiquity is unquestionably great, though it is impossible to have a good guess as to its age. To my own personal knowledge, several such crania were discovered in the Hopewell group of mounds in Ohio."
Hamilton said the bones were put on display at a local museum, but they're no longer anywhere to be found. And just a short trip down the Ohio River Valley, another extraordinary skeleton was found. In 1959, Dr. Donald Dragoo, curator for the Carnegie Museum, unearthed a 7-foot 2-inch skeleton during the excavation of the Cresap Mound in West Virginia. In 1868, a report surfaced that quarry workers with the Sauk Rapids Water Power Company unearthed the remains of a 10-foot tall skeleton along the shores of the Mississippi River. A few days later, the bones were nowhere to be found, rumored to have been whisked east on a late-night train and sold to the circus. In 1897, the Worthington Advance describes the Smithsonian Institution's work on the Eastern Mounds in Iowa. The paper quoted the director of the Bureau of Ethnology, John Wesley Powell.
It is a matter of official record that in digging through a mound in Iowa, the scientists found the skeleton of a giant who, judging from actual measurement, must have stood 7 feet 6 inches tall when alive. The bones crumbled to dust when exposed to the air.
In Steelville, Missouri, there's a documented case from the Steelville Ledger, June 11th, 1933.
An ancient Ozark giant dug up near Steelville. A boy looking for arrowheads turned up the complete skeleton of an 8-foot giant. The grisly find was brought to Dr. R.C. Parker here and stretched.
It's like 7 foot. Like, don't we got like an NBA player that's 7'4"?
Yeah.
So I don't know. A giant to me is like 10 feet.
Yeah.
Double digits.
I think there's an NBA player that's like 7'6". Like Bull.
Man.
How tall is Bull, guys? Isn't Bull like 7'6"?
Man. Shoot. Yeah, about that. And shout out Lunatic Ren, man. She says, "Hey guys, y'all make it to 50 yet? Not yet. We're at 29. Appreciate you for asking that. Appreciate for asking that, Ren."
Out to its enormous length in a hallway of his office, where it has since remained the most startling exhibit Steelville.
Where are we at in relation to 50 though?
In relation to 50, I would say, let's see here, we're at 29. Well, that will leave us with 21 more super chats until we open in the call-in line.
Shout out.
Man, appreciate the support, guys.
Has ever had on public view.
Some believe these Midwest giants traveled west and occupied all of North America.
Hey, CSS, we haven't seen you in a minute, man.
Perhaps they made it all the way to the Pacific. San Diego, California has reports of enormous remains found all over the area. A giant skeleton found in 1895 measured 8 foot 4 inches. The skeleton was carefully inspected and measured by Professor Thomas Wilson and other scientists. Wilson was an anthropologist for the Smithsonian Institution.
And shout out our man CSS, man. He said Much love, gents. Been a minute. Keep it up, man.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you, my man.
Good to see you, man.
Also in Southern California on Catalina Island, amateur archaeologist Ralph Glidden found a total of 3,781 skeletons on the Channel Islands between 1919 and 1930. In 1833, Mexican soldiers were digging a pit for a powder magazine at Lompoc Rancho, California. They hacked their way through a layer of gravel and found a 12-foot-long sarcophagus. The skeleton of a giant man was found.
Okay, see, that's a giant. 12 feet, that's a giant. Like, because I've jumped in a 12-feet pool. Imagine somebody standing in a 12-feet pool.
And they good.
Oh, that'd be crazy to see. Okay, now you were talking about giant. Now you're talking about something I'd be like, all right, that's unnatural. Because
true giant.
Yeah, because due to our current NBA lead, 7 feet right now isn't impressive. 8 feet.
People, I mean, the NBA highlights the tall people. There's people that are tall and don't play sports that are just tall.
Yeah.
There's some 7-foot people that are in the NBA,
Bro.
believe it or not.
Yeah, facts.
Like, it's a thing. I wouldn't necessarily consider 8 feet a giant, but 12 though?
Yeah, but for them to be seen.
Okay, somebody's saying 10 and up. Like, all right,
Yeah,
10 and up.
That's what I'm saying. 10 and up would be considered a giant to me. Like, I need
Yo.
double digits here.
You talking about the size of an NBA hoop?
Yeah, and they probably think like, come on, though, 8 and 9 is pretty tall. You're right, but I still think that's doable.
Right, low key.
Inside, the grave was surrounded by carved shells, huge stone axes, 2 spears, and thin sheets of quartz. And the sheets of quartz were covered with symbols. And he had another interesting feature, a double row of teeth, both upper and lower. Over the past 200 years, more than 1,000 accounts of 7-foot and taller skeletons have been found across North America. Newspaper accounts, town and county histories, letters, scientific journals, diaries, photos, and Smithsonian ethnology reports have carefully documented this. The Smithsonian Institution is mentioned dozens of times as the recipient of enormous skeletons from across the entire United States. And if that's true, then where are the bones? From New York to California and almost every state in between, thousands of relics and over 1,000 giant skeletons have been discovered and documented. They've been found in mounds, caves, burial chambers, stone crypts, and even on ancient battlefields. Many of the skeletons have strange physiology, like elongated skulls and double rows of teeth. In dozens of cases, the bones were turned over to the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C. So, where are they? The Smithsonian was never really suspected of wrongdoing, but then something strange happened in 1950. In 1892, ancient wooden coffins were discovered in a place called Crump's Cave in Alabama. The coffins, along with some other artifacts, were sent to the Smithsonian. This is all well documented. So in 1950, researcher Frederick J. Pohl wrote the Smithsonian to inquire about them. It was a curious find because Native Americans didn't use coffins or caskets. Pohl received a reply from the Smithsonian.
We have not been able to find the specimens in our collections, though records show that they were received.
The matter was pursued again in 1992 by another researcher, David Byron. He was told the coffins were wooden troughs.
Troughs?
Yes, troughs are long rectangular containers for feeding cattle, horses, or pigs. But before the Europeans arrived, North America didn't have any cattle, horses, or pigs. And even if they did, why would a trough have a lid on it?
What, did this guy mention this to the Smithsonian people?
He did. He was told, yeah, well, even if he wanted to see the coffins or troughs or whatever they were, he couldn't because they were in a warehouse that was contaminated with asbestos and was closed for cleanup.
Closed for how long?
10 years.
10 years? To clean up asbestos?
Yep.
Oof, they must have been union.
Yeah, it starts to smell like a cover-up. The suppression of Native American archaeological evidence allegedly began in 1881. Up until that point, the Smithsonian was under the direction of John Wesley Powell, the geologist famous for exploring the Grand
Joke is union workers are notoriously spoiled.
Canyon. Powell had spent a lot of time with the Winnebago Indians, and he found them to be thoughtful and intelligent. So Powell and the Smithsonian actually promoted the idea that Native Americans, who were at the time being exterminated in the Indian Wars, were descended from advanced civilizations who communicated with and traded with cultures all over the country and possibly all over the world. This widespread dispersion of culture is called diffusionism, which the Smithsonian supported. But then Powell appointed Cyrus Thomas as the director of the Eastern Mound Division at the Smithsonian. And then things got political. Thomas wasn't a fan of Native Americans. He thought of them as nothing more than howling savages. Thomas thought it was impossible for savages from one side of the Mississippi to visit savages on the other side. And to think that people as primitive as Native Americans could sail over an ocean was just ridiculous. This is called isolationism. Isolationism says that civilizations develop independently from each other and have very little contact with other civilizations, especially across oceans or lakes. The debates in the Smithsonian raged, and Cyrus Thomas eventually won the battle of isolationism versus diffusionism. Soon, the Smithsonian took an official stance that any archaeological evidence supporting diffusionism was fraudulent. It was believed that contact between the civilizations of the Ohio and Mississippi valleys were rare, and contact between the Mississippian cultures and the Mayas, Toltecs, or Aztecs in Mexico or Central America, well, that was absurd. So the history books were written. Native Americans were a primitive and sometimes savage people, and that was that. But not so fast. When those ancient mounds and pyramids in the Midwest were studied, it was shown that the Mississippi River valleys was, at one time, home to an ancient and sophisticated culture. At the time, the culture's capital city, Cahokia, was bigger than almost any city in Europe. When the Spiro Mounds in Oklahoma were excavated between 1933 and 1935, a man over 7 feet tall was discovered. He was in full armor, and buried next to him was a pot of thousands of pearls and other artifacts. This was one of the largest treasures ever discovered at that point in time. We know that the man in armor was found, and the Smithsonian was contacted. So where is he? Many human remains were found in graves next to artifacts, but the remains were discarded. And we're told that most of the rare and priceless objects disintegrated before scholars could reach the site.
How convenient that priceless objects vanish before anyone gets there.
And when the excavation was finished, dynamite was used to destroy the burial chamber, and any remaining artifacts that were considered valuable were sold off. The Acambaro artifacts were discovered in Mexico in 1994 and have been the center of controversy. Over 33,000 unusual artifacts, including many ceramic and stone figurines, were found. Initial laboratory testing suggests the artifacts were about 6,500 years old. But here's where things get controversial. Some figurines depict dinosaurs living alongside humans. And there's a famous carving of a human warrior riding a triceratops. Diverse ethnic groups
riding triceratops. Ah, the good old days.
Man.
I mean, it must have been the good old days. We're riding triceratops.
Are represented. Blacks, whites, and Asians are depicted. But those races should have been unknown in the Americas 6,500 years ago. And there were strange creatures like mermaids, human-animal hybrids, even a Bigfoot. Also found were teeth from an extinct Ice Age horse and the skeleton of a mammoth. Neither of these animals should have been there. Archaeologists Charles C. DePeso and John H. Tierney examined the collection and authenticated the find. Carlos Perea, the director of archaeology for the Acambaro Zone, also authenticated it. But the Smithsonian and other authorities dismissed the findings as fraudulent. Despite laboratories dating the objects to 4,500 BC, the Smithsonian declared the artifacts 30 years old and said the whole find was a hoax. John Tierney, who later collaborated with Professor Charles Hapgood, said the Smithsonian Institution and other authorities had conducted a campaign of disinformation against the discoveries. If you remember from the Adam and Eve episode we did, Charles Hapgood was dismissed as a pseudoscientist because he claimed the continents drift over millions of years.
Oops.
Yeah. So John Tierney filed a free...
Damn, pseudoscientists were saying the continents drifted, and now we got the theory of Pangea, so does that mean he was right?
You're always a conspiracy theorist until it's proven right.
On God.
Even prehistorically, it's been like that.
Like, even back then, they were like, oh, well, yeah.
He's crazy.
The man's spitting truth, though, but he crazy. And then all of a sudden, maybe like once the man dies, a couple 50 years later, a couple centuries, really, okay, he was right the whole time. Our bad.
Freedom of Information request and asked for all the Acambaro files from the Smithsonian. Well, it turns out the files are missing. And all the Acambaro objects in the Smithsonian's possession have been put into storage and may not be viewed by the public.
Until when?
Didn't say. Tierney went on to write a book called Acambaro, Archaeology's Astounding Scandal. But good luck trying to find it. The phrase "a skeleton in the closet" refers to a secret that, if exposed, would cause shame, guilt, or even a scandal. Now, we all have a skeleton or two in the closet. For us, that's just a metaphor. But for the Smithsonian, they're actual skeletons. Giants in America, a government conspiracy, a Smithsonian cover-up. It's a fascinating story, but is it true?
And shout out CN. He says, they don't care about us by two cellos. He said, I need y'all to run it back.
No, that's a different song.
Really? They don't. Oh, my bad. That's one was Smooth Criminal.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. He says, I need y'all to run them back pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, man.
CN.
All right, don't worry, man.
We'll get that queued up for you, bro. Appreciate that.
Well, let's unravel it.
And that's a baller alert from CN, man. We appreciate the support, big dog.
Ohio has been the epicenter for giant skeletons, especially in the 19th century. When early discoveries made the news, the stories were a national sensation. Now, this amount of attention also brings out the hoaxers and scammers.
Hey, you want to buy a Hecklefish NFT?
I do not. And by the way, if you bought an NFT relating to the Y-Files or Hecklefish, you got scammed. But not by me.
No refunds.
In 1882, enormous skeletons were discovered in a lake bed near Cincinnati. The Columbus Dispatch ran with the story. The problem was, it was all a hoax. The alleged discoverer was charging admission to visit his property and view the skeleton. Now, it may or may not have been a real skeleton, but either way, it was about 5'8", so not a giant.
Maybe the guy who found it was really short.
Maybe, but the story was so exciting that newspapers around the world ran it without fact-checking.
Journalists running stories without checking the facts. No, it can't be.
As more stories about giants popped up in the news, it was hard to separate fact from fiction because the newspapers ran every story.
Hey, you want the truth or you want to sell papers, am I right?
Right.
Nothing ever changes.
That's true. Ralph Glidden was the archaeologist who found over 3,000 giant skeletons in 800 graves on Catalina Island. That turned out to be a huge hoax. He did find one skeleton and took a picture of himself standing near it. He showed the picture to a friend who said, "That looks like a giant," which it does, but only because the skeleton is closer to the camera. Glidden ran with the idea to make some money, but it was all a scam. And since the early days of the internet, photos have been floating around of people excavating sites with giant bones. Some of the pictures are great, and I used a lot of them today, but most of the pictures are from a Photoshop contest held in 2002. In fact, science says that giant humans could not exist. Yes, there are human beings who grow very tall, but that's due to medical conditions and genetic disorders. Gigantism often happens when someone has a tumor on their pituitary gland, but this is a serious medical problem. And people who suffer from gigantism often die very young due to the strain on their hearts and other organs. Then there's Marfan syndrome, a genetic condition that can cause limbs to be much longer.
Being extraordinary tall, it's like a lower life expectancy.
Yeah, it is. That's what I'm saying. It's like, yeah, they say being tall is nice, but you don't live as long as, well, I guess it's
normal sized people.
Yeah, normal sized people. Actually, because maybe that's why Asians live so long. Well, that and great exercise and diet.
Yeah, that is true.
But we will contribute that first. But then after, we could say height.
Longer in relation to the rest of the body.
guys.
It's believed that Abraham Lincoln might have had Marfan syndrome. At 6'4", he was much taller than most of the men of his time.
He also died young.
Oof.
What? Still too soon?
But the reason humans can't grow to be giants is the square cube law. This states that as the size of any object grows,
Like, it may not be good news for us, for any guys under 6 foot plus, but hey, for every guy who's under 6 foot plus, hey, you live longer.
its volume grows faster than its surface area. If a giant is 60 feet tall, or about 10 times the size of someone 6 feet tall, the giant's body volume would have to be 100 times the volume of the 6-foot man. A cubic inch of bone can support 19,000 pounds. That's a lot. But at 60 feet tall, bone would need to support well over 550,000 pounds.
Okay.
Human bones would shatter and crumble under this weight.
Like, bro, your bone would need to be like this thick, like thick as hell. I mean, like, whoo, bro, we're talking about a crazy thickness of bone structure. Your bone damn near, I mean, it's like the size of your leg.
I mean,
and now we're talking about your arm bone,
clearly,
the size of your leg.
like you said, human bones would shatter underneath the weight.
Or unless you got the Wolverine setup or something, and your bone is made of some type of special titanium alloy or something.
Oh man.
Says giants are human.
Now that's a fair point. There are discoveries of giants where it was reported that the bones of the body and the skull were much thicker than humans. So is the Smithsonian covering this up? Well, debunkers say no. The story about John Wesley Powell nominating Cyrus Thomas to the Smithsonian first appears in an article written by David Childress in 1993. The article caught fire and has been in circulation ever since. Now, that doesn't mean Childress is wrong, but I do get suspicious when stories about the 19th century don't emerge until the late 20th century. So have the authorities been suppressing knowledge that the Americas were once inhabited by advanced civilizations? Civilizations who made contact with cultures around the world? Well, to get this answer, we're going to need a sweet potato.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Do I have sea monkeys in my ears, or did you just say sweet potato?
For over 100 years, the Smithsonian and mainstream archaeology has supported isolationism, that the cultures that emerged in North America did not have contact with Central America or South America, and definitely did not contact cultures across the oceans. It's absurd to even think it. But the Smithsonian has a problem: the sweet potato. Sweet potatoes are native to the Americas, but an ancient sweet potato was found in the Cook Islands, which are in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The potato was carbon dated to the year 1000. That would mean that 500 years before Columbus, a Native American tribe traveled across the Pacific and landed in Polynesia and brought sweet potatoes with them. Or Polynesians traveled to the Americas and back. The counter-argument is that the sweet potato fell off a boat near Central America and floated to Polynesia, over 5,000 miles away.
That's one lucky potato.
Linguists have found that the word for sweet potato in early Polynesian languages is kumala. In Native American dialects spoken in Ecuador, the word is kumara. Now, it could all be a coincidence, but we're not done yet. Even more compelling is DNA analysis of Polynesian chickens. In 2007, chicken bones were found at an excavation site in Chile. The DNA of the bones matched chickens from the Pacific Islands of Samoa and Tonga, and were carbon dated to between 1304 and 1425, before the Spanish arrived in the New World. In 2019, South American chickens were studied and found to have an unknown genetic component. It turned out that component was from chickens found on Easter Island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The study was so astounding that research was done on human DNA. And in 2020...
And shout out CN. Let's get into this musical interlude, man. No, put up. I thought we had to put up. Be cool though. I like that. That was a nice little melody. Man. Shout out the musical interludes, man.
You gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right, let's finish out on this one.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and knock this one out.
The study showed that some Polynesian people had DNA inherited from people who lived in Colombia about 800 years ago. Specifically, Polynesians share DNA with the Xenu tribe, who lived in Colombia on the Caribbean side, not even the Pacific Ocean side. It's too much to cover in this episode, but there's evidence of Chinese contact with the New World in 1200 BC, or Indian contact in 2000 BC, and of Arab contact in the 9th century.
Hey, shout out CSS, $5. May have to cut out early. Send some email love out to you, seeing as how it's Christmas. LOL. Well, be safe. Much love. Oh, always good to see you, dog.
Man, appreciate you, CSS, man.
One of the mods, man. One of the longtime supporters as well.
Man, we haven't seen you grip, but we're always glad to see you pull up, man.
Be safe, man, and happy holidays.
There are even old maps from the Arabs and Turks, like the period.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, of course. You know, since there's some libs who think it's offensive.
Yeah. I really said that out of formality. It's Merry Christmas, definitely, guys.
Greece map that show North and South America 1,000 years before Columbus was born. And there's much more. Some mummies have been found with traces of coca and nicotine. A re-examination of the mummy of Ramses II in the 1970s revealed the presence of fragments of tobacco leaves in his abdomen. Coca and tobacco are native to the Americas. Now, mainstream science says an archaeologist handling the mummy must have spilled his pipe.
And his hot cocoa.
That's what they say. Now, remember, we did an episode on Egyptian artifacts allegedly discovered in the Grand Canyon in 1909. The Smithsonian denies this and claims the whole story is a hoax. But for some reason, the part of the Grand Canyon where the discovery was made is off limits. You can't even fly over it. If you do wander into the area, within a few minutes, unmarked planes and helicopters appear. in an area where flying is not allowed. I'll link to the episode below, which goes into detail. You'll even see the planes and helicopters I'm talking about. Once again, those artifacts were sent to the Smithsonian and nobody knows what happened. In 1990, a law was passed, the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. This law says that any federal agency in possession of Native American cultural items, including human remains or sacred objects, will be returned to the tribes upon request. Great! The Smithsonian is a federal agency. So can we get all the skeletons from Ohio and have a look? Nope. United States Code, Title 25, Chapter 32, Section 3001, subsections 4 and 8 state.
Subsection 4. Federal agency means any department, agency, or instrumentality of the United States. Such term does not include the Smithsonian Institution. Subsection 8. Museum means any institution or state or local government agency, including any institution of higher learning, that receives federal funds and has possession of or control over Native American cultural items. Such term does not include the Smithsonian Institution or any other federal agency.
The law requiring the government to return skeletons to the tribes? Well, the Smithsonian is exempt. So if history books need to be rewritten, don't look to the Smithsonian for help. And don't demand answers either. Mainstream science, and especially the media, have a playbook. It's easy to recognize once you look for it. The 4 stages of suppression are criticize, marginalize, attack, and censor. Now here's an example.
I don't claim to be an archaeologist or a scientist.
When Graham Hancock released his documentary series called Ancient Apocalypse, it was a huge hit. It explores the theory that ancient advanced cultures existed thousands of years ago, but were wiped out in the Great Flood of the Younger Dryas. Now, you could agree with this theory or disagree with it. Either way is fine with me. But wherever you stand, we can all agree that it's an interesting theory worthy of discussion, right? Well, wrong. The Guardian reviewed the series in an article titled, Ancient Apocalypse is the most dangerous show on Netflix. Now there's stage 1, criticize. Not only should we not discuss alternate theories, it's actually dangerous to discuss them. But people like us don't care about criticism. We don't care what the media thinks. So they have to escalate to stage 2, marginalize. That same article has a spicy subtitle which read, a show with a truly preposterous theory is one of the streaming giant's biggest hits, and it seems to exist solely for conspiracy theorists. So if you believe in or even have an interest in this preposterous subject, you're marginalized as a conspiracy theorist. The same article insinuates that people who are curious about civilizations before the flood are the same as flat earthers.
It still might be flat.
Or 9/11 truthers.
Inside job.
Not now. Being called a conspiracy theorist used to be a major insult, but we've heard it so much that we're not affected by it anymore.
I take it as a compliment.
I know. So they escalate to stage 3, attack. MSN reviewed the documentary in an article with this headline, Graham Hancock's series promotes racist conspiracy theories.
And there it is.
ABC ran with it. Ancient Apocalypse series uses racist ideologies. Now, I watched and enjoyed the documentaries. I enjoy discussing alternate history and life before the Younger Dryas flood. I'm not racist, are you? I don't care what color the people were before the flood. I just want to know about them, and I would guess that you're the same. But calling someone a racist without evidence is very much in style now. But because that word is thrown around so much, that attack is also losing its teeth. So you criticized, it didn't work. You marginalized, it didn't work. Attacked, it didn't work. That leaves stage 4, which does work, censorship. It's right there in that headline from The Guardian, where the author poses the question, why has this been allowed? What does he mean allowed? Who does he want allowing or disallowing free speech? Netflix? The government? I suspect I know the answer. Now, I don't agree with all of Graham Hancock's assertions laid out in the documentary, but all of them are worthy of discussion. Mainstream media and science disagrees. These discussions are preposterous, dangerous, and racist somehow, so censor it. For 100 years, Egyptologists proudly claimed ancient Egypt as the first major civilization, with a minor shout out to the Sumerians who were there 1,000 years earlier. Any culture older than that was nonsense, and discussion was censored. But then Göbekli Tepe was discovered in Turkey and is found to be 5,000 years older than Sumeria.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. Then Bonkuklu Tarla was discovered, also in Turkey. That culture dates back to over 12,000 years ago. That's a period of time called the Pleistocene. Now, we were taught that this was the time of the cavemen. But in Bonkuklu Tarla, they understood agriculture and animal husbandry. They could cut stone, and they engaged in city planning. A few years ago, a sewer system was discovered. These weren't cavemen. They lived in houses built around a central religious center. A Netflix documentary discussing different theories isn't dangerous. But articles by mainstream television writers who get their facts from mainstream scientists, those articles are dangerous. They're dangerous because they suppress debate, which in turn suppresses discovery. I'm so glad the archaeologists who found Bonkuklu didn't read internet news. Otherwise, those racist conspiracy theorists might never have found what is, so far, the oldest culture on Earth. A culture that emerged, by the way, right after the Great Flood of the Younger Dryas. As more time passes, more evidence emerges to support theories about alternate history. If giants walk the Earth, sooner or later, that too will be discovered. But mainstream media will do everything it can to prevent that news from getting out. If The Guardian, NBC, ABC, USA Today, CNN, and all the others continue to be wrong over and over again, maybe we have to start asking the question about those articles. Should they be allowed?
On every corner of our planet, a symphony of life. In the firmament above, avian jewels glide and pirouette. On solid ground, a kaleidoscope of unique stories of adaptation, beauty, survival. But Mother Nature's most mysterious secrets are kept closely guarded, for they are not in the air or on land. Those secrets are below.
Yeah, I can say that. I can agree to that. I can definitely agree to that. Most of the secrets of the world, or I say our Earth, are in the ocean. One, because, well, we've only searched 10% of it. 90% of it's, I guess, unreachable right now. Because, well, hey, man, them submarines can't handle that much water pressure. I mean, there are mountains in the ocean bigger than Everest, so that goes to show the size of the ocean.
In the grand theatre of the ocean's expanse, a plethora of characters grace the stage. But today, we train our spotlight on one of the more intriguing fish in the marine community, a creature with a countenance as prickly as the waters are deep. Meet hecklefish.
Hi there, hello.
Hecklefish has a mouthful of bright white teeth, gleaming ominously, even in the dim undersea light. These teeth are not only for feeding, they are also a display of dominance and intimidation.
What are you looking at?
A peculiar...
Well, all right. I guess my bad. But all right, man, dude, we definitely do appreciate the support here at Set and Key Media, man. It's actually been a pretty good stream. We got to go ahead and close it out on this note, man. We've had a good one, man. We definitely do appreciate the support. Let's see here. But we definitely do got a little bit of closing out music. Of course, you know how we do it here at Set and Key Media. We like to close out in fashion, a very nice, calming, soothing fashion. Yep. And shout out Key, making it in for the closing.
Man, hold on, Chad.
And go ahead and do a recap for the rest of the week on all the political topics so we can go ahead and get all debates in and everything.
No chicks.